The city was destroyed. Cars were smashed into trash everywhere, bullets and smoke, as if everything here had suffered a meteorite crash. In that destroyed car sat a man, the silhouette of whom looked like a teenager or student. The salon, like everything around, was destroyed. Devastation was sown everywhere. Everything resembled an apocalypse. Our hero's name was Perry, and as it turned out, he was a student of the history department, which could be proven by his student card. His hands began to show signs of life. They moved, which means that he will wake up soon. So his eyes opened. He obviously didn't understand anything that was going on around him. How he ended up here. Everything was a mystery to him. The following picture lined up before his eyes, the broken glass of the car in which he was sitting. He began to look around. What was happening here? How he got here? And most importantly, why all these questions were circling in his foggy head. This is a sign of the apocalypse. The dead filled the cities, which caused the devastation. The city was empty, since the dead evicted the people. Zombies for our hero were commonplace. He did not see anything unique in them. He was not even afraid of them. He understood that he had ended up here completely by accident. He had no memory of the fact that he suddenly fell asleep in the car, and there were crowds of dead people in front of him. The student began to suspect the one who could have mocked him earlier, and it was she who pushed him into this car. Suddenly, he denied everything. In his memory, that offender threw him into trouble with a weapon. Suddenly, he decided to look back at the back seats to make sure he didn't have a weapon. As expected, on the back seats lay a blade in a sheath, which the offender left for our student for self-defense. This sword was not sharpened, which seemed strange to Perry, since during the apocalypse there should not have been any unsharpened weapons. Moreover, the sword even turned out to be familiar to our hero, as if he could have fought with it before, and this suggests that the blade is exactly the weapon that his offender threw to him. The sound of gunfire sounded outside the car, and it scared Perry to the point where his jaw dropped. He decided to get out of the car the fastest way possible, knock down the door, and prepare to protect himself from the shots, since they could soon be aimed at him. The student is well versed in weapons, but one thing is strange, how he realized that the shots were coming from an old rifle. In the midst of the devastation, cold monsters wandered, who had already died, but continued to annoy with their presence. In the direction of the shots, there was a large attack of the dead. It was not for nothing that they were fired upon. So one of the creatures got what he deserved. One bullet deprived him of part of his head and his second life. It turns out that the police were evacuating and firing at the monsters to protect them and take them to a safe place. The captain asked the lieutenant to report on the situation, and she said that the evacuation was in full swing. But the situation was not so colorful. The cartridges were running out, and soon it would be impossible to defend ourselves. The captain understood that the situation was heating up. There were more and more zombies and less equipment. Perry sat behind the cover and looked at all the details of the situation. Everything was very strange for him. Who is our student really? Why does modern weapons and police uniforms seem old to him, as if a minute ago he was in a completely different time? The zombies were overwhelming in their numbers. Sooner or later their volume would absorb the police, which Perry understood well. He assessed the situation in such a way that it was beneficial for him, but he could not help but save them. There were many contradictions in his head, but he could not think for long. That's all. The last cartridges were exhausted. There were more and more monsters, which means that death overtook them at the most inconvenient moment. The captain was depressed. His subordinate had spent his last ammunition. They had no choice but to die a brave death, like the Vikings. Suddenly, he shouted loudly to his lieutenant to voice a new order. At least one piece of good news is that the evacuation of people was successful and everyone is safe. Now the captain is determined. The order has been given, and they can sacrifice themselves in order to protect civilians. He ordered Lieutenant Gloria to provide pistol fire support, while everyone else grabbed their knives and charged at the zombies with all their fury. Everyone could envy their fearlessness. They went to certain death. Now the Valkyries will send them to a paradise for warriors. Gloria fired at the dead, providing support to her employees behind her. She finally began to understand that all her comrades would die, and she would be left alone with the crowd of the dead. For her, it was real horror. The streets were filled with the dead. Her comrades turned out to be food, and there was nowhere to run. Everything was terrible. There is only one cartridge left in the magazine. There are tens and hundreds of times more zombies. All that remains is to finish off yourself so as not to become a wandering dead. Initially, the battle was not equal. Even if they killed 2 dead men with 1 cartridge, there would not be enough equipment. They were all human once upon a time, but now they're just sacks of rotten meat out to kill. Gloria could not allow herself to become infected and become one of them and eat people. She had already put the barrel to her temple. It was unlikely that anyone would help her. Gloria was left alone with death, which was still standing nearby. Still, apparently our hero decided to help. Even if it might have been too late, he did not stand aside. He attracted attention well. Even the dead paid attention to him, and Gloria removed her finger from the trigger. Now our heroine was afraid that someone had not evacuated, that he was acting recklessly. Perry took over all the zombies. What caused them such aggression? Gloria had already decided to die. Nothing could interfere with her decision. But death turned away from her and left completely. But suddenly she realized that she was afraid for him in vain. He probably showed her a new level of strength that she had not seen before. Everything turned out to be true. He easily puts the heads of these creatures on the asphalt with just a blunt sword. He was not going to retreat. Every step he took brought many deaths of the dead, which could not mean anything bad. Perry did incredible things. He was definitely not an ordinary student. Even a military man was not capable of this. He was probably out of his time now. Gloria couldn't believe that she was an ordinary person. Her jaw dropped, and her eyes became wider. She looked at all this with complete misunderstanding. The corpses fell onto the asphalt. Previously, she thought that death was inevitable, but now the monsters were destined to die. She understood that even the fighters of the elite squad had difficulty fighting with two, and an ordinary student could cope with hundreds alone. He chopped off the heads of these dead men over and over again. They could not even see the silhouette of their enemy. Gloria could not understand who he was, how he fought like that, and how much power he had in his hands. Perry cast his sharp gaze, which cut as well as his blade. The gaze pierced her. There was boundless rage and a desire to kill, as if she were his next victim. While he was thinking and thinking about the benefits of protecting the police, only Gloria remained. Once upon a time, he could have saved them, but the desire for profit killed everyone else, even if it was possible to save everyone. Our hero only needed a blade from the police, since his sword was poorly sharpened, and he thanked him for that. Suddenly, he decided to use long-range combat against zombies. Even a thrown knife would be stronger and faster than a bullet. The dead man could not expect such a force of the throw. The blade would pierce him through or send him into a long flight any minute now. Even the non-intelligent dead man understood by instinct that his death could not be avoided, since everything told him that his opponent was too strong for him. Perry brings a lot of pain to zombies. His agility is amazing, like a butterfly fluttering gracefully on the battlefield, avoiding every attack. He effectively deals with enemies. His mobility is too great for anyone to keep up with him. Still, he still needs the knife. He grabs it in order to increase the need for the blade to the maximum and kill many more dead people with his blade. The cost of the knife is justified. With a couple of swings, the heads of many dead people flew off. Everyone got what they deserved. Even wielding a blunt sword like blades that cut steel is proof that it doesn't matter what kind of sword it is. What matters is who holds the hilt. Our heroine's legs gave way and she fell to her knees as the surprise put such pressure on her. The rage shining in the eyes of the dead began to fade. Perry snuffed out that fire, their desire to kill extinguished by the influence of our hero. For him, it was as if he had already seen it all. He justified their weakness by the fact that they seemed to have only recently become infected. Gloria did not consider them weak. She was more amazed by his strength, since she and all her comrades spent all the ammunition, but suffered heavy losses. She was still kneeling in shock. Perry finally decided to look at her, which she was very surprised by. The policewoman rose from her knees and reported on her rank and purpose. Perry conducted a professional dialogue with her and asked her to report all the information to him along with the location. She listened to his requests and continued to remain silent because she did not fully understand who he was. She was asked to report on everything, but she just asks many other questions about how she was even hired for such a job if she is so emotional. The mysterious student nevertheless decided to give a helping hand to his new partner so that she could rise. She thanked him for saving her, but she was haunted by who he was and where he got so much power from. Gloria did not understand what kind of support our hero was talking about. At this time, he seemed strange to them, even if he spoke business language. He also did not understand why she asked such a question, since supporting him is a healthy decision. Then she decided to show our hero to her place, since she is a police officer, and besides, she showed him her ID. She was a senior lieutenant and a police officer in this city, and the ID did not appear to be fake. Even an ordinary ID greatly surprised our ordinary student. His gaze was full of distrust, since, in his opinion, no one has been using such identification for a long time, how long ago they were abandoned, and why they are used here. The uniform was also not the same as before or in the future from which our Perry came. He looked to the side again. Everything around him was the same as before, old, something that had not been used for a long time. He had already seen the apocalypse before, and it was exactly the same. Besides, the zombies were just like at the beginning of the disaster, and there were not a single strong ones. To Gloria, Perry's behavior seemed strange, But suddenly he asked for the year, month, and day, which indicated his suspicion that he was out of time. She, too, was confused by such a strange question. Or rather, she did not understand why he, having such power, was asking about time. The guesses turned out to be true. He tried to pretend that everything was normal, but he understood that he had returned 10 years ago, when the apocalypse had just begun. Yet he was not just a student. This day was a real coincidence. A hail of destructive meteorites, a zombie infestation, and an overall apocalypse. The virus infected more than half of the population, but was defeated after a while. But this does not mean that all bad weather is over. Extraterrestrial technologies suddenly appeared, which created a number of evolutionary zones. These technologies allowed humanity to evolve, but unlike everyone else, Perry did not receive abilities, but only physical strength. But one thing was revealed only now. Going back in time 10 years ago was his ability. It was as if fate itself gave him such strength, since he was able to get to the beginning of the apocalypse in order to help the remaining people with his knowledge. He clenched his fingers into a fist. Now he decides the fates of all these people, since the previous powers were with him. Perry had power, knowledge, and strength that everyone else would have a very long time to achieve. Suddenly, Gloria did not let the student from the future finish his sentence and pointed out something more important to him. An emerald glow reigned in the sky, the beauty of which she had never seen before even in the Arctic. So everything that he predicted began, zones of evolution began to appear, and their green glow was a consequence of a small amount of time. This zone should be one of the first, and it was also the only one in Asia, so they had better hurry up so as not to be late. She considered this radiance very beautiful, but before she had time to express her thoughts, Perry began to tell her rank. But suddenly he told our Gloria something that he could not have known at all, but he knew that she was also a second-year student. Only now he decided to get to know her better and tell her about himself. She was infinitely surprised that he was a student with such and such abilities, but she no longer trusted him, as if he was hiding something. Suddenly, she asked him to show his student ID, which, in her opinion, would refute all his words. He pointed out that the ticket was in his car, which would make people believe him less, since on the surface it was a real lie. As expected, she began to trust him even less, since he too clearly refused to show his student ID. The image of a sophomore in her eyes was completely different, since you rarely see a student driving, with a weapon and with such and such strength. She pointed her finger at him and told him that he was not a student at all, but she was partly right, since you are unlikely to meet such students of the future. Gloria was sure that he was a high-ranking military man who had come on a secret mission, but all her confidence disappeared in an instant, since he still showed this ill-fated student card. Now she had no words. She could not believe her eyes, since she was sure that they were lying to her. He snatched the ticket from her hands and pointed out that time was tight and it was worth hurrying. Gloria was completely humiliated in front of him, but he was not interested in this. It was important for him to get out of here, and he decided to find out if they had a car in which he and the team were supposed to come here. Still, he approached the car and began to take his seat to head to the evolution zone. Even here he makes her worry, since he is going to move out alone and leave Gloria all alone. She was not happy with this decision, since it was her car, and she could not go back without it. Perry points out to her that the northern area of the city, where he is just going, can be very dangerous, since there are a large number of infected people there, and everything follows that it is better for her to stay, because everything around has been cleared of zombies. The police did not understand why an ordinary student would need to go to the place of infection. What attracted him there so much? She suspected him that the ticket was a cover, and he was an elite military man. She even came to terms with the fact that he didn't want to admit it. Although she was wrong, he was definitely not an ordinary student. She is sure that she found a reproach for going with him, but no matter how it is, he will probably find a reason himself or refuse, no matter who she is. The sergeant constantly points out his rank and points out that she must go with him. Otherwise, there is no other way. All her confidence instantly evaporated when he said goodbye and closed the window without even listening to her completely. He is good at humiliating people. Even power in a police uniform is no match for him. He was indifferent to everything she told him. He was silent, and this greatly unsettled Gloria. Suddenly, she had hopes that she could still go with him, since Perry had the courage to open the window for her. It turns out that he doesn't know how to drive this car, which is exactly what our heroine should be able to do. It's not for nothing that she is the owner of the car. So they were already on their way. No one knows why, of course, those showdowns were necessary, but our beauty in a police uniform was driving. She became more and more convinced that an important person, since he did not even have to sit at the helm, his subordinates would do everything for him. She fixed her evil gaze on him. Her cunning was revealed only by her physiognomy. She felt as if she had revealed his every secret. In response to her insidious gaze, Perry looked into her eyes with complete composure and indifference, the kind of pressure only he could exert, similar to the pressure at the bottom of the oceans. She felt this cold and could have felt it on the other side of the world. She was literally covered in frost herself while she was sitting nearby. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was constantly staring at her. Even when she tried to cast an inconspicuous glance, his eyes were already drilling new holes. Each collision of glances chilled her to the point of trembling, whether it was a monster looking at her or the entire salon was in his eyes. But suddenly, this strange silence stopped when Perry ordered her to stop. The car stopped, but why does he suddenly need to stop if they so urgently need to arrive in time to create a zone? Have they really arrived? Only our hero knows for what purpose they can leave halfway. Apparently his mercy has ended. Either he finds it hard to bear the insidious glances on himself, or he is worried about the fragile beauty and wants to take care of her safety. She was terribly afraid of him. Every word instilled in her a hefty fear that she could not control. He took the steering wheel, because during such a period of time, watching her, our student from the future learned to drive a car, which Gloria did not believe. The student understood that at this speed they could be late, and they should hurry up, the sooner the better. Gloria was confused because she didn't understand where they might be late. Earlier, he also pointed out that there was quite a bit of time. Before she had time to get an answer to her question, our hero set off at full speed towards his goal, even if there were no obstacles in front of him. The speed with which he was driving was amazing. The air around him was heating up from the fact that he was rushing. It was now clear that he was in a hurry to the northern part of the city. You can't believe this the first time? He drove better than the masters who have been driving for decades, and he literally learned to drive the car just a second ago, but it was as if he was already speaking the same language with it. The city was already on the horizon. Being late is not about our hero. He will arrive at his destination in the shortest possible time. The speed caused the leaves to fall down, the wind remained behind, and did not give any competition to the car driven by an ordinary student. Still, there was still some ammunition, which Gloria is now using and replenishing her magazine. She regretted that she and the team could not get through to the car with the equipment, then they would all be able to survive. Meanwhile, there were more zombies near the city, and Perry effectively crushed them with the power of this machine. She can't even collect the cartridges before Perry runs over another dead man with his own pleasure. He assessed the situation well, and also understood well that with every meter he traveled, it became more and more dangerous. Now Gloria treated our hero with respect, even putting him above herself, only because she suspected him. The police decided to find out why he was heading to the northern region, whether his parents really stayed there. But his answer was very simple. He had lost his parents a long time ago and could not return them. She probably felt guilty for what she said, but you can't blame her because she is in no way guilty of this. Still, she told the reason for their stop and why they decided to evacuate them, but their initial task was to explore the northern region. But along the way, they met people and priorities changed. The glow appeared 2 hours after the virus appeared. The authorities sensed something was wrong and decided to send people on reconnaissance, and they turned out to be our police team. Previously, he did not have time to get into the evolution zone, but now he must do so. Then he became interested in the time, and he decided to ask Gloria to find out how many moments they had left so as not to be late. There was no signal, but the time was accurate, which seemed strange to our beauty. Time was running out. Only 10 minutes and a few kilometers would separate them from the zone. According to his memory, the zone should appear at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, Perry makes the quickest decision of the day and thinks about changing his route to shorten the distance and get to the north of the area faster. Each time he gave food for thought to our heroine, she could not understand what route he could be talking about, since one could expect everything in the world from such a madman. As expected, he makes a move with his knight. No one could have expected this. He turns the steering wheel, and this sharpness proves that the route has already changed. He intends so seriously that he thinks in an instant. His decisions are lightning fast. In order to achieve his goal, he calculates 10 steps in advance. There was something in front of the car that made the heart beat faster. The adrenaline rushed out, and the skin was covered with goosebumps. The new route was occupied by monsters that could greatly slow down travel into the zone. She understood that zombies could interfere with them, but Perry thought faster. He remembered the machine gun that stood on the roof, and it would be the key to entering the zone. Suddenly, she calmed down. She finally realized that she could rely on an ordinary student from the future, since he knew what to do. But fear did not leave her even now. She wanted her thoughts not to come true, but all the craziest things already lie in the mind of our hero. So they needed a machine gun. They showered the dead with a hail of lead. Each one became like a sieve. They could not expect such precipitation, and Perry makes their worst nightmares come true. Everyone is already jealous of such shooting. Each bullet claimed many lives. He did not leave them even a chance to survive. Now no one could interfere with their path. All the monsters fell down and became level with the asphalt, becoming its covering. Gloria couldn't believe her eyes. She hadn't hit a single monster the whole time. The road was perfectly clear, and no one stood in the way. In order to achieve maximum speed, Perry ordered her not to control the steering wheel, only to press the gas to the floor. Her look said it all. She was afraid of such madness, but she understood that she could trust this student. Perry knew that there would be a turn ahead, but still asked not to stop and not to steer. Yet he was not so stupid as to miss such a detail of the plan. Meanwhile, the stone in the sky shone stronger and stronger. The sky was painted an emerald color. The zone should appear any minute. The city was covered in a light green fog, as if the matrix had malfunctioned, and a code of green numbers appeared around on a black screen. Our heroes were almost in time for the zone to appear. They literally flew into its boundaries so as not to be late. The green haze around the car was a consequence of the fact that our friends were in time. Now all possibilities are open for Perry. The collision with the surface turned out to be not at all gentle. The car was initially very battered, and now it will not be easy to get it back on its wheels. Fortunately, the passengers were alive, but the sand that appeared in the middle of the city softened the landing, and our heroes survived. Perry outdid himself. They arrived right at the creation of the zone, yet Perry's short route paid off completely. Gloria could not believe that the northern region had completely become a desert. Everything around was incredibly strange. The student was rejoicing that they were on time, as if he already knew in advance the time of creation of the zone. But Gloria did not understand this, since she could not even think that Perry knew the future 10 years in advance. Everything around was as in Perry's imagination, as if he saw what he expected. But Gloria herself was inspired by what she saw. But it's true that in Asia, in the northern part of the city, Sphinx statues and ancient pyramids appeared. It's not for nothing that the desert appeared here. She definitely suspected something was wrong. Everything around was incredibly strange, and Perry calmly stood and looked at it, as if he knew it all in advance. Here they are, manifestations of the zone. Everything, like a matrix, enveloped this area. All those who did not know about this were very frightened. People heard voices in their heads. They claimed about a certain zone. The territory that was chosen turned out to be Egypt. It was not without reason that the first wonder of the world became the first zone of evolution. The Sphinx, a lover of riddles that he asked travelers, became the guardian of the crystals of evolution. Those who do not answer will be eaten by God. This voice was broadcast into the heads of every person. As it was said, this zone appeared by an unknown force so that people could take away the crystals of evolution while they were isolated from the whole world. Even when she was full of fear, she thought clearly, realizing that they had 3 ways to get out of the zone. Her heart calmed down. Fulfillment of one of the conditions will result in the disappearance of the zone. Otherwise, all people will remain imprisoned forever. There were some discontents. People from other areas found themselves far from their families, and they did not care about the zones. Getting out of here was their first priority. The dead also entered the zone and were already seizing a bus, which obviously had people on it. There was a large-scale attack by the dead on the transport. They were hungry for fresh flesh, which was on the passenger seats. The bus was a treasure chest for the zombies. A pleasant surprise awaited them inside, for which they made their way with all their might. The driver pressed the pedal to the floor, but in the sands the speed would not be great. If no one helped them, death would be inevitable. Having picked up great speed, they still hit the border. Apparently, their fate will be known. The collision was painful. The driver should have lost his life instantly. He was the only one with a one-way ticket. The evolution zone was truly impregnable. Even a bus at high speed could not pass beyond its boundaries. Passengers prayed for salvation. Zombies gave no rest to the survivors and drove them into a corner. Gloria understood that the situation was heating up. Those people were in mortal danger, and a sense of duty prompted her to save these defenseless people. Perry warned Gloria that they would only be able to save her when she gave it her all. They ran along a sandy path, the driver driving all the passengers into even greater danger when he decided to drive away from the monsters. Everything around was reminiscent of some kind of miracles. Concrete forests against the backdrop of ancient statues and pyramids. The strangest was the Sphinx. His gaze drilled into every inhabitant of the evolution zone. It was not for nothing that he became the keeper of the crystals. His eyes shone like candles in a temple. No one could deny his divine power. It was not for nothing that he became the guardian of the ancient pyramids. Incredibly, the Sphinx was definitely not a simple statue. The zone awakened hidden power in him, and he will again ask riddles to stupid travelers, which will be a test. The driver is his own tomb in the wreckage of the cabin. His fear has left him forever without the sky above his head. The creatures were more terrible than any nightmare. They were all exhausted. They went wherever their feet took them, where instinct would tell them. There was not a drop of reason in them. The passengers are in mortal danger. The monster's eyes shone with the flame of rage. They are hungry, which prompted a constant hunt for fresh flesh. Sometimes people can be much more terrible than any monster, since they are ready to throw their neighbor into crowds of monsters to save themselves. She did not show real cowardice on the part of this impudent person, but she stood behind when the girl saved her life, putting hers on the line. On top of everything else, she reproached the brave beauty for the fact that it was she who was to blame for the fact that they got on the bus. There was no combat strategy in that dead thing. It went straight into battle. One could not expect an insidious stab in the back from it. The girls huddled in the back seats. Their fear knew no bounds. Their teeth clenched, tears flowed from their eyes, and screams were heard on the other side of the zone. The heroine was not a simple girl who was afraid of death. The beauty had the courage to stop the zombies with an ordinary pipe, thereby saving the passengers. Still, her strength is not enough to push through the walking corpse, and Rose asks for help from her friends. Together they were much stronger in any case against the crowd. Everyone will be defeated, even the walking dead. They have a chance to escape from the monsters. The girl turned out to be smarter and braver than everyone else and used the collective power against the coming death. Even at such a moment, that impudent girl decides to run away first and casts her gaze towards the exit. Such impudence is incomparable to anyone. She leaves all her friends to the mercy of fate when she has taken advantage of them. But suddenly, another monster at the entrance interferes with her plan. Do they have a chance to escape against the two dead people, or will Perry and Gloria have time to come to the rescue? The impudent woman began to lose hope of survival. They were surrounded on all sides, which means their chances of survival became significantly less. It was clear from her face that she was ready to do anything to survive. She would use any opportunity to her advantage. Still, she manages to escape, leaving all her friends and Rose with two corpses, which will devour them without pity. There was no shame. She ran and didn't even turn around. The death of her friends would be a moment of sadness for her, which she would forget after knocking. With every second, the situation was heating up. The first dead man had already snatched the pipe into his hands. The other dead man was nearby. Everything was terrible for the heroines. The monsters made their way onto the bus. It was unlikely that anyone would save them, since they were imprisoned in a steel tomb, the ticket to which was the last journey. That willpower evaporated the very minute the second dead man appeared. The fragile beauty saw no way to get off the bus alive. Her last hopes left her, and everything else followed. Her eyes, empty of hope, suddenly change. A sparkle appears on the pupils. Shards of glass break right in front of her, which means that the saviors arrived on time. Here he is, our hero. The savior is just a student. The fighter against evil came at the very last moment. Now the zombies must change their route. Now they need to escape. A couple of moments and the beauty could lose her beautiful face. A couple more seconds and the girls could not avoid death. A master at rescuing beauties, Perry, as always, shows the effectiveness of his fight against the dead. They do not pose any danger to him. This is what a real hero looked like to her. In a moment she forgot about fear. The monster did not have time to touch her, since her savior turned out to be much faster. She understood that the battle was not over yet, and her savior was still in great danger. Her fears were justified. The zombie instantly appeared behind Perry's back, but he didn't care about the danger behind him. Such opponents weren't even a match for him. Just as he avoids the attack, he literally disappears from the dead man's horizons. The monster will never be able to cope with such speed. He was calm. His movements were smooth, like an ordinary student, but capable of performing miracles that encourage faith in the future. Such a hero can be trusted with fate, since his strength alone can make every enemy kneel before him. And again he decapitated a couple of dead men. They are like a glass of water for him to invigorate him at the beginning of the day. Rosa fully appreciated the strength of our hero. By her standards, it was amazing. He easily dealt with two dead men in a matter of seconds and sent them to rest. Perry looked at Rose as if he had already met her before, or rather, in the future they would know each other. She looked back at him sweetly. The beauty still could not move away from what she saw. Since everything happened too quickly, her eyes could not even follow the movements. Yet it turned out that way. He recognized her as someone. Apparently she played an important role in the future, that even Perry managed to remember her. Rose was embarrassed by him. Such strength and charisma clouded her head. Her tongue became slurred, as if standing in front of her was the one whom she had loved all her life. Rose doesn't have time to thank Perry for saving her when Gloria bursts into the conversation. and points out that everything is clear outside the bus. The dead man's corpse confirmed the safety inside the transport, and Rose was able to find out the name of her new idol. Gloria instilled confidence in all the passengers and indicated to them that they should follow her. Still, the rescue did not come without bad news. That impudent girl ran away and put herself in danger. Right now she is not with them, and being alone in the middle of the apocalypse is terribly dangerous. The policewoman was horrified by what she heard. Joy was instantly replaced by fear that the defenseless girl was in mortal danger. Perry was well aware of how badly things were changing. Literally every rescue was not without losses. The impudent woman was already very far away. She was running and didn't even think about the fact that everyone was saved, and she was running towards death. Suddenly, she was covered with a strange shadow, but there was not a cloud in the sky. The clouds could not block her sky. What was above her was just falling on her. Finally, she noticed this strangeness above her head. Apparently, her fear set her up. Betrayal cost her much more, so to speak. The miser pays twice. Now her salvation was pointless. She would die. Even if she had previously sacrificed her friends, her greed destroyed her. But what kind of giant creature crushed the impudent woman? An incredible danger is approaching the bus. The situation has only gotten worse. She died in front of everyone. The sand giant crushed her and didn't even notice because of her size. Gloria already sensed this horror outside the bus. An unprecedented danger comparable to a catastrophe was approaching. Nevertheless, the Guardian woke up after a long sleep. From his gaze, it was clear that he was heading towards our heroes. The support under his feet shook. Only Perry could know what to do when meeting the sand god Sphinx. The living statue frightens the bones. His gaze presses on the victim like a mythical mountain on the back of the Titan Atlas. Once an ordinary statue, now a terrifying guardian who will kill anyone who does not displease him. This is all our Sphinx. That scream deafened all the passengers. Fear enveloped them, and not without reason. This disaster was a real horror in the real world. Perry recognizes him from thousands of others. A lone guardian who was stronger than all the other guards of the evolution crystals. The girl has lost hope in life so many times that you can lose count. Perry, as calm as ever, continues to calm everyone else down with his unshakable spirit and willpower. At such a moment, he orders everyone to sit down and start reading. He behaved strangely, and Gloria just noticed this. There was no time to explain. If Perry knows what he is doing, then you can trust him. Otherwise, the claw that pierced the roof of the bus will pierce you. No one made any unnecessary movements. Everyone was quietly reading books, without any fear for their lives. But in this case, everyone would be scared. The silhouette of a giant god was looking down at them all through a hole in the ceiling. His eyes shone with the rage of the gods. It was he who could bring down the heavens on all mortals. But something in his behavior was strange. The sand god did not kill his victims instantly. He looked at what they were doing. Apparently, it was not for nothing that Perry ordered them to read. There was some kind of catch in this. Onlookers from the rooftops were already sure of the death of our travelers. But if Perry controls the situation, then success is guaranteed. Even a history textbook was able to attract Perry's attention. Or rather, he considered it very interesting. It's not for nothing that he studies at the history department. Incredibly, our student once again surpassed himself. The Sphinx noticed that everyone was reading and decided not to distract them from the important matter. Perry has a real ace up his sleeve. His knowledge can do incredible things. He knew much more and used it to the fullest. All the onlookers were speechless. Everyone was sure of their death. But now they did not doubt the knowledge of our hero, since it was he who prevented the attack of the Sphinx. Why did the statue leave them alone? How did they manage to do this? What kind of trick did the guy use that reflected the rage of the great god? These were the questions that circled in the heads of those people. When the Sphinx left, Perry closed the book with full confidence. Everything was exactly with his intentions. Everyone was still afraid, but Perry, as always, knows how to calm. After all, even the most absurd solutions to problems saved their lives, like some kind of grotesque. They can breathe a sigh of relief. Gloria was watching the Sphinx. Their lives were on the verge of a cliff. But the student of the future again saves everyone with his mind. Initially, the policewoman could not believe such nonsense, but now she was jubilant. Her eyes shone with admiration. Perry was incredible to her. He was absolutely calm. Everything went as it should. But Gloria could not believe what was happening before her eyes and how our hero managed to know everything in advance. However, everything could not have been simpler. They had to remember the very advice that was broadcast in people's heads, and it said that they needed to understand the character of God. Gloria had already completely forgotten about him. Rosa remembered the whole advice word for word, but no one could even think that this was the answer. The Sphinx was precisely that sand god, and it was necessary to remember the associations about him. Not a single traveler could pass by the Sphinx and not listen to his riddle. It was always the same, and the answer was no different either. But those who answered incorrectly were killed by the sand god. He was distinguished by great cruelty towards fools who could not answer the riddle correctly, but he treated smart and wise people with respect. One day a sage appeared who was still able to give the correct answer, as a result of which the Sphinx threw himself off a cliff, which means that he treats smart people with respect and fears them. Reading books was just an excellent demonstration of wisdom and a good mindset, which Perry took advantage of. But suddenly something disturbed his peace. Some thought awakened a strange surprise in him. But it turned out that they all initially had a chance to survive without our student, since they already had books. Suddenly it dawned on him twice at once. It was not for nothing that he recognized Rosa. It was she who could become the savior of the zone. Since only she remembered the advice, she had different books, and only she could help all the inhabitants of the zone. The beauty reminded him of someone he could remember from the future. She was probably very influential. Rosa was very shy about our hero, but still decided to thank him and get to know him better. He didn't make her feel even more insecure and even find similarities between them. Incredibly, in the future, our Rose was one of the most influential people in China, mastered several elements, and could create storms and cataclysms. He thought sensibly and understood well that she received those powers due to the evolution crystal, since it was one of the most powerful. They even managed to find a common language, and it's not easy. He's a student at the same institution. Gloria interrupted their sweet heart-to-heart conversation by saying that they should deal with some sheep, and they should also deal with the Sphinx himself. Still, it's not so colorful. This method only worked until they attacked the Sphinx in order to obtain the crystal. The girls began to notice the darkness on the street and decided that they would rather spend the night on the bus. But Perry thought completely differently. There were too many factors that conflicted with the girls' decision. Since a large amount of blood could create many dead people, there was not enough food, and they also became a target for those onlookers. Perry had known for a long time about those who were watching them. He counted about 5 people who were constantly monitoring them. Such information put a lot of pressure on Gloria. She was already afraid that they could not only follow them, but also be planning something. The student understood that those people were not just spying, since the conditions of the zone and release from it contradicted this. Those onlookers had to come up with something in order to get the crystal or fulfill the other conditions. One of the conditions was that they should kill a few people to free themselves, which means that our heroines should not get into trouble if they are not ready to kill. Rosa and Gloria finally began to understand the seriousness of the situation. The zone is not grotesque, and every mistake can cost a lot. It's already completely dark. Perry points out to them that they should follow him and get it into their heads that in the current situation, people can be more dangerous than zombies. The main character completely forgot about the 2 girls. They had completely lost hope that the heroes would take them. The student realized that he had forgotten about the others while he was talking with Gloria and Rosa. Everyone followed the path that Perry had trodden for them, killing the monsters one by one. He hoped that the sandy wind would dull the zombies' senses and they would be safe. Gloria didn't know where they were going, but Perry knew where to go in advance, and his knowledge of the city is amazing, since he found the most optimal place to survive this night. The policeman didn't just end up on her duty, she also knows the city well and suggested a supermarket as a place of survival. But not everything is so simple. Perry also knew about this option. It was good, but the supermarket is the epicenter of the dead. Yes, there is a lot of things you need there, but a small store around the corner will be much safer. The store's resources are quite enough for 5 people, and dying in a giant supermarket from greedy people or hungry monsters is not the best solution. The store was very convenient in the event that they could be attacked, since one understanding was that an attack from the main passage would be useless, since there was an opposite back exit. In order for our heroes to fall into a trap, both entrances must be occupied, which means that the enemy forces will be weaker than if they block one exit with all their forces. Rosa greatly admired her idol, since he was both smart and strong, but Gloria knew that she did not fully understand his strength. And then she began to praise him, how he chopped up dozens and hundreds of dead people. This greatly displeased Perry, since he was trying to protect them, and all they did was praise him. Suddenly he stopped on a sandy road. Apparently they had already arrived at a place where they could spend the night. It was very quiet on the street, which was strange, since there should be at least echoes of enemies here. But nearby there was only deathly silence. Gloria noticed this store. It was right in front of them, but she didn't notice that it was too quiet here, which is why Perry stopped. In this quarter, there were only old people, who should be the easiest to get infected, but there were no zombies anywhere, The student suspected something. For now, he decided to explore the situation alone, since there was an obvious trap that only Perry could defuse. So he stopped, sensed something, and was preparing to attack. The wind was blowing the sand, and the silence around gave a certain uneasiness. Perry understood that danger was right under his nose, and it was precisely this danger that should scare away all the monsters in the area. This entity was nearby. The student had already smelled it. He was on the trail of a mortal enemy. This enemy was truly strong and could compete with our hero. The entity was frightening with its appearance, sat in a trap, and waited for the victim to fall into the trap. Now Perry knew who was in front of him, and most importantly, where he was. Such a victim would turn out to be the most dangerous enemy for this entity. Something about this car was not quite right. Everything about it inspired fear, as if she was hiding an incredible danger behind herself. Perry already understood what this car was hiding and indicated to the one who was located under it to get out as quickly as possible. The student found himself a good enemy. If not for him, all the travelers would have fallen into the clutches of that creature. Gloria imagined the strength of that creature that easily lifted the car. Fear enveloped her, and she was no longer so confident in Perry's strength. Rose saw real horror in front of her, which no one should have seen. So this creature came to light. In comparison with others, it was much more terrible. Stronger, however. It was superior to all the dead and everything. Gloria saw this danger and asked Perry to quickly run away from this monster. It was not for nothing that Perry, after the time jump, said that all long-range weapons were outdated, since not a single bullet could penetrate such enemies with such strength. The creature attacks. It threw the car with such ease, as if a child were playing racing. But Perry is not so simple. His agility is enough to dodge every attack. The student of the future warned his friends to be on the alert, as this rumble could attract new zombies. Where did such a creature suddenly come from? Can they really mutate and become stronger? If so, then the threat has become much more dangerous. Perry called the monster mutated, but not completely. They arrived at the moment of its mutation. While it is still weak, they have a chance to kill this creature. But after all, he was distinguished by his special strength and speed, strength and size. Literally, he was the strongest of his kind. It could destroy cars with its power. The monster can only be defeated if you find its weak points. Otherwise, it will be a corpse. The girls were very worried about Perry's life, since it was no longer possible to find a loophole, as in the case of the Sphinx. All their fears were a waste of time, as Perry avoids the attacks like a hare running away from another forest predator. Perry is not so simple as not to dodge such a light attack from such a monster. Such a monster, our hero, was equal to a mosquito. Still, the monster was furious. Hunger forced him to hunt for the weaker, but right now he was unlucky with his enemy. This creature will not give you peace, but our hero had no intention of dying. Such monsters should already be commonplace in the future. What scares us more is who these creatures will mutate into next, and how quickly. The monster fails to catch Perry, and it falls into a fiery rage, which made it fight even more bloodthirsty. Perry even manages to mock the monster and its hopelessness, since if it were to attack, the student would easily get away from all the pressure of the enemy. Gloria has already imagined what will happen to Perry if he gets hit by this monster that destroys cars with one attack. But Perry never lets you down, and he doesn't attack, as if he's waiting for an opportune moment, since this creature has very few weak points. The monster is already at the limit of emotions. Anger is already bulging out. It quickly wants to absorb this impudent person who does not even attack in response. The lieutenant noticed that there were no longer any escape opportunities around Perry, which meant that he needed to attack or his death was inevitable. Perry did not expect such pressure from the monster. Now it was much faster than before, which means the strength also increased. With its entire appearance, the creature frightened everyone in the area. Among the zombies, no one was equal to him, which pushed him to the top. Now Perry did not run away from the monster, although he was already nearby and could break off a tasty morsel. Still, everything would not be so simple for the monster, since the enemy in front of him was much more dangerous than all the previous ones. Here he is, a furious look that cuts enemies into pieces. The student no longer intends to dodge. Now he will cut from the shoulder. As expected from our hero, one swing of the blade, like a halberd, cuts off the hand of a monster. Perry's behavior in battle was strange. Why didn't he cut off the monster's hand earlier? What was on his mind? Gloria wondered. The fight continued, and the student decided to look at his sword, although there was a furious monster behind him who became even more angry since his hand was cut off. The fears were confirmed. The monster screamed in pain. Now it cannot fight with all its strength, but with hefty bloodthirstiness. The furious monster was already rushing at full speed towards Perry, preparing to blow his head off. Incredibly, the monster was already on his heels, but our hero prepared a pose for a powerful attack. Apparently, death had already come for the dead man. This pose meant a sudden counterattack. As expected, he left no chance for this monster to mutate further. Now he is another zombie who fell at the hands of the hero of the future. He didn't even manage to understand what happened. The hero disappeared from sight and cut him. Brains flew out. Perry again proved stronger than every monster and exceeded all expectations. The strongest monster on the block, the one who scared all the weak zombies and people away from here, fell in front of the tiny man with his smeared head down. The larger the cabinet, the louder it falls. The girls were amazed. He killed them with one swing of a dull sword and left no hope for life. Incredibly, after death, the monster began to release energy that poured into Perry, but he had not noticed this before. His strength was replenished. He became even stronger, as if he had increased his level. This is the ability of the crystal. He is capable of this. At this rate, he will easily increase his rank even after a year, yet his strength is amazing. The friends were very worried about that fight, but it turned out that Perry could chop up every enemy in a matter of seconds, which seemed strange, since the hero of the future always just avoided attacks. Everything was obvious. The whole secret was hidden in the monster's body. They only had to take a closer look at the monster. Not everyone liked to look at this creature, also dead, with brains blurred all over the earth. Gloria thought that Rosa was not afraid, since she did not show it, but the horror was present in her, yet she was determined to examine a potential enemy in the future, since one must know the enemy by sight. Perry saw potential in his girls, as both were uncomfortable with the sight of blood and flesh, but were able to overcome their fears, meaning that they would become very important people in this world. He grabbed Rose's hand. She immediately blushed with shame, but Perry wanted to calm her down so that she could see the whole monster properly. Rose began to study the monster's body, and Perry called Sergeant Gloria to join. He asked them about what they saw. There were bones on the body. They served as his armor, and it was impossible to pierce it with an ordinary sword. The bullets would not even scratch the creature. The exoskeleton was too strong to cut the creature in half, which is precisely why Perry did not attack it for a long time. What was more frightening was that such mutations appeared in just one day. What would happen next could only be guessed at the worst. The bones not only covered the entire body, but also became stronger. This advantage makes this creature immortal in the area, since not a single bullet will pierce such a frame. She compared these bones in terms of strength to metal. In front of them was a tank on 2 legs, which could only be penetrated by other military equipment. This is exactly what was stopping Perry. Thoughtless attacks will lead to the destruction of the blade, and shots are only a waste of ammunition. As the hero of the future found out, it is best to hit the joints, ignoring the exoskeleton. This is how it happened to kill the monster, cutting off its head with just one swing of the blade. Gloria immediately decided to inform everyone at headquarters about this, but didn't think at all that she had to get out of here first. Due to the fact that this big guy was the strongest in the area, the path to here was clear. But now weak zombies will fill the entire space here, and they should quickly get out of here. As expected, they arrived at the store just in time, just as the zombies were just gathering in the alleys. There were candles in the store, and our heroes decided to use them. There were 50 candles in total, and one was enough for only an hour, which means that they must be used wisely. Food is also a valuable resource that should be spent wisely. Gloria agreed with this, and also planned that canned and sugary foods should be used later, since they have the longest shelf life. Incredibly, Perry was very lucky with his partners, as they promised him that they would take over the cooking and let him go on vacation. The future hero tried to offer to help, but even Rose agreed with the lieutenant. Perry's pressure immediately dropped. He finally agreed to help and can relax thanks to the care of such beauties. These are craftswomen. They both did their best and prepared a royal dinner, but Perry was very lucky to have them. I won't tire of repeating. The hero praised this dinner without tasting it, as it initially looked very appetizing. The first test of a masterpiece from the fragile and delicate hands of beauties should be promising. The reaction was amazing. He recognized this taste from 1,000. As if lightning struck, so to speak, the hands of these sorceresses conjured an object of art. Rose already thought that Perry didn't like it, but he was more surprised since it was magical. It was all due to the spices, which were the best in China, but the merits of the girls cannot be denied. These spices would become a luxury in the future and the most valuable product on the black market, something he hadn't eaten in 10 years. This taste was a memory that he could only obtain by jumping back in time 10 years. Gloria took care of Perry and tried to get him to eat meat, since he paid all his attention to vegetables. He refused such care since he loved vegetables very much, and besides, he wanted to leave meat for them too. But he really wanted to eat vegetables, which were in short supply after the apocalypse, which was precisely the reason for his love for growing produce. The sergeant thought that he cared about them and brought out his kindness in him so that they would have a good meal. She was struck by such thoughts. She admired his kindness and began to sob like a child. Rose more and more did not understand the reason for the strange behavior of the children, since one was crying for no reason, and the other was reacting to food as if he did not like it. The candle has almost gone out, which means we need to get ready for bed and wait for a new day. The plates were empty and everyone had finished their dinner just as one candle went out. Even here, his concern knew no bounds. He decided to share the blankets with everyone, but did not take a single one for himself. He decided to sleep separately from everyone in the corner and let them bask together, but Gloria stopped him for some unknown reason. She asked him to stay with them because they had a lot of questions that they needed answers to. The lieutenant wanted to know why Perry was so strong and where he got so much knowledge, which was also interesting to Rose. The hero scratched his head and was finally able to understand what they wanted from him. The crescent moon had already taken its place in the sky and illuminated the path for everyone. The girls were shocked by what they heard. They were surprised by the evolution that the zombies had, which became stronger due to it. For only one reason, everyone around them became stronger and adapted to the world around them due to evolution. Rodents acquired strong front teeth to crack nuts. Zombies became stronger to stab people. In general, with each stage of evolution, zombies can be divided into as many as 5 classes. Stray zombies were the weakest, did not differ in particular strength and speed. Strength and size also did not change. The mutated dead were already much stronger and faster. They became giants among their own and could pose a danger to an ordinary person. The frightening corpses were a nightmare in the flesh. It was not for nothing that they received such a name. Only the 4th stage, and they are already disasters that can bring many problems to humanity. And here come the catastrophes, the highest level of power among the dead. They cannot even fall close to the power of the descendants, the highest level of evolution. The wandering ones did not have much strength, and they did not have any obvious changes for a long time. But suddenly they acquired fangs and claws instead of teeth and hands. Literally over time they became the most terrible creatures. Among the evolved, there are rare species, and that giant was precisely the species that is found only in the sands of deserts. The girls understood that the dead are becoming stronger, and what about ordinary survivors who cannot evolve? But there is also good news, and evolution zones allow people to become stronger. By that time, the sun had already taken its place at the zenith and gave an incredible view of its dawn. Finally, they began to get out. It's worth reconnaissance of the situation so that there are no unnecessary problems in the future. Gloria did not walk calmly. That conversation could not get out of her head, as the situation was getting worse and worse every minute. Rose was also restless, keeping her weapon at the ready to stop every surprise attack. And they were haunted by the very good news that people were also becoming stronger. Every person could and can evolve, even including our girls. They have already noticed that it is difficult for ordinary people to survive here for at least a day. Just for this reason, tomorrow they are going to get the Crystal of Evolution, and then the girls will practice fighting against the dead. Such good news never made the heroines happy. They were more scared for their lives. Other girls did not want to learn new skills and become stronger, because they were very afraid of the danger outside. He forgot about them again, although initially he didn't even want to take them with him. Morning was coming on the heels, sunlight was supposed to scare away the dead, but the strongest and bravest remained. So they came across a dead man on the way, who could become training for the girls. But no matter how it was, Perry decided to take him on himself, since he was stronger than ordinary strays. It didn't take long for our hero to deal with such a weakling and plunge a sword into his head. The blood of a fallen monster dripped from the sword, which could not do anything to our hero, since the difference in strength was too great. Still, that zombie did not live up to Perry's expectations, since he was weak, but the girls in their heads praised him again. Suddenly something appeared to the side. The hero glanced and waited for a new attack. On that side, there were dead men who were weaker than the last one, which would be just right for training. Finally, they will be able to practice. Perry considered these dead men to be weaklings, which will be just right for our beauties. Gloria was already in full readiness, but Rose did not at all like killing someone, or she was afraid of these creatures. He thought that his excessive concern had a bad influence, but his fears disappeared when he realized that she was only a high school student, and it was normal for her to be afraid. Suddenly she woke up. Perry promised her that in any case he would be there and help in an emergency. Rose gathered her courage, and now the fire was visible in her eyes. It shone brighter than any flame, yet Perry knows how to raise the morale of even such a beauty. She was very reasonable. Realizing that the elder could become the leader of the entire apocalypse, she could not get lost in his shadow. The dead did not wait for them to stop having a nice conversation. For them, there is no matter of honor and pride. Killing and only killing is on their minds. The sergeant took on the first and gave him a good rebuff. It was not in vain that she was recruited into the service. She did not waste time on it. Her actions were lightning fast. The dead man did not have time to respond with anything before his hands were wringing and preparing him for death. Zombies attack mindlessly. Precisely because of this, their actions are easy to predict and take action against them, if, of course, they are fighting against an intelligent creature. The monster can only utter his screams, which no one will ever understand. Gloria can breathe a sigh of relief. Defeating the monster using close combat was not easy for her. Now it was Rose's turn. The monster was already rushing after her. She was looking straight at him. Fear was present, but her intentions were higher than that. Here comes the first zombie attack. She easily avoids it, realizing that it is too early to counterattack. Time after time, the monster misses Rose. His thoughtless attacks are of no use. Her gaze shone brighter than all the stars, beautiful in everything. Two opposites in one beauty, unearthly sweetness and incredible fortitude, the flame of rage in her eyes and the fear of murder in her heart. The best time for a counterattack, she pierces the monster with her spear, like Odin with the spear Gungnir. Now her hands are stained with blood up to the elbows. The harsh world did not give her a peaceful life, marking her with the mark of a killer. But fate gifted her with the skill of survival. Now she is a real hunter. This time she is a killer, a victim and a witness, a monster killer, a victim of conscience and a witness of death. But she was able to cleanse the world of a monster that could kill many more people. Rose experienced the greatest fear in her life and overcame it. The strength of spirit of such a beauty is amazing. It will be difficult for her to recover from this. She will simply need support, since it is quite difficult to accept the first murder. Here she is, a worthy support. Perry, as promised, came to the aid of his fan at a difficult moment for her. The world was no longer the same for her. Everything was collapsing around her. The first murder of even a dead man would be difficult for her to accept. But suddenly, her gray world is painted with the brightest colors, and all she had to do was stroke Perry's head, since her beloved can warm her up warmer than any sun. He made it clear to her that there was no longer a moral standard in this world, and it was impossible to regret the death of a dead man at all, to which she immediately agreed. An incredible dawn shone over the sand dunes. The second day of the apocalypse began. The zone has not yet been deactivated. Perry noticed that it was dawn and he could move on to meet his goal. Gloria suggested climbing higher for reconnaissance purposes and looking at the situation from a different angle. Perry agreed with her and pointed to the building, which was the best option for reconnaissance. It was not for nothing that he chose this particular high-rise building. It was abandoned, which means that there will be few zombies who were previously residents here. Gloria wondered why they chose an unfinished building. Perry revealed the obvious. Where there used to be crowds, there are a lot of zombies. Where there are no people at all, you can meet at most a lonely couple. It was precisely this kind of thinking that Gloria could not get used to. The student pointed out something very important in that direction. Gloria immediately had to look at it. She couldn't understand at all what Perry was talking about. She looked at the pyramids, at the Sphinx, but nothing was visible. Still, she managed to notice a familiar car that was burning, had it really been set on fire under the scorching sun. It turns out that this was the same bus that Rosa was on. Something was clearly wrong about it. Everything turned out as Perry said. They were already hunting for them, but they were not found, and the bus was set on fire, an act of hot-tempered people. Gloria was glad that she had listened to him, but they did not know who these hunters were. But Perry was sure that they would find out very soon. Suddenly, he again pointed to that place. Something was happening not far from the bus. A group of radicals was passing through there. Their goal was an evolution crystal, which they were going to get without thinking about the consequences. The crystal shone brighter than the sun in the sky and attracted the attention of magpies, who climbed higher and watched our heroes, and also set the bus on fire. People did not find a place to survive and lay under rubbish, plastic bottles, and food packaging. Even Rose's friends noticed the glow, but it was very hard not to notice. This light provided many questions for Gloria, but its greatest impact was on Perry's crystal, which began to glow strangely. He noticed this influence. The crystal resonated, and that light only made the condition worse. The radicals were real madmen. They rode iron horses into the hands of danger without even thinking through a plan of action. It is unknown how they planned to defeat the Great Sphinx, the mythical god, but their intentions were definitely serious. The bandits were confident in their luck, and because the statue did not move, they thought that even God was on their side. So far, its wheels have been moving confidently, but if the Sphinx wakes up, this bandit will be in trouble first. He promises himself that with the help of the crystal, he can take over the whole world, becoming an absolute ruler. Gloria was senselessly afraid that such a dangerous thing as the crystal of evolution would fall into the hands of these people. Still, Perry was right about the fact that people are sometimes more dangerous than zombies, since such people are ready to enslave the whole world and create hell in the world in the flesh. The lieutenant wanted to quickly move forward and solve problems with these bandits, but Perry wanted to watch them even more. The hero said an important quote that in a game in which life is at stake, one absolutely cannot believe in luck. Suddenly, a sandy hill appeared under his wheels, on which he would take off like on a ramp, but this would be his last jump. A strange silhouette was formed from the sand, into whose paws the bandit was flying at full speed. Where are his loud and promising words that came out of his mouth much more confidently? To stumble on his first steps and die the death of another fool, that is his fate. The bandit was squeezed between the giant hands of the Sphinx, as divine punishment fell on this fool, whom the sand god did not like very much. The radicals are now not so confident in their victory. Soon their heads will fly from their shoulders at the hands of God. This will be very low on their part, since he will die as a punishment for the killer of fools. They did not understand what was happening before their eyes. There were two sphinxes here, and no one could have expected this. The first statue also stood motionless. Something was wrong with him. There was no that look that pierced the hearts of everyone. Incredibly, the statue was crumbling before our eyes. What was happening? It was a fake. These were the questions circling in everyone's heads. They began to understand the situation they were in. The bandits were hunting for a crystal and fell into a trap. The Sphinx was an insidious enemy. It is not for nothing that he is the god of mysteries. He smiled evilly in response to these impudent people. There was no point in running. They simply would not have had enough speed to escape from such a giant. All that was left was to fire at him. The shots also did not do any good. Each time the situation became worse and worse, and the Sphinx turned from a god in appearance into an insidious god. Gloria was surprised that these people had weapons, since this gave them an advantage in long-range combat. Except they have a lot of weapons and explosives, which they use against the sand god. The explosion occurred, but it was not for nothing that Perry suggested observing the actions of the bandits and coming up with a plan at the expense of their sacrifice. Incredibly, they were able to wound this giant, which means that he is not immortal and somehow he could be attacked. The pain made him howl at the top of his voice. They brought at least some harm to God and benefit to Perry. But suddenly a sand whirlwind appeared nearby. What is this? The Sphinx's new ability. Something is wrong in the Sphinx's behavior. Why would he erect a new statue? His trick has already been revealed to everyone, and no one will be surprised by it anymore. They understood that explosives were working, which meant they had to use them to their fullest, and then they would definitely defeat God himself. A couple more sticks of dynamite and our insidious god will fall and scatter him with the wind. A second explosion sounded. A little more, and there will be anarchy in the world, where the throne will be occupied by a bandit and a tyrant who will shed rivers of blood, but will take the place of the ruler of this world. A successful future has already flashed before them, where the apocalypse will come after the recent one. Now he didn't scream so much in pain. The Sphinx shook himself off and was ready to take out his divine rage on his enemies. Things got much worse. He recovered with a couple of shakes of his head. What was his secret? The old wounds have healed. The explosives no longer work. Something is wrong with that statue. There was some strangeness in it that was able to restore the Sphinx. The bandits were no longer so joyful. It seemed to them that the sand god was immortal, and they would no longer see victory. They had already harnessed their iron horses and were preparing to escape, but it was unlikely that the insidious god would let them go after such an intervention. The Sphinx will not tolerate this. They certainly will not be able to escape from God's punishment. The speed will not be enough. As expected from God himself, he will not let them escape even if they solve his riddles. The onlookers felt the horror that came from the monster. They understood that such a large size and immortality they could not overcome. Gloria herself was not confident in the success of our hero. Even she thought that there would be no way out after this. The enemy was too strong. But she never received an answer. Perry had already slipped away and left the horizon in an attempt to steal the crystal directly from the clutches of God. The student conquered the sand dunes and quickly rode towards the pyramid. Now he has observed enough and can come up with a good plan against God. The speed was amazing. He was in front of everyone, attracted the attention of all onlookers of the clouds of sand. One day the Sphinx himself would notice him. There were no unnecessary words from his mouth. His ride was more confident, since now he knows everyone is waiting for every sneaky trick from the god of riddles. Fear, this is not about him at all, is unbridled rage and strength that gives him fearlessness in front of any enemy. Onlookers did not immediately recognize Perry. They even considered his behavior reckless, since this happened a minute ago. Just those bandits gave him a good opportunity. He received enough information and can avoid every surprise. The pyramid here is also not simple. Even if there is a crystal of evolution at the top, there is some kind of secret at its base. She definitely haunted Perry. Something was wrong with her, and he clearly saw it. The students suspected the pyramid that it could become the second guardian. It is not for nothing that in other zones, the guardians protect the crystal in pairs. The hand tightly squeezed the steering wheel, stronger and stronger. His intentions were more serious than ever. Victory would be guaranteed. So the Sphinx himself noticed him. He could not expect such pressure from his enemies. Everyone wanted to get a crystal and become many times stronger. The hero stood opposite the Sphinx. The guardian understood his intentions. He was definitely not here to observe the views of the pyramids. Perry exceeded his very impudence. He dared to call God a cat and called him closer to him. A small fire burned in his eyes. With immortality, no one can interfere with him, but this does not bother our hero. The Sphinx followed Perry's lead. He was able to win his attention and become a worthy enemy, and a madman who decided to attack the immortal god of mysteries. The bandits were sure that our hero's behavior was insane. They considered him an idiot for going into battle with such danger without coming up with a plan. Sergeant Gloria understood that if Perry decided to do something, then he was acting correctly. He would never run where his feet took him. Meanwhile, the sandcat was preparing a strong attack. Its silhouette was terrible. There was nothing good about it. But Perry is not so simple. It is not for nothing that he is the hero of the future. It is on his shoulders that the salvation of all humanity lies, and it is he who will get this crystal. Incredibly, he used the blade as a spring to launch himself into the air to avoid the blow. And he does it in the best possible way. His skill is amazing. He uses every consumable to the maximum. Owning a motorcycle is like they are one and the same, as if from birth he is on wheels, demonstrating his incredible skill to everyone around him. The Sphinx is disgraced time after time. No matter how fast he is, Perry will always escape all sudden blows. The onlookers did not believe their eyes. They thought that everything would be so simple, and the hero would bow his knees at the beginning of the battle. No matter how it was, he would destroy their expectations until they died. Really, the Sphinx's eyes shone with a golden light, a new ability of the god that no one had ever seen. He probably recognized our hero as a worthy opponent. The sand was collected into silhouettes. The sand god collected new statues, which consisted of golden sand, and the Sphinx himself was a jeweler. Incredibly, these statues turned out to be clones of the great god. The danger was increasing with every second. Furious warriors under the wing of God were chasing at full speed towards our hero in order to bite into his neck and bite him to the bone. Perry noticed new enemies, just a few, and they would catch up with him, which he understood very well. Rose saw how the situation changed. The number of abilities was amazing, and also the call of clones that surpassed anyone in speed. The onlookers themselves were also surprised and glad that our hero was able to expose his new ability, but they were most confident in his death. They were sure that the clones would catch up with him. He wouldn't be able to run away from them for long, and he would die for the sake of the bandits' success. But something changed. Perry realized that those creatures were much faster than him, and he decided to stop to protect himself from them. It was not they who attacked him, but he was waiting for an opportune moment to take their lives and chop each one down. The bandits thought that our hero was desperate and realized that it was useless to run. Rosa and Gloria did not understand the reason for the stop, but they completely forgot that he would never do anything without thinking. The chase continued. The sand lions were on their tail and did not give their victims a chance to escape. Perry quickly changes the course of events. He makes a sudden U-turn to meet the clones and prepares to once again destroy the expectations of the radicals. There was never any fear in his eyes. He rode forward towards death. Everything in his behavior was unshakable. The two opponents came face to face, each moment thrilling, like a gladiator in the Roman Colosseum fighting for victory. Over and over again, Perry did the impossible. Literally everyone saw that his life was inevitable, but he did not care what they said about him. There was not a drop of fear or constraint in him, only a thirst for murder. Now the bandits were not so sure of his death. They were even surprised by his skill. None of them was capable of such a thing and would hardly dare to do such a thing. The girls also couldn't believe their eyes. Everything happened too quickly. In an instant, he chopped down every lion and again demonstrated the impossible. But suddenly something was wrong. The top of the pyramid shone like the sun in the sky. Incredibly, that pyramid definitely hid something in itself, since the Sphinx received a great boost due to the pyramid. Perry seemed to be struck by lightning, and he himself suspected that something was wrong. It was not for nothing that there was only one guardian here, or rather, there could be two of them. The closer Perry was to this light, the more influence it had on his crystal, as if someone was looking at him, burning through his soul. Yes, there was still something wrong here. Perry wanted to solve the riddle of the Sphinx, what he was hiding in this ill-fated pyramid. After its strengthening, the Sphinx became much faster and stronger than before. The pyramid was a stronger guardian than the Sphinx, and remained in constant secrecy in order to protect the crystal to the last. Now Perry was being chased by a giant cat. She was faster, and could easily catch up with the hero of the future. The girls noticed this oddity with the pyramid. It was not for nothing that the Sphinx became as fast as its maneuverable clones. Suddenly, there was dynamite under Perry's wheels. Could he really use it against the Sphinx, yet he should no longer act against him? Perhaps he had a more insidious idea in his head, and he needed the stick of dynamite for a more important purpose. The onlookers understood that a genius was playing against him, and it was better for them to observe his decisions, since he always destroyed their expectations. The fuse has already sparkled. A little more, and there will be a strong explosion that everyone in the zone will hear. The sand god smiled evilly, as he was sure that he was another fool who would waste explosives on him. But something didn't go according to the Sphinx's plan. The checker flew in a completely different direction. Yet Perry has a more interesting plan. The Sphinx's insidious gaze changed to fear. He was scared, as if someone had figured out his secret. Perry's reconnaissance went better than just successfully. A strong explosion thundered throughout the entire zone. Perry learned everything he wanted and can begin to think about further actions. The student of the future discovered a way to escape from this sandy hell. Everything he saw and learned. All that remained was to easily take the crystal of evolution and emerge victorious. The girls did not expect such a move at all. Perry knew the northern region too well and used his knowledge to the fullest. The bandits didn't expect this either, or rather, they were at a loss. In such situations, no one would remember that there might be a subway under their feet. But Perry was much smarter than everyone here. In every situation, he was one step ahead of his enemy. The situation with the bus, the store, and the building. If he had not been here, a lot of people would have died. Here he can already say goodbye to the monster and leave his desert, since he has revealed too many of his trump cards to him. So the trail disappeared for our hero. Everything was according to his incredible plan. First to observe the madmen, and later to go and reliably study the behavior of the monster himself. Rose and Gloria can breathe a sigh of relief that their beloved Perry is safe, but Gloria was haunted by the fact that he did not give them any meeting place. Beauty confirmed her words and believed that it was better for them to wait for him here, but Lieutenant Gloria did not like this decision. The policewoman takes big steps forward in her progress, now thinking like Perry as she believes they need to think through their next steps. Someone was tracking them from the bandit high-rise. Gloria managed to notice this, which means they were tracked down, and the hunt for them will soon begin. The main thing is that it was these people who could set the bus on fire, which means that the hunt has been going on for them since yesterday, and they should find a secluded place. The radicals probably noticed Perry's skill and will want to use it for their own purposes. If he disobeys, the girls will be taken hostage, which will be very convenient for them. It was worth leaving before it was too late, since they could become a burden for him. The screams of the radicals were heard everywhere. Their plan was clear to everyone. Even the girls guessed their intentions. One of the observers was already running to report to the chief about the discovery of those who were on the bus yesterday. The commander of these 6 liked to flip a coin, which may mean that he was gambling in their activities. The radical commander was covered in scars, had clearly suffered many battles, and had become a madman professional warrior. The 6th observer reported everything he had. Apparently they really liked Perry. It's not for nothing that they are chasing him like that. As expected from the radicals, to use what was still in effect, they understood that the hero knew a lot, and his knowledge could be used to obtain the evolution crystal. They had already set out to hunt, gathered all their strength to capture the 2 girls. The commander was definitely a madman. It was late afternoon. The second day of the apocalypse was coming to an end, but the danger did not disappear. The girls ran at full speed to avoid falling into the hands of insidious bandits who had never spoken to a woman in their lives. The sergeant decided to leave here through the alley, since they might be noticed. But Rose thought that there were a lot of zombies there, which would be a reason not to go there. Gloria understood well Perry's lesson that people in recent days are much more dangerous than the infected. There it was, that very same alley. There was nothing inviting to go through it, but there was no other way. A dark room, just enough to hide in and no one will ever find them. That darkness still haunted Rose. She was sure that there should be a lot of dead people here, but everything around was empty. Gloria was worried about something completely different. The sounds of an engine from the side, which meant only one thing. The bandits were very close. As expected, those radicals were looking for our girls with great interest, but they could not find how long it would last. They drove very close until they knew that their goal was very close. The lieutenant listened carefully to their every word. Her fears were confirmed. She now also thinks one step ahead of her enemies. The radical commander was sure that the target was very close, since they had no transport. The girls understood that they should hurry, but were at a loss as to where to go. The policewoman knew the area well. She was given such a position for a reason. She constantly looked around so that suddenly the enemies would not attack their trail, and besides, the wind covered their tracks as they moved along loose sand, along which it would never be possible to track a person. Gloria told Rosa to be quieter and lower than the grass. They walked slowly, not a single unnecessary movement, gracefully, like ballerinas. What was disturbing was that not a single zombie appeared on their way. Whether it was luck is not at all clear. The atmosphere was very tense. Every wrong move could lead to their death or make them a burden to Perry. Everything is terrible. It is unknown why there was suddenly a creaking sound from the door. There was definitely something behind it. But this is not so important, since the radicals could hear it. Still, they kept their ears sharp and definitely heard this creak from the side. Gloria was confused. It was unlikely that anything would help them, since predators were already on their trail. Rose claimed that it was not her. This creak came out of nowhere, but was it so important? Now they are in a trap. They managed to pass the time, but the radicals still found a trace on the tail of these beauties. What awaits them now? One can only hope for a hero with an iron horse. No one knows what horror awaits them. The escape plan did not work. Perry was very far away, and the radicals could use them as hostages to take advantage of his power and knowledge. Last time, Perry did the impossible, tease God himself and escape alive from his clutches. Only our hero could do this. He was thinking about how to defeat this giant monster, the god of riddles and simply the Sphinx. His head was full of thoughts. But it seemed strange to him that the sand god had so suddenly received incredible power. Something was definitely not pure here. According to the memory of our hero of the future, this level of complexity is not at all typical for evolution zones. Immortal guardians also receive power from nowhere. What was even more disturbing was that in her past life, Rose was able to overpower these guardians and take the crystals of evolution for herself. But suddenly it dawned on him. It wasn't about the high school student at all. It was connected to something completely different. Here is the solution. Perry himself was to blame for everything. That strange reaction, that terrifying look. All the red threads led to one thing, to our hero. The power of his crystal was that he could absorb the power of the dead he killed, but in return he became like them. Suddenly it dawned on him that he was able to unravel the most important secret of the Sphinx and its guardians. He had already come close to solving the mystery of why there was only one guardian in this zone. Everything was initially not as the eyes of all the inhabitants of the zone saw. There were truly two guardians, and it was the second, stronger one who was hiding inside the pyramid, summoning zombies and giving strength to the Sphinx. Perry decided to find the entrance to this subway to get out. Then, together with the girls, discuss a plan to defeat the guardians. Incredibly, even in the destroyed metro, there was still electricity, which means it will be possible to go far away from here or something better to come up with. Perry was so immersed in his thoughts that he even forgot to look around and did not notice the giant crowds of the dead. Well, now he has enough information about the enemy, and he can say that he knows the enemy by sight like the back of his hand. Here we are taken to a coin flipper, the boss of the local area, who is hunting for our heroines. Today should be a holiday for the bandits. If they manage to catch Rosa and Gloria, then it won't be difficult for them to use Perry for their dirty purposes. The radicals were truly insane. Only the symptom of a psychopath was visible on their faces. They went crazy due to the fact that the boss imposed unheard of wealth and power on them. Even if they get it, a second apocalypse will come to the world. But suddenly something interfered with their zeal. A couple of bullets erased the smile from their faces. All the evil that they did here had no meaning for them, since they were now dead. The lieutenant holds her position for a reason. She can easily stand up for herself and the defenseless. Realizing that they need them alive, she can take advantage of their helplessness. A couple of criminals have already fallen. It's unlikely that this will scare the bandits to come closer, but it certainly won't last long. The girls were in a trap that they had driven themselves into. All that was left was to fight off the enemies with their last strength and wait for Perry to arrive. Still, Boss doesn't care at all about who Gloria is. Even though she is the commander-in-chief of the army, now there is no law before him, and his representatives for him are only men and beauties in uniform. Here are the first shots from the bandits. They clearly intend to do it seriously. They are even ready to wound the girl. Not a single bullet hit, as if they were not aimed at, but they had to run, otherwise they would not escape death. The heroines decided to hide around the corner between the houses. While they have strength, their legs are walking, and their heads are thinking they can always be saved. But the most important bad weather was the cartridges. They ran out at the very moment for them. They were at a dead end, the bandits were nearby, the cartridges had run out, everything could not have been worse. The situation was heating up. Perry would have to wait for a long time. For the bandits, everything was perfect. The main enemy, Perry, was distracted by the Sphinx. The girls ran out of ammunition, and he could easily grab them, torturing them to death. Their temper was terrible. They laughed at the fact that the crowd could squeeze two fragile beauties into a corner, real weaklings. The girls understood that the situation was very bad. Gloria thought about the next steps, but apparently nothing came to mind. But suddenly panic spread among the group of bandits. What was it? They were talking about a certain sound of an engine, which was similar to a motorcycle rushing behind them. Suddenly, the six seemed to be struck by lightning. It turned out that the sound was coming from above, and it was getting closer and closer. Incredibly, the student of the future arrived just in time. Oh, our savior? How magnificently he flies over the heads of the girls. So he crushed the smartest one, salvation is now guaranteed, and the girls have nothing to fear anymore. Screams came from another alley. This greatly intrigued the boss of the gang of bandits. Someone unknown was driving the bandits out of the alley. He was clearly strong, as he was able to clear the street from a crowd of enemies. They were very frightened. Little by little, their immense confidence left the radicals. Their enemy was able to show them their place. Here he is. Perry will not spare anyone now. Every enemy will fall at his hands, since they dared to attack his beauties. As it turned out, they still recognized him. The strange thing is that they called our hero of eccentrics, even if he was a local genius. The girls warned him to be careful, as they want to use his power and knowledge against the Guardians. Perry will not engage in long negotiations. He will first ask a question. After receiving an answer, he will already decide what to do with the enemy and what he deserves. The boss told the whole truth that he wanted from him. All that the head of the district needed was our hero and his capabilities. The student is good at daring his elders, only he has enough power to take the lives of the entire gang. The boss will not tolerate such impudence. He comes with a business proposal, and the kid is rude to him. That's all his thoughts. It was precisely because of such people that the disaster only worsened and grew into an apocalypse, Perry believes. The bandit boss does not believe that good people are destined to survive in this world. If they stumble, they will die. Only scoundrels survive here. Perry made a simple but true point. Hard times create terrible people, bringing out their worst traits and hidden intentions. The existence of such people can pose a threat to the entire civilization, namely those people who want only wealth for themselves and destruction around them, who do not care what happens to a loved one, those who have no values. The bandits were perplexed that Perry suddenly glowed with red flames and even considered him infected. By that time, the student rushed to attack. His enhancements brought our hero to a new level of strength. He literally became lightning and disappeared in front of his enemies. The radicals should already be accustomed to the fact that an eccentric can do the impossible, but they were ready for this, or rather, for such speed. Only a moment passed, and almost the entire gang was already dead. They were pierced by an unknown force. The hope of victory left them. It was a real horror for the bandits. Their whole life flew by before their eyes, but they were supposed to become worthy opponents for our hero. The boss was already in despair. He ordered everyone to shoot every centimeter in this alley. Bullets are no problem for Perry. He is much faster than them. His sword cuts off more heads than bullets come out of their barrels. Everyone called him a madman, an eccentric and a suicide bomber, but now each of them is dying at his hands. His hands are chopping off their chests and heads, and they can't do anything. A couple of moments and each bandit says goodbye to his thieving, criminal life. All their joys have become a moment of happiness. After all, the gang boss saw the reality before his eyes. At this rate, Perry would only chop up everyone, and their kidnapping operation would be a complete failure. Rose saw that the elder became stronger again and again. Literally, with every second his strength doubled. Suddenly, her look changed. She was scared. Something was in front of her and made her shake in a cold sweat. Still, the insidious boss will always be cunning. He has no moral standards, and moreover, there is only one way left for him to survive, to capture the girls, threatening them with death. Rose and Gloria could have relied on Perry, but he was too far away. They could only rely on themselves and their strength. Everything was not so colorful. The last way out of such a situation would not be successful for the bandit boss, or rather, he would die even earlier. All his pressure disappeared as soon as he took his bullet in the back. Now he won't be able to do anything. His whole gang is dead, and he will be next. This criminal was unlucky to get against our hero. If someone else were in his place, he would have had some chance of winning. But here he is not destined to win. Still, one partner survived, but something was clearly wrong with him, as if he was pretending to have a weapon. He looked truly ridiculous. It was probably from him that Perry snatched the gun in order to stop the arrogant boss. So the last minute came for him, his head exploded, and he didn't even understand anything. Surprising is already commonplace for Perry. In addition to the fact that he is a master of close combat, he is also quite good with long-range weapons, which his enemies could not expect. The hero thought that it was his imagination, but still the boss was still alive. He was lucky, and the bullet did not hit any vital organs, since Perry is a skilled shooter. The insidious boss was very arrogant. Even now he hoped for his luck, so that his coin would decide whether he should live or die. The elder knows how to inspire hope in his enemies. He said that he was interested. But can this be considered true? Of course not. But the bandit was already completely sure of his words. But he didn't know what Perry was at all. Nothing prevented him from asking for a coin. As expected from our Perry, there is no mercy. He wants to hope for luck. Let him hope for it in the next life. The main joy for Perry is that his beauties are safe and sound, a real luxury in these times. In this battle, they had large supplies of equipment. All that remained was to collect all their weapons and go to the store for negotiations. Incredibly, the inside of the building was filled with monsters. What will happen when they all get used to daylight and get out? Gloria was finally able to understand what caused that creak that ruined their entire escape. Yet Rosa was not to blame for this. Now they can return. They had a lot of equipment. Victory over the Guardians was guaranteed. Gloria clearly remembered the remaining bandits who needed to be finished off so that no one else would dare to disturb the peaceful people and survivors. But all the circumstances have long been against the bandits. Those zombies from the subway have already become accustomed to daylight and have probably already encountered their group. The remaining radicals waited for the last search group, but they did not return. Instead, they would have a campaign of walking corpses. Not long ago there were no zombies here, but fate is clearly not on the side of the scoundrels who have to survive the most. Screams, and attempts spread throughout the entire northern region, and today another problem in the form of bandits has been solved. The second day of the apocalypse was coming to an end. The day did not pass without success. Now you can return to your home store with peace of mind. Our heroes returned with bags full of weapons. The day was not in vain. They cut off the life of the threat to humanity and obtained a lot of equipment from them. Those cowards were very happy about their arrival. It seems they really missed them, because when they saw the heroes, they simply beamed. For the hero, this day was not a difficulty, the little things in life, but the cowards were worried about the weapons behind their backs. There were, well, too many of them. The girls were on the verge of death. He fought with God, but for him, everything was nothing. As if nothing had happened, such fearlessness infuriated the heroines. This day had not been easy by any means, but now he could drink soda and enjoy his vacation to its fullest. Gloria recognized this weapon. It was from prisons and police stations. They could do anything to her colleagues, which she sadly understood. Still, it was not in vain. We managed to get rid of the bandits, who were a great threat to civilians. But the zombies had not been canceled, and they still posed a danger. There were definitely advantages to the death of the radicals. If they had acted differently, they would have suffered much more losses and problems. Gloria definitely agreed with Perry's thoughts, but it was just one word from his mouth that bothered him. When they first met, Perry called himself a cleaner, which could mean that he had been getting rid of problems for a very long time. But at the time, he did not understand that he was in the past. Suddenly, Rose became interested in what our hero found out during the battle with the Sphinx. This is where it should be very interesting. What Perry will tell in a couple of moments should confuse the girls, since they could not expect this from an ordinary keeper. As you know, their main enemy was the Guardian Sphinx. He depicted him in the form of a soda can, for the sake of completeness. The high school student well understood how strong the Sphinx was. In addition to its size, strength, and speed, it was also immortal. It was just a nightmare. Perry suggested focusing not only on the Sphinx itself, there was another statue on the side of the pyramid that also needed to be destroyed. The same trick of the Sphinx, which the first crazy bandits fell for, hoped for luck and died. Getting an evolution crystal is like a die or kill contest. To achieve such luxury, you have to sacrifice everything, kill a god or die at his hands. Suddenly he hinted at the fake body of the Sphinx, pointing to a green soda can. What could he mean? I think girls. They understood that something was wrong here. The fake Sphinx definitely had some secret, which Perry knew about. The first time the bandits managed to wound the Sphinx with an explosion, They inflicted quite a lot of damage on him, which was initially a success. This was not to the liking of the sand god. Ordinary people were able to hurt him. For him, this was the worst humiliation. But in an instant, everything became useless. As the student hinted, what affected that damage? Why did he suddenly become immortal? The beauty finally guessed that the statue contained the main secret of the Sphinx's immortality. As long as it was intact, it was impossible to wound the god. The problem was too big. With the information that God was not immortal, it became easier. But the issue with the second statue had to be resolved. It took longer for Gloria to reach her, but she was close, since the second Sphinx played the role of a totem that bestowed immortality. Both Sphinxes are containers. The motionless statue contains the life of a god, which is why it stands in the rear under the protection of an attacking guardian who cannot be wounded. Once you destroy the rear Sphinx, life will flow into the attacker, and that's when he can be attacked. The policewoman was at a loss. She could not understand how this was possible, even if it was not very important. The main thing here was to defeat the guardian. Rose assimilated all the information in the best possible way. She realized that it was worth destroying the second statue, and only then would it be possible to defeat the Sphinx. But that's not all. There's not much time after destroying the statue, so you should hurry up in order to finish off the monster before it's restored. The plan for Lieutenant Gloria was difficult. Her brain was boiling in her blood, but it did not give any result. Suddenly, an idea comes into her head to blow up the statue along with the pyramid, but Perry is unlikely to like it. As expected, with this explosion, they will bring themselves even more problems and even an extra enemy that the girls did not know about. The heroines did not understand why this idea was so bad, that this could happen from the explosion of the pyramid. But now the curtain has been opened for them. Inside the pyramid is hiding a creature much more terrible than the Sphinx. Not that it was frightening, but that it was much stronger and more dangerous, which could not mean anything good. It was difficult for them to imagine something like this. Something stronger than the Sphinx was hiding in the pyramid and not showing itself. The cowards were also speechless. They were unable to eavesdrop quietly, but they clearly succeeded in getting new nightmares for the night. The loyalty of that guardian was amazing, but in many ways it would have been much worse if he had gotten out and struck fear into the people who needed the crystal. That guardian was strong, but he didn't care about anyone until someone took the crystal, and when the stone of evolution was taken, the zone would fall and the guardians would disappear. Everything was as expected. The girls were in complete shock. Such information plunged them into misunderstanding and fear, since they cannot overcome one guardian, and then the second is even stronger. Perry knew that there were 3 evolution crystals, which meant there was enough for all the girls, and for him, that everyone received their own power. The little cowards dared to go out to the heroes and wish them good luck, but hardly anyone remembered them. Gloria and Rosa were definitely in shock when they saw these two, since before there wasn't even any wind coming from them, but here they wished them luck. Perry clearly explained that no one is going to die. They just need to come up with a competent plan that can overcome the Sphinx's cunning. The police suspected in the hero's words that he was going to take the crystal alone, but he was behaving too arrogantly, so they were a team. So Gloria begins to be indignant. What does the arrogant student think? Going alone to battle with God, no matter how wrong it is? The lieutenant will not allow this to happen. Rose was in solidarity with her sister. It was not just that she learned to fight monsters. She is the same comrade who will cover your back. On top of that, Perry is very strong, so the girls have a reason to trust him, and extra hands never hurt. Now he has no right to refuse. Decisions are made by the whole team, and not by the commander. He has nothing more to say in denial. It is decided, they agree to Perry's request for help, and from that day on, preparations for the implementation of the plan begin. The phrase flew through the entire store that they would get out of this zone together, and it couldn't be any other way. Before thinking about a plan, you need to refresh yourself so that your brain is strengthened. It is not for nothing that it is the same muscle mass. It needs to be developed. There is plenty of time to prepare. 3 days will be spent on training, drawing up a plan, and finding resources with equipment, even if they already have plenty of it. The energy that was absorbed into Perry after killing the zombies could become a powerful amplifier, and our hero tested it on those bandits. It was not for nothing that he was confused with the infected. Previously, the bloody crystal could only increase Perry's physical strength, but after rebirth, killing zombies concentrated energy, which was collected in the crystal and subsequently gave significant enhancements to our hero. The red crystal played the role of a battery in Perry's body. The gain was amazing from time to time. He literally became lightning for his enemies. That gang suffered a tremendous defeat. The new power made the hero's movements lightning fast, No one could follow them. Only mirages flashed before their eyes, and Perry himself had already plunged a blade into his back. The bandits were very weak and little energy was spent on them. But the Sphinx, he is a completely different case. Defeating him will require a gigantic amount of energy, then triumph will not take long. There are 3 whole days to prepare. This time is enough to accumulate enough energy to defeat the Sphinx with one swing of the sword. Rose had no desire to sit in the store and waste her skirt. There was an exact decision. They fight together until the end. Lieutenant Gloria didn't have to wait long, which means the hunt for zombies and their energy has begun. The plan will soon be in action. Strangely enough, the little cowards decided to stay in the store and eat vegetable salads so as not to let the good things go to waste. Her attempts to stop at least the girls were in vain. They left and did not even listen to her. Whether they remember that she is still with them is unknown. The 3rd day after the apocalypse and the 1st day of preparation, Perry gains the energy of the dead and charges his battery to full, so that it is certainly enough for one god. The 4th day after the apocalypse, on the 2nd day of preparing the plan, Perry and Rose were able to find the drone on the control panel. The plan was almost ready. The 5th day after the apocalypse, already at the end of the 3rd day of preparation theory, the girls are studying the plan in detail and painting every detail. Things are moving anxiously, but surely. Another day went with a bang. Preparations were in full swing. We can say with certainty that starting tomorrow the zone will fall, and the heroes will receive new powers. The cowards were in their 7th sleep and drooling into the pillow. Everything was going as it should. Everyone was doing what they could. The student of the future is also getting ready for bed after difficult days of preparation. By the morning, he needs to get enough sleep and be ready for a serious battle. Gloria glared at her partner. Perhaps something was bothering her, but she was silent and could not say a word. She seemed to be thinking about something. She couldn't take her eyes off Perry, as if she was frozen in thought. Perry is not a fool and feels this strange eye on himself. Yet he decided to ask what was wrong with him that he was being stared at like that. Her guesses were confirmed. She stared into space only because she was thinking about how his powers were too great and how he got them. Such thoughts were clearly not to the liking of the student of the future. It is not for nothing that he hides the fact that he knows everything 10 years in advance. He remained silent about this. He understood that they might have thoughts about the fact that his knowledge and strength are far ahead of everyone else. But Gloria did not think about this with some hidden self-interest. Her interest knew no bounds, and his strength only made her trust him. But suddenly she remembered the promise that Perry himself had given them. He seemed to have even forgotten about it. The promise was that they would always fight together. In an alliance they would have knee-deep seas, waist-deep mountains. That was the promise, and it could not be forgotten. Such sincerity struck our hero. He did not expect this from the girls, since he saw in them only a partner and a future important person who is capable of controlling the elements. Of course, he will not be against such a wonderful offer when he can fight hand in hand with such beauties, who will soon not be inferior in strength to weather conditions. The 6th day came after the apocalypse. The sun was shining with all its strength, which means that luck will be on the side of the heroes. The remaining survivors, before there was no word from them, now after the destruction of the gang of bandits, they were not threatened by anything other than zombies. Smiles were shining on their faces. Finally, their lives were not oppressed by insidious bikers, and there were much fewer dead people. One of the survivors suddenly heard the sound of a motor. Someone was rushing across the desert on a motorcycle and apparently was heading towards the Sphinx. Incredibly, the plan is already in motion. Perry is already rushing towards the crystal while the survivors are gathering supplies and consider him crazy. What kind of madman is rolling out at such an early hour? How impudent he is. How he dared to provoke God. What madness. These are the thoughts that visit the heads of these survivors. But suddenly their leader noticed something. He probably recognized our hero and all his actions that he committed 3 days ago. It was clear in his gaze that he saw the Savior. Now it is clear that he recognized him and will root for his victory with all his heart. He ordered his men to climb higher. It was necessary to consider every moment in this exciting battle, even if there was a giant cat wandering around there. Meanwhile, Perry has already entered the territory of the Sand God. Once in his domain, one must behave according to the rules of the Sphinx or overthrow him from the throne. The giant cat noticed its new enemy. Now someone will come out victorious and take someone's life. The Sphinx does not hesitate and prepares its clones for attack in advance. But whether its attacks will be as useful as before, now all its mysteries have been solved. The most dangerous warrior is not the one who chops stone, not the one who constantly trains his skills, but the one who, with the shine in his eyes is ready to convince the enemy that he is already dead. The one whose blade shines with the intention to kill. Our hero possesses these qualities. This is his strength. Whether it's a stick in his hands, in any case, these cats will be chopped into pieces. In the curtain of smoke, the silhouette of the killer of the gods is visible. Our hero dared to challenge the Sphinx and is ready to overthrow him from the throne. It won't be that simple. A stick of dynamite is flying straight at the Sphinx. What will be his next actions? But as you know, more than one explosion will not be of any use. Yet this is a way to convince him that his secret has not been solved. The survivors did not understand what was on this hero's mind. The thought of defeating this monster did not even enter their heads. Such explosions are not a hindrance to the immortal god, but how long will it last? Very soon the plan will come into effect, and the god will lose his current authority. This is a real salvo of dynamite sticks. It's unlikely to hurt him in any way, but it's the best way of distraction. So 4 powerful explosions were heard, and there should have been a white veil of smoke before our eyes for a short time. The survivor did not know Perry's real plan, thinking that he was wasting too many explosives. But once he discovered the hidden agenda, he would have strong confidence in the hero. Still, he realized that our hero's goal was not the attacking Sphinx. He needed a statue that would be crushed to smithereens any minute. Perry managed to hit the survivors. The battle became more and more exciting. Literally, the ground under his feet became red-hot lava. Our god has emerged from the clouds of smoke. Everything is already decided for him, and execution awaits him nearby. You can be sure that if his eyes see what the hero of the future is going to do, he will be in a burning rage. His anger will have no frames and boundaries. Everything around him will become ruins. The first explosion was heard. Now the Sphinx should understand that the secret has been revealed, and he will no longer be able to deceive the survivors. As it turned out, he was very afraid of smart people. Earlier fools came to him on motorcycles and they died quickly. But now in front of him is a sage who unraveled his secret. Anxiety. God is furious. The real battle has begun. God's punishment will be unbearable. Now Perry will be the first target. Something inexplicable was happening under the wheels, like an earthquake that would lower our hero to the core of the earth. Incredibly, the Sphinx is definitely angry in earnest. A gigantic column of sand rises up under his feet. The motorcycle can no longer be restored, and Perry will have to fight on his feet. The survivor uses every emotion to describe every action in battle, literally being on the battlefield himself. The blade is almost out of its sheath. It is a consequence of the fact that the Sphinx will soon get what she deserves and leave the crystal of evolution as a dowry. Soon his sandy body will crumble into particles, and he will become the next victim of Perry's sword, which will pierce him deeper than ever. The hero is already preparing for a large-scale attack. The blows should already cause damage to the Sphinx, which means that everything will not be useless. From minute to minute, only horns and legs will remain of the Sphinx. As a guardian, he has already fulfilled his duty. All that remains is for him to give the crystal of evolution to the strongest and wittiest. The first swing of the blade, the sword is filled with the desire for death and sharpened by old victims who fell from the edge. The Sphinx should be prepared for the worst consequences for itself, since the first time the blade entered very deeply, which means the second will be promising. As it turned out, the cut will not be weak, but it is too early to rejoice. Such success means nothing while the monster is alive. Only when there is final victory, only then can one rejoice. The guardian became even angrier. Baring his teeth, he glared, pressed with his presence, and sowed fear. The solution was correct. There is no shell. Now God is not so immortal, which means you can do with him whatever your heart desires. The sand god realized that his secret was now revealed. He could not come to terms with it, and there were 2 ways left for him: victory over this insolent person or a valiant death. Perry again wants to surprise with something. He is hiding something behind his collar, which means that our hero still has a lot of trump cards. He again proves that not only can he swing a sword, long-range combat has not been cancelled. It's unlikely that a couple of bullets will cause anything serious, but it's just the thing to distract him. The most important thing is that the bullets do not hit the eyes. Otherwise, you will have to fight for a long time without a shell. And without vision, it is even worse. The student walked confidently. No one could afford to behave so arrogantly towards God. Everyone lived in fear under his cover, and he became the only militia. There were still 20 seconds left before recovery. Time is really short, so it must be used wisely, otherwise defeat. The Sphinx did not like this attitude towards himself. He is a god, after all, and here he is humiliated and cut off from the shoulder. But Perry is not one of those who will feel sorry for giant cats. He intends to be serious, die or kill. That's his principle. Still, it did not help the Sphinx to protect his eyes. Now he is a blind god. His vision is closed to him, and he will have to find the enemy by touch. There was less and less time. Every second counted. It was impossible to waste time. Perry did everything quickly in order to hurt more. The Sphinx attacked at random, his eyes did not see, and he had to act on instincts, and Perry's tactics were amazing. A blind monster would be much safer. Each swing of the sword brought a lot of pain and torment, but the hero did not even have the thought of feeling sorry for the giant cat. As soon as the Sphinx felt pain, at that very second he tried to brush away the impudent mosquito that was thirsting for his blood, even if he still wouldn't stop doing so. There were 10 seconds left before recovery. They definitely wouldn't have time to kill this creature, but they still had the opportunity to injure him more. The student is preparing another attack. He is going to plunge the blade straight into his back and pierce him through so that he no longer stands in the way. As expected, Perry outdoes himself. All his opponents leave the battle with defeat. No one has a chance for the desired victory, since it always slips into the hands of our hero. You can't expect sympathy from him. You've become his enemy. Expect death and only death. You won't even notice how she comes in without knocking on the door. The Sphinx was in unbearable pain. Such horror had never happened in his life. 3 days of silence made him feel confident. But only during this time, a way to defeat him was found. Then Perry was struck. The Guardian was so strong that even he could not pierce him. The power of the gods is amazing, and their strength is also terrifying. He pulled out a sword from the Sphinx, which created a kind of fountain of blood on top of everything else. It was as strong as stone, but he managed to pierce even to the flesh. There was only time left for one blow. 5 seconds would pass instantly. You couldn't hesitate. You had to act so as not to be late. Just 3 seconds and the fight could end in favor of the Sandcat, which can't mean anything good. One blow, the last second, the whole mountain of responsibility lies on the shoulders of our hero. His main priority is to be in time. Here comes the radiance. The Guardian from the pyramid has created a new cover for the Sphinx. I can't believe at all that Perry managed to do it, but this doesn't mean anything at all. He always has a trump card up his sleeve. Nevertheless, the fears were confirmed. The moment came when it was best for the hero to run further, so that this creature would not catch up. It got even worse. Perry understood that just a couple of seconds were not enough to finish everything quickly. Suddenly, I was transported to a destroyed subway. It still had electricity and the lights were on. And the dead were there too. Even if the hero freed them, several monsters remained to guard the train. The lieutenant forgot something in the subway. What is she doing there? Such an important point. What is the point of killing those zombies? Even here, the roar of battle could be heard. She realized that the noise was from the pyramid, and it dawned on her that she needed to hurry. She probably found what she was looking for, and also managed to put down heaps of the dead, the best partners gathered in one place. Incredibly, Gloria was able to find the train. But why do they need it? Where and why do they need to go? But this is definitely part of the plan. Suddenly, that same survivor noticed that the statue had been restored, which meant that our hero had to run at full speed so as not to fall under the attacks of the immortal creature, since now she would not let anyone near the shell. The Guardian inside the pyramid gives the Sphinx incredible powers. Without him, the sand god would be an ordinary kitten. Perry had a couple more trump cards up his sleeve, but he just had to use them somehow, or rather, that same train would fit well here. In the very near future, Perry will need to think about the next step, but will it be so effective? There was still time to assess the situation. It was clear that the Guardian from the pyramid was in place, which means he would still have time to properly hinder them. This means that he must use his accumulated energy. Otherwise, he will only die if he does not use up his battery. The Sphinx was completely restored and found his shield, which gave him immortality. The abilities of the Guardian from the pyramid are truly amazing. The sand god was furious. Having gained immortality and a shell, he will finally be able to teach our hero a lesson. Even a circle of white chalk on the floor will not help him. They stood face to face, both looked into each other's eyes. In this battle, there were unequal masses, but corresponding forces. A hero burning with the desire to win, and a god guarding the crystal, which his opponent was chasing. The survivor was amazed by Perry's fearlessness. A gigantic, immortal, and omnipotent god stood in front of him, and he didn't even think about running. But everything must be according to the plan, in which our heroines are not without reason. Soon they will play their role. This takes time. So it has come, the time for the beautiful warriors to come out. Perry calls Rose to fulfill her part of the plan. The time for the second part of the plan has come. The immortal god is distracted by Perry himself and thinks that his shell is safe. But he did not know at all about his opponent's partners. They made a fool out of the god of riddles. And here are our beautiful hands steering the drone. Soon the Sphinx will get more than a child. It will be unusual for God to see how his statue is broken by a modern drone. Perry, with his plan, again made a fool out of the Sphinx, as in one myth about the sage. God was attacked from the rear. He will be completely humiliated if he sees what happened to his second shell, which will become dust any minute. So another explosion thundered. The shell was destroyed and Perry played the ideal role of bait. All that remained was to fulfill the games of the killer of gods. A notification was heard that the statue had been blown up. From this moment, the battle with the mad god of riddles could begin. The Sphinx was simply furious. Our hero understood this well and even mocked him. Since he was initially destined to die a fool, he would be thrown off the throne and would be another fool. Even if the Sphinx understood that his secret had been figured out, Perry clearly explained that everyone knew about all the secrets of the sand god. With such power, Perry can dethrone gods, cut metal with a single swing of his sword, and outspeed lightning. Now the survivor can breathe a sigh of relief. Victory was already in the hands of the eccentric. Just wait a little, and they will be freed from this prison. Perry expressed all the thoughts of his enemy. He mocked the one who should already have lost hope of victory. It was not for nothing that the Sphinx was afraid of the sages. They easily circled him around his finger. The Sphinx, god and master of riddles, could easily outwit fools and madmen who had strong charisma and zeal to move forward, but lacked gray matter in their heads, which he took advantage of. Even now he did not fall. His eyes are deep and empty like lunar craters. He literally crumbled before our eyes, but he continued to stand on his fours, continuing to keep the crystal. The survivor experienced a roller coaster. At first he is perplexed. A second he fears with all his heart for the hero. Later he rejoices and again clutches his head in fear. It is impossible to deny the wisdom and wit of the Sphinx. He is smart, but he just can't guess what awaits him soon. Just for this, Perry gives him a hint. Suddenly, God was frightened by a strange roar from the side. Something was definitely brewing, and he understood it well. Incredibly, the student's priority was not to win the battle. The main task was to bring the Sphinx to the right place and to a pre-planned place. Over and over again, our Sphinx was being twisted around his finger. He was truly angry and understood that another sage was standing in front of him. Perry began the countdown, at the end of which the Sphinx clearly faced the worst, his greatest nightmare and fear. This roar was familiar to the noise of the rails. Is it really that same train flying straight towards the Sphinx? Only he cannot expect where it will fly from. This is precisely Perry's trump card. This is the end of the countdown. Now there should be a turning point in their battle in which our hero became the winner. He was incredible. He provoked God, he was distracted, and he put the Sphinx under a train, the best teamwork that guaranteed success from the beginning. The Sphinx did not have much time left. He knew that he had lost, but he fulfilled his noble role as a guardian, becoming Perry's biggest problem. An ancient statue against the centuries-old heritage of mankind, a battle between two different times and opposites, technology and traditional cunning and strategy, the fittest won. Everyone carried out their share of the plan. Everyone played an important role in the victory. A gigantic burden of responsibility lay on their shoulders, which they justified. The power of civilization was amazing. Modern technology once again put old traditions and myths into the crypt. Victory was on Perry's side. Rose was jubilant. The preparation was not in vain. They still won and were able to open the evolution zone in less than a week. But the situation did not get better. The dead began to emerge from that subway in huge numbers. There would be a new large-scale wave of zombies that would devour every survivor. They climbed onto the Sphinx and headed towards the pyramid, which meant new danger. The fears were confirmed. The guardian inside the pyramid was angry. Black clouds covered the sky, and black lightning similar to the energy of a zombie struck the ground. The dead were already leaving their lair. Perry was just waiting for them and was ready to chop everyone up in order to replenish the red crystal with energy. The girls harnessed their steel horse and were going to go for the stone of evolution. Gloria also had a good handle on the steering wheel. Again and again she convinces of her skill, a truly good police officer and servant of the people. Rose also decided to go with her to storm the pyramid. They are filled with confidence. Now there are no barriers at all. They were at the foot. An incredibly strong radiance shone throughout. This is where the crystal of evolution should be, for which they are hunting. Meanwhile, the hero of the future was stacking the corpses of the dead like books on a shelf. They were too weak to form a good battle. He noticed clouds overhead. The guardian was angry. Probably now the main enemy would come out. Those strange eyes never appeared. His guess came true. This zone was unique and very dangerous, having two guardians at once. It was not for nothing that the Sphinx protected the pyramid. It was also in the ancient myths that a giant statue preserved the great building of Egypt. And here, he protected the second guardian, receiving his protection. The first guardian was the Sphinx, who fought on the front lines and was immortal as long as his real body was intact. The second guardian hid in a cave and gave the Sphinx the opportunity to immortalize. He was much stronger than his partner, but was useless because he did not go outside. Due to the fact that the zombies' energy made Perry similar to them, the Guardian considered him to be one of them and tried to control him. Now he is busy controlling other monsters and is not going to interfere with our hero, which means he can easily take the crystal without thinking about anything. But the dead will not allow you to calmly move towards your goal, constantly bothering their future victims. The infected appeared only to disturb people. There is nothing good in their existence, only hunger and bloodthirstiness. The dead were on Perry's heels. Even the God Killer has problems with the weak infected. You can never think through everything in advance, even when he was able to hide from the Guardian's gaze. Yet the zombies will not give him peace, and there will still be difficulties. One dead person will never become a big problem for the killer of gods himself. Once you cut off the hand of this scum, all problems are solved. The number of dead people was amazing. They climbed up with such ease that their speed was amazing. But no matter how fast they were, they could never become a hindrance or obstacle for him, since he did not send such people towards death. There was very little left. The influence of the Guardian was not felt, and he was completely too loyal to the fact that his crystal was almost stolen. The dead did not hesitate either, as if they themselves wanted to achieve the Stone of Evolution, having received new abilities. Opposite the giant slabs, there was a mysterious passage. He couldn't be here. Something was definitely wrong here, Perry thought. He finally began to guess what this gloomy entrance to the pyramid was doing here. It beckoned with its mystery, which he just wanted to unravel. So he is the strongest guardian. He looks like a monster from horror books. It is unlikely that he will just let our hero near the Stone of Evolution. The same look followed Perry in the first battle with the Sphinx. The keeper managed to notice it, and now he will not let him out of his clutches. The situation definitely got worse. Our hero's red crystal was being suppressed. It felt like he was being strangled or pierced through the heart with small needles. The body began to get heavier. The pain was unbearable. It was not for nothing that this guardian was much stronger than the Sphinx. He was easily able to suppress Perry and influence his mind. But the hero's determination was too great. Not a single guardian could suppress such rage in his soul. He would squeeze his enemy in his fist and squeeze him to death. Our hero is here for a reason. His mission is to save the inhabitants of the zone and capture the evolution crystals so that many more people survive than in his previous life. The Revenant rooted for Perry with all his soul. All his emotions were sympathy for the hero, and he truly felt these crazy emotions. All the dead people passed by. Their behavior was very strange. Their eyes shone with a light similar to the glow of a crystal. They were definitely under control. They walked into that very passage, completely ignoring the naked hero. The Guardian had the power of control over the dead, which was an incredible ability. Incredibly, the Guardian absorbed each monster to escape from the pyramid, dark energy gushing out in different directions like a fountain. This greatly frightened Perry. He himself could become the next victim of the Guardian. Now they are unlikely to deal with him so easily. What horror! His mind became clouded under the influence of the Guardian of the pyramid. The cave beckoned him, as if it contained the largest reserves of jewelry and treasures. His legs did not obey him. He himself was like one of those zombies who obeys the orders of this Guardian. He definitely needed help. Otherwise, he would become another food for the monster from the pyramid. But who would come to his aid now? In his head, he could still fight against the influence, but his legs had long ago stopped listening to the call of his brain and walked towards the mysterious entrance to the pyramid. Another dead man decided to visit the cave. The next guest will be our hero, unless, of course, no one helps him. Now his eyes were burning. Like those monsters, he was under complete control. Danger came again at the most inconvenient moment. The commander of the survivors was perplexed that their savior suddenly turned completely in the wrong direction. What happened to him and who attacked him? These questions came to his mind. Crowds of dead people have already made their way into the pyramid, and very soon they will become food for the Guardian. Perry also needs to dispel control over himself. Otherwise, they have nothing to expect except defeat. His head was pounding. His behavior was similar to the character of zombies. They ignored everything and everyone, and our hero didn't care about his surroundings either. The next batch was swallowed up by a terrible monster. Energy flowed in a stream. The more the creature inside the pyramid absorbed, the worse it would be. Perry was drawn there. He could not do anything about the strange desire in his head. That frightening look guided him like a guide dog. Here they are, the saviors. A familiar female voice was heard from the side. They pulled the monster out of the influence. It dawned on him. His mind became clearer. Our beauties are the most loyal among all citizens. Even here, they were not afraid of the crowds of the dead and came to Perry's aid. Here is his true joy. Two saviors who promise to fight back to back and always stick together. The most sincere helping hand, Perry is very lucky with his comrades, who don't even care about a storm if they need to save their friend. A couple more steps, and they will be able to get their incredible abilities. Rose, like in Perry's past life, must control the elements and create cataclysms with her power. Some stands rejoiced. Fans rejoiced at the victory of the heroes. Their saviors justified all the hopes that were placed on them. They are saved. All that remains is to help the rescue team and evacuate the zone. A team of real heroes. Before them is the treasure of humanity, which they deserve with all their strength and ingenuity, the geniuses of the present time. They went through a long and thorny path. More than once they were on the verge of death. They left every situation as if unscathed. Bandits, monsters, and gods did not take them. Now no one is able to defeat them at all. The crystal shone like a chest of gold. The light was incredibly bright, but it did not bother the eyes, as if it did not exist. Such was the power of the crystal of evolution, a power that could only be obtained by three people who went through a war with gods and monsters for its sake. The minute for which they walked through thorns, through crowds of corpses, which even the circle of white chalk on the floor did not help to escape from our heroes. In a second, the zone will fall. The hero of the future will immortalize his name in the history of the whole world, becoming the strongest warrior of evolution. Triumph in the hands of a hero, the heritage of humanity, a consequence of his wit and strength. No one can ever compare with him, since he is always hundreds of steps ahead of humanity. He was covered in golden flames and filled with incredible power. She was rebellious. Now he is one step closer to saving civilization. This force permeated him. Such a surge of power could not be obtained anywhere, and here was the reaction. His eyes opened wide. The stage of obtaining the ability was magnificent, like knighting, when the king touches the shoulders with a blade, placing responsibility on the warrior's hump. He was in great shock from such a ceremony. Nothing gave such gigantic power that he received here. Incredible, the ability to copy the powers of enemies is amazing. He is able to steal the powers of guardians. In order for people to achieve such power, they will need a lot of luck and ingenuity, and he just needs to get into the zone of evolution. Besides, he knows the time and place of the appearance of each of them in advance. Most people from his past could not even think of gaining abilities and evolving, but Perry can do everything and even more. But everywhere there are also disadvantages, since a zone can have more than just one guardian. In addition, many abilities had limitations that he cannot know about. While he is alive, he will receive all the abilities of the guardians, and by the end of his journey, he will become the strongest, becoming the most memorable person in this world. So the absorption began, the ability was poured into his body. I wonder what our hero will get. Due to the two guardians, the choice was from two cells, each with several abilities, but you can only choose one. Surely the choice will not be easy, since there is a stronger monster from the pyramid, but almost nothing is known about its abilities, and the Sphinx has weaker powers. The choice is presented to our hero, two guardians, one under a veil of secrecy, but incredibly strong, the other weak. But nothing is hidden from him. As expected, Perry had no idea what that monster from the pyramid was capable of. There is nothing interesting in the second, as if he was deprived, and his older, secretive brother received the best abilities. Still, Perry decided to start simple and, without thinking twice, chose Sphinx, because he had standard chips and the choice would not be so difficult. As expected, there are only two abilities, and no one should expect immortality. The Sand God did not justify his powers. The second guardian did everything for him. But such abilities could surprise even Perry himself. These abilities did not seem so useless. You can make a choice. One moment away from a new power that will give him many opportunities in the future, such as putting a seed into his lands so that greenery will sprout. A giant ball shone in front of Perry with this power, but only one ability. But suddenly something went wrong. That balloon burst, which means that the absorption is not so ideal. The hero was plunged into thought about what happened, where his new ability was, why that sphere burst. This was exactly what was swirling in his head. It was a mistake. Not one ability was absorbed. What happened? Our hero probably didn't have any choices in the first place. That's the thing. The ability was incomplete, which became a problem. Yet the absorption was also not ideal. Why such a luxury? There was nothing to worry about. There was still a choice for a stronger guardian. And besides, you can always develop your strengths and capabilities. Even now, fate itself does not give the right to choose. All that remains is to choose a mysterious guardian who must have many trump cards with him. Incredibly, of all the talents, Only 2 were known that this monster could hide in his pyramid. Perry considered this guardian to be the strongest in his experience, since he had more than 20 skills, what he could be capable of, and how Rose was able to get a crystal with such a monster. Only 2 abilities were known: Call of the Dead, which he used when absorbing the powers of zombies, and Soul Capture, with which he was able to take over Perry's mind. The hero did not understand that the guardian, having more than 20 skills under his sleeve, was afraid to go into battle, even if these abilities could be useless. Another absorption of abilities must work now. Otherwise, what was the purpose of all this? A large ball with power formed again. What was waiting for our hero here? What a surprise it would be. And here comes the success. The ability to capture the soul was absorbed. It was so strong that it could affect the mind of Perry himself even after rebirth. This talent was a real rarity, which means that everything was not in vain, to influence the mind. Thereby it will be possible to create illusions for the enemy and influence the 6 senses. The choice fell on Soul Capture. A red inscription appeared before his eyes. With such a rare talent at hand, it is difficult to imagine what he will be capable of. Perry effectively took the skill into his own hands. His gaze couldn't have been more determined. There was a large-scale release of energy. All the power was absorbed into every pore on the skin, into the muscle fibers, and strengthened the bones. The burst of energy was astonishing. A giant wave of light was sent out, increasing its range. This radiance warmed all the survivors. The citizens were happy, since the victory represented the release of freedom, as if a ray of sunshine had broken into their lives. Even the cowards saw that shine. Their thoughts were filled with joy, since their saviors were able to free all citizens from the shackles of the zone. The roar reached the farthest corners of the area. Everyone realized that they were freer than ever. Incredibly, the military headquarters noticed that very surge of energy. It was a real anomaly. The degree of danger was unknown. The headquarters reports that the cause of the release of energy could have been an earthquake, and besides, there was a giant pillar of light. The military had no idea what was happening there. The 5th group reported a large wave of mutated zombies. They demand evacuation from the commander. A stern military man, Colonel Steve, orders the group to stand to the end. No mercy, many civilians are under threat. The subordinate tried to somehow contradict, but it is unlikely that this will work on the stern colonel. As expected in this case, no, but only forward. Fate cannot be avoided in any way. The colonel's decision, the law. Steve was plunged into thought. That zone was the first of 7. They couldn't lose such an opportunity to study it, so they had to move forward. Meanwhile, a giant pillar of light cut the clouds. It was a flag of liberation. Our hero tried his best. The energy shattered like a mirror and its fragments rained down from the sky. The entire area was covered with the pollen of this light, whether snowflakes covered the roofs of houses and the ground, pleasing the eyes of travelers. The light of victory, the northern region was freed from the influence of the great god. Everyone made a great contribution to this victory. Even the bandits brought benefits. Perry was already coming out of oblivion, which means everything is in order and you can breathe a sigh of relief. The eyes opened slightly. The civilians were safe, the guardians were defeated, only zombies could prevent the release. Perry once again amazes with his endurance. After everything they did for those 3 days, he was still standing on his feet as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. The source did not understand what was happening here and decided to turn to our hero. It was Gloria. Our lieutenant should also receive his ability, which was causing her a severe headache. The hero shone with happiness. The zone was cleared, they were safe, and they could get out of the area. Gloria's head was pounding. She remembered how Perry was taken control and he could not do anything. But he calms him down, saying that thanks to them, he is still standing on his own 2 feet. After all, they are a team and should help each other. This cannot be avoided. But it was just not calm because Rose, whom Gloria tried to call, was not nearby. Perry also noticed that their high school student was nowhere to be found. He silently began to look for the heroine around. She couldn't have disappeared so easily. Still, he found her. She was lying on the ground and was completely red. The new skill turned out to be too strong, and she could not withstand such pressure. Even the more prepared Gloria had a headache. Incredibly, she had a fever. Her body was fighting something. She was not feeling well at all. She needed emergency help. They understood that this was a clear reaction to the new talent. She needed peace and a quiet place. The lieutenant did not understand what was happening to her sister, why it did not affect them, and whether everything would be okay with her. However, she was very worried about her. She probably received a rare ability, and her body has not adapted to such changes at all. All she has to do is adapt and everything will be fine. The police suddenly became interested in what ability our hero had. Perry named the name of his ability, but she didn't understand exactly what he was talking about. what soul capture was and how to use it. In general, she had no idea. He explained it in an almost accessible and understandable way, that this influence on the mind and its subordination in the future, in general, he could change the picture before his eyes. But he did not talk about the ability to absorb abilities, since it is not yet ideal. Even so, Gloria didn't understand anything. It was too abstract. It would be better if Perry showed his skills in practice. Apparently, the demonstration of forces had already begun. He had disappeared somewhere. Gloria was at a loss. Since it all happened too quickly, there was not even a mirage. Incredibly, he ended up behind the policewoman. She did not expect such force. If there was only one enemy, he would never be able to find out where his enemy was. But suddenly he disappeared again. Only a second ago his silhouette was behind him, but now he is not there. The ability was good. Just like that, he disappeared from the enemy's field of view. Ended up behind his back, the enemy would go crazy while he attacked the silhouettes. She admired this ability, but it's true that it could have a lot of uses, since the effect on the mind is too broad. From the side of the target, it looks like teleportation or instant movement. So far, this is the only thing our hero knows about the new talent. Now he clearly explained, even Gloria was able to understand the meaning, becoming the first object for the experiment of the ability. Again and again, a new danger awaits our enemies. Once again, this is a new wave of the dead, who are already reaching out to the tasty protagonist. But Perry is not a fool to be attacked in the back by the bloodthirsty monsters that have recently been swarming in every alley. For the dead man, everything passed too quickly. He did not even suffer from pain. He died, divided into several parts. We had to hurry. After the liberation of the zone, a large wave of zombies was coming, which meant that it was not safe here. Gloria was frightened by what awaited them, while Perry explored how many dead people were already heading towards them and how quickly they needed to run away. There were many red dots before his eyes. The city was full of dead people, and the energy that was released outside began to attract the corpses here. Gloria remembered about the cowards who might be in danger, but the dead were attracted here by the remaining energy, and they were very far from here, which means they were safe. The most important task right now is to take Rose and protect her from the crowds of the dead. In the future, escaping from here would not be a bad thing. The lieutenant took responsibility for the high school student. Perry tried to persuade her to carry her himself, but suddenly something shocked him. Gloria's new ability, or the zombies, were even closer than it seemed. Incredibly, Rose levitated above the ground, where this mysterious magic came from. Perry didn't understand at all what was happening in front of him. Rose didn't care so much that she was already striving for heaven. There was no way she could be allowed to die. The danger was over. It was Gloria's ability. She could control gravity, an incredible talent that everyone would dream of. It was like he was struck by lightning. Gloria's skill was amazing. When she can develop it to the proper level, then she will be able to control everything around her. This skill shocked even our hero. If he had it from the very beginning, it would have been much easier, since such a talent is of the highest level. The lieutenant considered Perry's reaction strange, but he pretended that everything was normal, and they had better go to the hospital to help Rose get out of this state. Even if there are herds of zombies on their way, they are determined to help the girl. Together, they will easily break through the danger and solve all the problems. Meanwhile, citizens fled the area, the dead were on their heels, and they could not answer such a crowd. The situation was getting worse and worse. The zombies seemed to have broken free, but being distracted by them was a fatal mistake. You had to run and just run. The zombies were reaching for fresh meat. They didn't need anything else, just to find a victim that they would devour. But people are not fluffy bunnies and can easily respond with their cruelty, since even a loved one who has become dead will be their enemy. Strays are powerless against an axe. No matter how sharp their claws and fangs are, a sharp blade and a strong hand will be stronger, which is precisely why a person is the fittest. The head of the survivors orders to run in the other direction, but how long will they be able to run from countless monsters? People were in a panic. Their life did not prepare them for this. They wanted a quiet life, where girls would run after them. But now herds of cold dead people were running after them. But even so, they found themselves at a dead end, who would come to the aid of hopeless people who were destined to die in the apocalypse. The situation became terrible. The dead surrounded them, and there was nowhere else to run, which meant there was no salvation either, which the head understood well. As Perry said, the dead were on their heels, and there were so many of them that the survivors could not even escape. They have already attacked the survivors. They just got out of the zone, and such a surprise awaits them in the form of hundreds, no thousands of monsters. He understood that he would die, even after so many trials, when the zone disappeared. Meanwhile, the military defended their territories and fired back at the dead, but it was clear from their faces that this did not help them. A real horror was approaching them, which they would have to fight with trepidation. Now it is clear what frightens them so much. His face shows all kinds of despair. This creature didn't even take a bullet, it was too strong. The 10th group reported a unique danger. A mutated one appeared, and he was too strong. It was impossible to resist him. The military demanded help. Support was needed. Otherwise, large losses could not be avoided, since the creature was too dangerous. Steve asks to describe this dead man, promising that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. Everything only got worse. The connection was lost, which meant that the group would soon be dead. Colonel Steve understood this, and he had to do something. The colonel's order, the 5 strongest are sent to the battlefield with him. We are moving forward now. The subordinate is worried about Colonel Steve, as it was too dangerous on the front line. A military man is meant to sacrifice his life. Every soldier has now put his life on the line, and our Colonel Steve is not going to sit behind the backs of the real heroes who are now at the front. The order was given. Everyone got into their cars and moved towards the most dangerous enemy they had encountered. Meanwhile, the strays also bothered the civilians. They moved in crowds and overwhelmed them in numbers. They did not want to die. They still had the fire of life. But the dead were not alien to morality and mercy, which was their worst feature. The head of the group of citizens blamed himself for not being able to bring everyone out of this abyss. Now he could only apologize to them and nod his head in order to retreat into his mind. Suddenly, a strong explosion sounded to the side. The head was in shock, but this could mean salvation for them. Suddenly, his fear disappeared. He was surprised that a giant explosion had passed nearby, which could have been his salvation. Luck was on their side. The culprit of the explosion was the person at whom everyone pointed the finger. It was definitely a salvation. This silhouette in the clouds of smoke and dust was very similar to someone. It was a swordsman who was capable of cutting down vehicles. Incredibly, the strongest evolved man in the world came to the survivors. Who could be better than him? This is real happiness for those who a minute ago were on the verge of death. The head recognized him and would have recognized him among thousands of similar ones now, and the tears on his cheeks dried up and hope shone in his eyes. Yet the monsters do not care what danger is moving towards them. Their bloodthirstiness and hunger have blinded them so that they do not see anyone in front of them except victims. The head of the survivors managed to save his comrade by killing the annoying monster that gives no rest to anyone. The guy was on the edge of a cliff, but his leader will never be the one who throws his partner off. He will give him a hand and pull him out of any trouble. Here is the joy on their faces. They were saved by our hero. Only with his appearance can he give hope for a bright future. By that time, the dead did not want to run to the side. Their thoughtless movements were amazing. They went where their feet took them. Instinct forced them to go to the victims. The swordsman walked towards them. Each stray will receive what he deserves, preparing to lie down in the coffin. Incredibly, he decided to use his new skill. Finally, it will be possible to see it in action and use it in practice. She acted. Even the non-intelligent dead were afraid of Perry. He instilled in them a frightening nightmare with which they lost hope of life. The survivors, whether struck by lightning, could not believe their eyes. Zombies cannot be afraid. How is this possible? How strong is this eccentric? These are the thoughts that come to their heads. The dead were powerless under his influence. They froze like statues and awaited their fate. Death was already waiting for them in its afterlife. The hero of the future was completely confident in himself. The victims were immobilized, which means it would be much easier to kill them. His speed amazed everyone. They were speechless because he left only mirages behind him, which was hard to even notice. Still, someone was afraid to notice him, but he was unlikely to fight then. In those moments, he should have chopped up every dead man and made an appointment for everyone with the rotten devil. As it turned out, the heads and body parts of the dead were flying in different directions. No one could do anything for our hero. The ability is really not bad, since cutting motionless targets is much easier than cutting insane corpses. The survivors rejoiced. They did not know what to call him and decided to call him a swordsman, which Perry himself did not like. He asked them not to call him a swordsman. It would be better to call him by name, but they were very delighted and did not even listen to his requests, because he wanted to say everything that was on his mind. Even now he did not call him by name. The man wanted him to take them with him. Otherwise, they would definitely not survive even until tomorrow, and they needed salvation. Such decisions need to be made by the whole team. This surprised the man, since he thought that our hero was fighting alone. Meanwhile, the dead did not retreat, and even walked with a confident step to devour every person here. There was no fear or pain in them. Ideal warriors who have one nuance: they will never listen to anyone and will fight only and only for themselves. But their pressure was interrupted by a sudden car. There was no need to walk in oncoming traffic. They should look left and right and not count crows. There was a big explosion. Who is this new warrior of salvation, who is able to throw cars and thereby terrify enemies? The dead were crushed by cars, and later the entire transport took off again. Is our lieutenant really capable of this? Controlling gravity is a very useful talent. The guys couldn't believe it. Some kind of devilry was happening around. Cars were flying, the dead were dying instantly, and their savior was disappearing due to his speed. She was incredible. Gloria was like a goddess descending on mortal sinners. Because of this, the men were scared. She was floating in the air, and piles of metal were flying behind her. They were horrified. The girl is beautiful, and she also controls gravity, and Perry must be incredibly strong for such a goddess to be his partner. In their eyes, Perry and the girls are superheroes, on whose shoulders lie the fate of millions of people, and their strength is capable of moving mountains. Finally, she descended to the ground. Such a skill can destroy cities. As soon as it is developed to the proper level, earthquakes will become commonplace for her enemies, and cracks in the ground will become a coffin. Also, such power had one drawback: large energy costs, which would take a long time to be replenished. Her strength left her. Gloria threw Rosa out of her influence and handed it over to Perry. Still, she could not live up to the expectations that were placed on her. The policewoman did not turn out to be the strongest on the team. You still had to get used to such power, otherwise the energy would always be wasted just as quickly, and someday there would be no one to catch Rose. By that time, the military was shooting back at the dead. They tried to spend every bullet wisely, but someday it would be useless. This time has come. They can still wound ordinary zombies with ordinary bullets, but this will no longer kill mutated ones, which means they need to become stronger. The military also understood that against these creatures, bullets were like a tickle, each one flying away from them, even if they were made of steel. Enough time has already passed, and it was enough for the dead to receive protective shells and exoskeletons. The guys were already shooting out of desperation. They had no hope of survival, since the fear of these creatures killed everything inside the people. Such modifications were extremely dangerous. Wide mouths, shells on their arms, and unquenchable rage. This is how monsters should be. His eyes shone like candles in a temple. With a smile like the devil, he said that he was doomed to him, so emptily, as if he had sold his soul to this creature. They definitely couldn't be killed with bullets. Only escape would save their incredibly valuable lives, so they had to run away without looking back. At this rate, they will all be killed, and the herd of mutated zombies will be chopped up. It will even be impossible to retreat, since the creatures were much faster due to their modifications. One bite and the military said goodbye to their legs. They were cracking nuts. People were losing their last hopes. Their loved ones and relatives had no one else to wait for. And yet it was almost impossible to escape from bloodthirsty monsters, since they were always one step faster. There are even fat people. Their mass exceeded the boundaries. There was much more hunger, and they ate more fresh flesh. The soldiers tried their best, but they could only hope for help from above, since there was no hope even for their machine gun. It can't be. They chewed through metal. Weapons broke under the pressure of powerful jaws and sharp teeth. Nothing could stop them. There was complete horror happening all around. The apocalypse became a big horror film that I would really like to rewind to the happy ending, so as not to see these wide mouths, flesh and blood that fills the entire screen. The soldier saw death in front of him. Thick death, which was ready to swallow his soul and satisfy his hunger. Well, today this monster is not destined to eat. The blade pierces him through. Now it is he who will face his death, which awaits him with a plate of soup and pie for dessert. Our hero arrived on time, just a few more moments, and the guy could go to his great-grandfathers and convey his ardent greetings to them. The soldier grabbed his head and could not imagine what kind of monster stood in front of him to kill such a large creature with one swing of his sword. Perry was looking for the military and just found it. But the number of dead people did not decrease, and right now, they are behind him. From the side, someone asks Perry to get out of the way. Probably Gloria came to the rescue in order to put a couple of corpses under the wheels. The guy didn't even have time to say a word, and he was snatched from the hands of death, since a much greater danger was approaching them, which was allied. The policewoman surpasses herself time after time. She is able to drag vans with oil with her talent to kill even more monsters. Explosion after explosion, disaster after disaster, the dead fell in hundreds as soon as our heroes appeared before them. The boy did not understand what was happening before his eyes. A tank with oil that came out of nowhere, and a wanderer who could easily kill the fat man. Now he must see a real miracle. His snot is flowing for a reason. Now his heart must definitely jump out from such a sight. As it turned out, our heroine was already used to flying, and Rose became a wonderful seat which was very soft. The soldier doubted Perry, since he was simply good with a sword, and his partner could fly and throw wagons of oil at her opponents. Gloria even took care of Rosa and put a cooling compress on her. The military man despaired of such superheroes. They were truly strange, since they did not have a cape behind their backs and used their comrades instead of a chair. But Perry suddenly needed that same Colonel Steve. It was important for him that he was nearby, but the soldier was surprised that he knew him. The guy pointed in the direction in which Steve led the zombies, but just recently there was a signal about a strong mutated one, and our fearless colonel wanted to take on him. Perry decided to look at the number of monsters and whether there could be monsters even stronger than ordinary ones. Among the small dots there was one big one. The colonel was there. It was with this creature that he fought. Perry noticed this zombie. It was special, just in the direction the military man pointed to. He understands that Steve is well-trained, but he is not yet able to fight a special zombie. He won't have enough strength and there will be another death. Perry asked Gloria to take charge of everything here, and he would hurry towards the colonel. So he rushed to help achieve his goal. Steve won't be able to take all the glory for himself. The soldier did not understand at all what was happening here. They were all so strange and performed such miracles that his mind became cloudy. Steve took the monster to a metalworking plant, a lot of steel piles where entry was prohibited. But the colonel was smart, since there were no extra dead in such places. It was not for nothing that he sat at headquarters. Steve was a righteous warrior who put himself on the line to protect his warriors. He understood well that there should be no people in a place where passage was prohibited, which means that there would be no zombies. Incredibly, this creature was truly dangerous. It seemed to consist of smoke and flame. Steve ran into a dead end without a drop of fear, as if tomorrow would definitely come. A monster behind him, an ordinary swarm of bees would sting, and he would become smarter so as not to go into the hive. He must have a plan against such a monster, otherwise only death awaited him here. The zombie did not lag behind. It is not known how long this running would be enough, since it was not weak and would instantly ruin the life of this colonel if he took on too much. He probably should know that the gun doesn't take such creatures, but that doesn't mean that he's a fool. He's probably using a distracting maneuver so that this rot doesn't know about anything in advance. The monster lives up to all its expectations. It easily breaks down doors and bends metal with its incredible strength. This monster even had a mouth. It's hard to guess, since it consists of smoke that dissipates in the wind. Still, whatever plan Steve had, it was even some kind of trap for the monster. The colonel had incredible ingenuity. He was able to corner a stronger monster than him. It's not for nothing that a man is the highest stage of evolution, because he has a mind. Steve was not so simple. Perry should not have underestimated this old man. He would give young people a head start and show all the monsters where the crayfish spend the winter. Clouds of smoke hovered in the room. The explosion was truly strong, and the zombie must have received severe damage. So he showed up, emerged from the clouds of his smoke, showed his terrifying shell. It was definitely a special zombie. This cannot be denied. Steve was able to declassify this asshole. After he was able to remove the shell, the colonel will be able to overpower this creature. The second shell consisted of strong bone, which no bullet could penetrate, which means the shots would be useless. The cartridges ran out. The plan was good, but you can't always rely on weapons and you have to rely on yourself. So he takes his knife in order to kill this rot in close combat, one-on-one, and be sure that it will not hurt anyone. His actions were precise and decisive. There will be no pity for the bloodthirsty creature, die or kill. This is the principle of a true warrior. Without its shell, the zombie was weaker. It couldn't move as well as before. It was a good target for the colonel. Expectations were not met. The sword did not go deep into the neck, yet Perry was right. Steve was strong, but not strong enough. The zombie didn't like this. He was furious. But only if our hero can arrive in time, there will be another dead zombie. He understood that things were going badly. The dead man was too strong to be cut into bone meal. The monster attacked him, but our colonel is not a simpleton to get hit. It is not for nothing that he holds his position, since he holds himself in the best possible way. Another swing of the machete, and again to no avail. Nothing can take him, not even the sharpest sword. Under the pressure of such power, Steve slid across the floor. He could do nothing against such a zombie. He lacked strength. If he were even a little stronger, he would have easily cut this monster apart. But suddenly something horrified him. He looked down and saw a new danger. What a horror it was! This creature grabbed his hand. He couldn't even move. Such a terrible monster. Steve is still in the battle. The zombie is too strong. He will even be stronger than the entire military headquarters. No one can defeat him except our hero. Just a couple of moments, and the monster has completely restored its shell. Will our colonel really die in this unequal battle with the most powerful creature in the area? The monster is ready to throw the old man in different directions. It is already pointing its fist with smoke towards Steve, who is unlikely to have time to respond with anything. But even so, the military man had a blade at hand, which he exposed to attack. He understood that by defending himself with a knife, he would cause less damage to himself and took advantage of this. In any case, Steve's ingenuity did not save him much. It sent him on a long flight and so high that he could meet his great-grandfathers in the next world. The strength was impressive. The colonel had never met such enemies, since it was unlikely that anyone was capable of breaking it with one collision with the blade. A blow of hefty force incapacitated our colonel. The old man could do nothing more. He had already fulfilled his duty long ago when he took this monster away from his comrades. Now he can go with a calm soul to meet the Almighty. The pressure of this creature was impressive. A strong skeleton was hidden in its shell, and the cell itself smoked, protecting it. The old man lost hope of victory. His plan was clever, but at the last moment the creature turned out to be much stronger and stronger than he could have imagined, which terrified him. Perry arrived. He really hoped that his speed did not let him down, and he arrived on time, otherwise the death of his lieutenant colonel. But now his fears had subsided. He noticed an old man lying near a living, smoking corpse who wanted to kill him. Steve is not at all happy for a living person to be here, since he is here to protect them. Otherwise, his death would be meaningless. Incredibly, the world is truly small. Perry recognized his first instructor. It was our Colonel Steve, who did his best, since his student is simply a miracle. In the hero's past life, the same attack by the dead happened. He was near death and was bleeding. A real nightmare was happening around him. Only everything was in reality. Before his eyes, hundreds of relatives and friends died before his eyes. It was then that Steve fought with those dead people, at which time he lost his hand, but continued to fight like the most righteous warrior and made a promise to a stranger. Perry despaired. He no longer believed in his future, since death was waiting for him around the next corner. But Steve was too great. He sent this annoying death to hell, and she ran away without looking back, because she knew who she could be dealing with. Under his feet lay countless corpses that had just crossed the path of the colonel, but he was too tough for them, and he was even able to save our boy. Afterwards, bright times came. The sun shone brighter than ever. But Perry complained about the grueling training, you see. He ran out of strength to run without stopping for another day and night. Steve is not one of the fragile 10 to give rest to the young. Let him run until his blood begins to boil. It's not for nothing that he saved him at the expense of his hand. In fact, the best evolved ones train here. In fact, this man bet on our hero to become a real warrior who will replace him, since in the future an armless soldier is unlikely to be useful. Well, the day of judgment came for the city. People began to evacuate, but only one hero of that time did not run away from his hometown. Our colonel decided to protect the young and useful, putting the future on the shoulders of his student. Perry could not allow his best instructor to die. This was impossible for him, but he could no longer interfere with his decision, since the coach's word is law. Bad news came for our hero, even worse. Steve died the death of the brave, the death of the Vikings. He became a hero and forever immortalized his name in this world. His teacher died, his idol and mentor, the one who gave him hope for a bright future, of course. Accepting the death of his second father was not easy, and holding back his tears was even more difficult. Now it was right before his eyes, in front of him. In this battle, he was supposed to lose his arm, but Perry would under no circumstances allow this to happen. Even at this moment, Steve could not allow someone to die and ordered the impudent man to run away without looking back, so that in the best case, he would survive and give birth to a couple of children. After all, the future was at stake. But Perry did not listen to the brave, strong, incredible, great, majestic, best warrior and just a good man, because now he simply had to save him. Everything is clear. The hero will take the situation into his own hands and save his beloved teacher. He is here for a reason. He has arrived to defeat every creature on his way. But the monster itself was striking in its size. Its dimensions were gigantic. It could literally fill the entire room with its smoke. Now the walking corpse will understand who he is dealing with. It would be nice if the monster ran away so that his heels would sparkle, but it would be better to let him die from Perry's sword. The enhancement is activated. The eye shone with a red star. Soon the monster will be overtaken by an unearthly force that he has never met. It is not for nothing that Colonel Steve himself trained him. These are the consequences of hard training, but he didn't want to run. Steve knew in advance who to bet on. He's not that stupid. The monster himself is simply not going to tolerate this. Many smoking fists fly at our guy, but such attacks were too weak to defeat Perry. The sword shone with the same rage that the flames shone in his eyes. He intended to kill everything around him. The sword itself became the personification of anger and death. What would happen if it was released from its sheath? And here is Perry in action. For him, such enemies are not even a match. They could not do anything to our hero, since he was long ahead of this time. The boy fulfilled his dream. He managed to save his instructor, mentor, and good man. He finally repaid his savior after so many years. Under a barrage of attacks, the monster crumbled into bone meal. There were high hopes for the monster, but it could not become an opponent for our hero. Perry spectacularly descended to his idol. He can proudly say that he saved his second father and patron. Steve lost his mind from such power. He considered him mutated and partly guessed, but in a past life such people had a completely different name. This is exactly what Perry pointed out. Everyone will call people like him evolved and nothing else. Our boy extended a helping hand to put the colonel on his feet. By that time, Steve thanked him for his salvation and male solidarity, but he was more interested in asking what his savior's name was. Perry also worried about his instructor and his hand, but everything was fine there. Not even broken, after all. He had not fought such monsters. The student was interested in the fact that some soldiers had entered the city, the area of which they had liberated from the zone, but was concerned about Perry, whose soldiers had visited the city. Everything was exactly like that. His soldiers entered the city with the goal of visiting the area under the light anomaly, but he was already afraid that there were no survivors there. Perry knew that there were people there, and even he himself was one of the survivors, but something prompted him to remain silent. The father wrapped his hand with a bandage, yet he is ready for every situation in the battle, since experience cannot be wasted. The boy came straight to the point. Initially, he could not allow the military not to create a headquarters in the city. Steve understood what the young man was talking about, but it was not clear to him what awaited them if they opposed our hero's proposal. What disaster could overtake them? This is due to the high level of mutations among zombies. The same gigantic population has created ideal conditions for modifications in monsters. Steve realized that there could be even more monsters like this smoking creature, and that one day they would overtake them again. The old man thought quickly. Perry initially knew who to turn to, since he would definitely listen to him. It's not for nothing that he is a colonel. And just one infected person will destroy the city's military base, and then the city itself will turn into ruins. Perry remembers well how it all happened, and how many people died there. Fortunately, Steve believed him after all. He is not a stupid man. No one doubted it. Since Perry explained the situation well and due to her, he trusted him. The old man reported to headquarters, but immediately after that he looked at his new comrade, but something greatly surprised him. The student did everything he needed to do. The mission was completely successful. Now you can leave the colonel without explaining anything. As expected, Perry had not yet gone far and decided to hear that it was Steve who would report to headquarters. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. He was calm. The military headquarters would not be built, which means people would be safe, including the best man in the world. A man with a capital G. A good man, Steve. Under the protection of two beauties with superpowers, the city can be calm. Rose will become a significant person. Gloria, with the ability to control gravity, will not lag behind. Steve is safe and fully operational. These three can be relied upon. Perry has completed his mission. One zone is open. Civilization has received its breath of air. It has a chance to develop. Only if something happens, Perry will always be there. The hero says goodbye to the city, but will certainly return when he is needed. This is definitely not the last time he is here, but we must continue to storm the new zone of evolution. So a whole fortnight passed. The sunset was just as flaming and warmed all the insides of the soul. An unknown car drove by in the middle of empty roads and dried-out trees. The surviving Kyle was driving. They were driving to a neighboring city to find their child. From his appearance, it was clear that they were in a hurry. Kyle's wife, Betty, was sitting in the passenger seat, wrapped in a blanket. It was cold outside and in the car too. They had a lot of supplies, but the cold was completely disturbing. Betty asked her husband to turn on the stove, otherwise he would get sick, but he understood that there was so little fuel, which forced him to refuse her. The sign indicated that there was a gas station nearby, with just a little time left to fill up the tank. The father of the family was angry, but for good reason. The situation drove him crazy, and also the fact that gas stations were filled with dead people, and it was becoming more and more difficult to escape. My wife was feeling very bad, and on top of everything else, there were fewer and fewer travelers, and the gas station was very close. We couldn't miss this chance. Still, Kyle agreed with his wife and decided to risk their lives in order to definitely get to the city. A fork appeared on the road. There was a gas station on the left, and that was exactly where they needed to go. The car has changed its route. It will be terrible if the gas station does not meet any expectations. Time passed, and they arrived at the gas station. There was silence around. It could not mean a friendly campaign or the help of a living person. The wife was very afraid that someone could be here, since it was better for it to be empty here than for a hungry creature around the corner. Kyle was angry with his assertive wife, since she could not be convinced of anything. But for this, he loved her. Husband and wife are one Satan. He told her to sit quietly and monitor the situation, so that if she suddenly leaves here and hope for fate. She agreed with him. Besides, she was clearly afraid for him. After all, he was her beloved husband. Kyle had good intuition. He understood that the silence did not mean anything good, since some kind of monster was hiding behind this wilderness. Everything was too calm, only the rustle of the wind and mysterious silence, which became a sign of danger. What horror danger awaited in the most inconvenient place? An unknown monster grabbed my hubby by the leg and tried to drag him into the depths of hell. Kyle knew that there would be dangerous creatures here. His scream could be heard in that very city, but everyone in his place would scream at the top of their voice. This creature was worse than ever, a real nightmare of a gas station. The husband and wife had no luck with gas stations. The man's heart sensed that it was not worth going here. Still, the man was able to escape from the hands of this creature, but it is unlikely that she will stop chasing him so easily. She definitely will not get tired of him, but will only get tired in her next life. Betty screamed at him, tried to call him to get into the car, but the most terrible creature in the world was chasing him, and he had no time for his wife. This mutated one seemed to have inhaled gasoline. His face resembled a drug addict on his third marathon of substances. But our man didn't care about the appearance of the monster. It could very soon become his food or dinner, which he had been waiting for so long, sitting here. The guy threatened the creature with a knife, but whether it would be scared by this toothpick is a good question, and screaming here also makes no sense. As expected, the creature threw the knife far away. She definitely didn't care about this piece of metal. This monster breathed its hot air on the hubby. His drool flowed straight onto his face. Death was definitely inevitable. Kyle stopped kicking and giving signals of hope. He was sure that he was already dead. The cold, fresh, and wet earth was waiting for him. His death would be mourned by drops from the sky that would fall from minute to minute. But suddenly, the fear in his eyes disappeared. Hope finally appeared. A whole minute of humility passed, and salvation arrived at the last minute. The monster was cut into many parts. Who is Kyle's savior? Who is our hero? Incredibly, Kyle hit the jackpot as he stopped at the gas station of the strongest evolved in the world. This is our hero. Perry arrived just in time. This monster was destroyed by our hero. His head was crushed under the thick sole of his boots. His eyes popped out of his sockets, and his soul along with it. Perry asked the survivor why he hadn't noticed the supermarket, but he replied that he had noticed it a long time ago. But here's the problem. There was hardly anyone here. Our student took the place of a cashier at a convenience store. They were very lucky to meet the liberator of the first evolution zone, but the world is too small. Perry did not decide to stand on ceremony with the creature for long and decided to create a fire out of it, but why? It definitely won't get up. The match burned. Let the creature burn with all honors, and the person who was the monster before will go to the best place. The crown of the fire glowed majestically against the backdrop of the scarlet sunset. Yet the beauty of nature amazes time after time. Our hero will not stand on ceremony with the dead for a long time, a couple of seconds, and his enemy will smolder under the tongues of fire in order to get through this flame to another world. They were very happy with such hospitality. If Perry had not been the cashier of this store, they would have met only in the next life. Perry himself was very hospitable, even glad to meet people who could tell him about a civilization that he had not been to for several weeks. Betty found it strange that our hero burned a dead man under the fire, since his light could attract many new zombies. The answer was simple and lay right under our noses. Those zombies who notice the fire within a radius of 100 meters will come running to the fire, but they can smell the smell of rot kilometers away. Now it was clear to her. Let that creature burn and attract no one. No one could come up with anything better. Suddenly, Kyle jumped up from his seat and extended his hand to apologize. Besides, he wanted to thank for the help since they were received with warmth and comfort, and they entered without knocking. Perry didn't care at all about such sincerity, since he was here only for the purpose of saving lives, and it would not matter to him what he received in return. The student was pure and did not have any hidden intentions behind his back. It was important for him to meet living people, and since the opening of the store he had not met such people. But Kyle didn't care about all this. He wanted to thank him in every possible way for his salvation. He was burning with happiness, since he definitely had a conscience. Perry was in shock. His gaze was stupid from such a rush of emotions. Kyle did not listen to him at all, as he was obsessed with the thought of gratitude. But his offers of help were far from welcome. Even here, Perry was very rich and had all the resources to survive. The savior was not at all interested in material wealth. What was important to him was a good campaign, and most importantly, information about the first city liberated from the evolution zone. Kyle was very rich in this. He even spoke with his shoulders wide apart, as his head was full of the most interesting stories about this city. The man had visited many cities and seen the military. Such a conversation immediately lured Perry, but it was not without reason. Kyle could definitely know a lot. Firstly, he met military men in many cities, but the city of the first zone was distinguished by its preparation. The strongest army was located there. During such a time, that city became the best place in the world, an oasis in the middle of the desert, so to speak, as Kyle claimed. In the midst of a terrible world infested with monsters, a city appeared that became a resort for survivors, as everyone flocked there, and it was well popular. And our man is no slouch. He has an eye for the best. He managed to see some people with superpowers, and he was very proud of it. Perry didn't understand the reason for pride at all, as if he himself had talents, and not those superheroes. Kyle thought that our hero was a simpleton who could be seen every day, but it was unlikely that he could be surprised with flying cars, since the owner of this ability was his old comrade and girlfriend. The student understood well who the hubby was talking about, yet Lieutenant Gloria has achieved high results, and he can put responsibility for the city on her shoulders. He began to talk about some oddities in the city, since there were no military people there at all, and the rest of the survivors were resettled in neighboring cities. And all sorts of devilry was happening in the city itself. Thunder at night, no clouds during the day, sunny in the west and rain in the east. Apparently, Rose was intact and coped well with her abilities. He was clearly reassured by the fact that he placed his bets on those whom he could rely on. The girls did not let them down and became stronger by leaps and bounds. He was certainly glad that his fan had become a worthy candidate for the top 10 evolved and would cement her name on the pedestal of history. Besides, Steve's words were taken seriously, and he could sleep peacefully. Having such valuable information is a great privilege for Kyle, for which our hero is not afraid to thank him with a cup of coffee and a roof over his head. Perry does his job well as a supermarket cashier. Serving a cup of coffee, he shows signs of trust, but he was wondering what they were going to do next. The wife did not dare refuse such goodness, but the question also needed to be answered. As it turned out, their reason for such a dangerous journey was the child himself, whom they wanted to find in a neighboring city. It was too dangerous in the areas of this city. Today, Kyle was convinced of this for the second time, as the monsters seemed to be chasing him. Perry saw the seriousness of Kyle's situation, yet being a parent during the apocalypse is not at all easy. But he was more confused by the fact that this was not the first time our hubby had met the dead in these districts, and he wanted to know in more detail this incredible danger that the interlocutor was talking about. The unexpected happened at the last gas station. It was 10 kilometers away, but here they were lucky to meet the savior. That gas station turned out to be much scarier and more dangerous than this one. The creature was incredible. As soon as Kyle left the car, the monster immediately roared at the top of his voice, making the windows fly out. He took a sip of coffee and talked about how he got here with an empty tank. At that very second of screaming, he decided not to refuel, otherwise he would not have gotten here. Perry still suggested that his wife and husband stay here for the night, since it could be even more dangerous outside. Betty was clearly unhappy with this proposal. She wanted to meet the child as soon as possible and not bask in the warmth. Kyle noticed this look. He understood that he could not contradict her. Even a drop of sweat ran down his cheeks. His answer would be obvious. The hubby knew who he was dealing with and decided to leave here, explaining everything to the same child. But he could not reciprocate, since his wife would ask him. After a long time, we hear the sound of a motor. The newlyweds harnessed their iron horse to meet their son. The bro wished them all the best, followed them with his gaze so that nothing would suddenly stop them on the road. But you can't hesitate. There's a gas station with a strong monster 10 kilometers away. That's how far a zombie travels during the night, and we had to hurry. In 3 days, a new evolution zone will appear, during which time all problems must be solved. So Perry gets behind the wheel of his car and moves towards a new danger. The student set himself up for the best result. His gaze burned with the fire of anger and the desire to kill. They seemed to fill him. His bloody aura spreads to the entire environment, pressing on everyone in its radius. He was almost there. The hero had already arrived at a suburban gas station, just a short distance away, and there should be a good battle. Perry pulled up to the gas station, but there was silence everywhere, not even a sign of life, not even a sign of hostility. He ended up in the place that Kyle was talking about. According to his stories, as soon as he got out of the car, a strong howl was heard, which broke the windows all around. It was as if nothing was waiting for the hero here, that silence was similar to that in Perry's domain. But there was a monster hiding there too. Now there was not even the wind that tickled the treetops. One thing could not be denied. The smell of blood here was very strong. Everything was mixed up. People and zombies, every single one died. Too many people have died here. What is the creature? What is hiding here? And could it be that this gas station is its lair? In the pitch darkness, there was dead silence. No sign of life. There was no danger, only countless corpses underfoot, which gave off the most vile aromas. There were only corpses, blood, and weapons in the room. Many people and zombies had been here, but it's unlikely that any of them came out of here. It seemed strange to him that the external doors were damaged inside the room. There was clearly something there, and his victims definitely wanted to escape. But they failed. Something was hiding in this darkness. Even zombies were afraid of it. This is typical for mutated ones who were special. The enemy became twice as dangerous. He sniffed every note of the smell, tried to hear every extra rustle, peer into every dark corner, but there was nothing and no one. What was this gas station hiding? There was an even more terrifying secret in the warehouse. Perry noticed it. He sensed something. His sixth sense never failed. Still, he dared to approach and find out the secret of the gas station. The smell of danger, blood, and death should have come from here. This is where the enemy should be. As it turned out, the hero hit the bullseye. The monster looked like a devil, a demon, a devil. This is the reason for all the deaths here. Perry did not at all expect such a sudden attack from the monster. The monster was not stupid and waited here for travelers for quite a long time, later killing them without any pity. Kyle didn't lie to him. The enemy was truly strong, which means he couldn't hesitate to kill him. Kill him quickly so as not to suffer. The blade was full of energy. The hero sharpened it with his willpower and intent to kill. Like Murasama's bloody sword, he could cut through steel. Soon this creature will get its due and leave this world, but Perry needs to chop it into the smallest pieces. For now, you should retreat, gain distance, and counterattack the enemy with maximum force. The battle is heating up. The hero entered the territory of the monster. He was furious at such impudence. Now only one winner will come out of here. Perry understands that the enemy is far from a weakling. He urgently needs to make a decision for the battle. Now he will be on guard and will not fall into the zombie trap. Now things are serious. The student will use the power of his blood crystal on this monster to destroy it in a matter of seconds. He pointed his fingers at him in order to show him his place and his gigantic superiority, which he demonstrates with all his appearance. The new force is amazing. The zombie doesn't have time to look back, and he is being cut into pieces, and with such force that crowds of such enemies can be hacked to death. The dead man sees such an enemy for the first time. In his memory, he has never encountered such madmen who dare to enter this place and kill such a creature. Perry smiled brighter and brighter with each attack. One grin of our hero kills from the inside, as if needles pierce the heart. Another strong attack on the monster, but he cannot respond to him in any way, since he is very weak in comparison with him. The young man doesn't even give a second for a break, yet he was trained by Colonel Steve himself, a hero and savior. His merits could not be denied. Before the monster even had time to come to his senses, they were going to send his soul to the scales. Perry completely cut up the zombie, who experienced incredible pain, which can hardly be compared with anything. The hero is a real monster. Even such a monster compared to him is a mosquito that can only bite. The monster was completely terrified. Previously, all enemies were easy for him, but now he encountered an opponent not up to his level, or rather, the strongest evolved one in the world. The young one was always dozens of steps ahead of this monster. Only guardians could become a good opponent for such power. The monster tried to brazenly run away from the battle, an example of another fear among zombies. They are also afraid of mortal danger, but Perry is not at all going to let him go for everything that he managed to do. His escape never worked. He would have died in any case, even if he managed to drive such a victim into a corner. Yet here he is, the winner, as if no one had hoped for the monster's victory, since our hero, having given a head start to his enemies, still wins. The monster's lair was cleared by Colonel Steve's student. Perry again demonstrated his strength and power, during which time he only became stronger. However, the inspection of the gas station was not completed. There must be something secret in the next room. Something was definitely hiding there. Perry felt that there was something terrifying here. It was much stronger than the past, apparently. It was the reason for that very scream. The student flew into the door without knocking, knocked down the door with jams to instill fear in the enemy. There must be something in this warehouse. The hero studied the entire local territory in detail. But suddenly something disappointed him. The enemy was not waiting for him. There was no sudden attack, and he looked down at the monster. But what kind of aura was here? What was wafting from this room? Incredibly, in place of the giant monster, the monstrosity, and the constant horror, there was a little girl sitting on her knees holding a teddy bear. She was in the midst of many corpses, whose grimaces were grimacing in horror, as if they were afraid of death. There was nothing in her eyes, no sadness, no hope. Everything was empty in her, as if not everyone around them had been killed. But her, as if a knife in her back was like a taunt. Contradictions appeared in his head whether to leave her here or give her a helping hand to pull her out of the abyss of despair. Conscience is a middle name for our hero. He could not leave her here alone, since she is first of all a child. Then she can already be evolved. Perry did not stand aside, was not afraid of that aura and the many corpses that could die from it. Even so, he dared to help her, expecting a return. But she didn't want to communicate at all. And it's true. How can she speak? When around her there are corpses of zombies who were once people, she and the entire room are covered in blood and rot. What can she do except keep her mouth closed? She was very scared, as if there was another monster in front of her. Such situations kill a child's mind at the root. She will never be able to forget this. Still, Perry did not despair. He continued to look for a common language with the child, invited her to go with him to wash off this blood, to take her to the gas station where he works. She didn't answer, as if she had bitten her tongue. She didn't even have the strength to say a word or reciprocate. He tried to persuade her by saying that it would soon get dark. Thereby it became more and more dangerous outside, and at the same time he smiled at her, which was rare for him. He understood that she was in shock, but he definitely had to touch on one difficult topic for her, which would be difficult for her to overcome. Perry knew what he was getting into, but still asked her about her parents. Now she was completely in despair. She was very hurt by this, which only spoke of one thing. Everything was bad with her family. It's incredible. She was able to say a few words, but it's just how hard they were for her. Her parents sleep in the next room. But just how many days have they not woken up? Behind this door there should be this girl's sleeping mother and father, but she just calls their death asleep. She cannot accept the death of her parents. Perry repeated his name again to make sure she heard him. He understood that it was very difficult for her in this world, especially in this situation. Suddenly it turns out that she was just listening to everything. But what prevents her from speaking is a lump in her throat that presses on her neck, preventing her from taking a second breath of air. He constantly bombarded her with questions. No matter how good Perry was, he was unlikely to be able to reach a child who had lost all goals in life, all the joys of life. She had clearly gone through too much. All the people who came here left in the same way. What was the point of answering anyone if everyone left? Everyone left and Perry left. But the hero did not want to leave her. He extended his hand to her, but she was afraid of him. She did not want to be left alone among the rotting corpses. But something kept her away from everyone. Someone dared to call her a monster. People outside said that this cutie was similar to those monsters that were outside the gas station. All of them caused such pain to the little girl that she was wary of kindness. But suddenly he tells her one secret that the adults were hiding from her. She is not a monster. She is evolved. And there are many such people all over the world. And those who called her a monster are no better than all the creatures around. Incredibly, he was able to light a fire in her eyes. 1,000,000-carat sparkle appeared in them. Perry found the reason for her oddities. She may no longer consider herself a monster. The young man will always find good words to cheer up a person or awaken his fighting spirit. He said that they are similar. These are the best words for someone who considers herself an outcast. He is just as evolved. There are hundreds and thousands of people like her. In this world, you can always find a loved one. Perry explained all this to her in just one phrase. Now she was able to trust him. One quote was able to establish contact with the child. One good phrase that was able to pull the girl out of a deep hole. She even managed to voice her name. Her name was Goldie, a sweet golden girl. Perry wanted with all his heart to save her so that she would go with him, and she agreed. Goldie and Perry stood in front of that very door. The little girl was afraid, but didn't show it. She looked warily through the crack in the doorway and pointed out that her parents were there. That's where they fell asleep and never woke up. Perry did not dare to take her with him, since it could be dangerous there, so that Goldie would not get hurt and fall under the hot hand. And here are our relatives. They obviously turned into zombies long ago and died, and the girl still hopes that they will come out, hug and pat her cute head, but the world was too harsh for her. The pressure on him was that this poor thing would have to come to terms with the fact that her mom and dad would not wake up soon. Whether they would wake up was only a matter of the next life. These wounds were not like those left by zombies. They were left by the person who made them grimace so bitterly. The hero had no way of knowing what happened here, but one thing is for sure, these parents were clearly good, as they tried to protect their Goldie from bad weather, so they died. But there was something sticking out in my pocket, like a card or business card. The guesses were confirmed. It was the business card of the chairman of a pharmaceutical company. He was the father of our heroine, and was probably very rich. The pharmaceutical company was very expensive. Its headquarters towered like a skyscraper that cuts through the sky. Incredibly, Perry recognized this company. Even at the beginning of the infection, it received large funding from a certain union, becoming a global giant. But suddenly the owner of the company, a famous biologist, dies at one of the suburban gas stations. He considered Goldie a poor child, and for good reason, she was a princess for them. But now she would have to come to terms with their death. It was not easy, but the hero decided to tell the sad news about her parents. They are unlikely to be able to wake up again, so she should come to terms with it. She couldn't believe her ears. Goldie was sure that he was lying. Her eyes were full of fear. She didn't understand anything, whether to rejoice or cry, jump with happiness or freeze like a statue for the rest of her days. She continued to blame herself. Her father and mother were not there because they wanted to save her, and she, with her oddities, led them to death. He explained to her a couple of things. Even if they are very different from ordinary people, this does not mean that she is to blame for the fact that they died. She did not have time to do bad things at all to be to blame. Having become evolved, they had the opportunity to become stronger, thereby using this power for the benefit of their loved ones, protecting them. The hero was incredible. He managed to touch a girl who was completely killed from the inside. Being a parent is not easy, but Perry definitely knew some kind of catch in parenting. After such words, it was difficult for her to hold back her tears. But the student tried to explain to her that there was no need for tears now. Her parents had to see off their final journey and say goodbye properly. The night continued. The rustling of the shovel on the ground symbolized the beginning of the burial. Now they were imprisoned in the ground. Perry said a dignified farewell to Goldie's parents, and they can now breathe a sigh of relief, since their beloved daughter will be safe under the wing of such a strong man. He saw nothing good in the burial, as if it all brought him great pain. His fears turned out to be true. He was awakened by terrible memories. Everything around was on fire. The dead occupied him. These memories appeared to him for the first time after his rebirth, and in his freedom, he seemed to be bound by his past, which weighed on him again and again. The shovel fell out of his hands. Such memories weighed heavily on him. He could not do anything with them. More recently, he taught Goldie to forget the past and move on, but only his wound expanded over and over again. He grabbed his head. Once he also dug holes for his comrades. Once he buried his relatives. This hit his head very hard. A savior came to his cries of agony. Perry again found himself in the real world. His eyes were very scared, as the hero again saw his worst dream. Goldie was very worried about him. He had never behaved like this before, and then suddenly he grabs his head and screams at the top of his voice. Perry decided not to scare his partner. For him, it's like a small memory that doesn't bring him any inconvenience. After all, he could not have expected that the past would wash over him so much. But still, now everything is fine with him, and he can breathe a sigh of relief. After a while, morning had already come. The blazing sun was shining in the sky, and Perry's new team had to leave. There was very little time left before the new zone. In this world, you can start all over again and change the world for the better. All you have to do is take your fate here into your fist, first becoming stronger in order to achieve such results. So they arrived at the convenience store. Very little time passed. How sweet she is and what she had to go through to get here and meet our hero. Even after this, she did not stop being truly kind. Perry did the incredible. Even he wouldn't turn out to be a bad father, because in just one night he was able to inspire Goldie's trust. She is now not alone. After a while, a new evolution zone should appear, but only for the first time people failed to defeat the Guardian, and the crystal went to the dead, who became even stronger. There were quite a few survivors in the area, but hardly anyone knew that there was a Guardian walking nearby who was protecting the treasure with force. The zone would definitely not be simple. Perry understood this. It was not without reason that the Guardian was able to win. His power must be impressive. While the hero is having difficult thoughts about the new zone, Goldie sweetly eats her breakfast. Her whole face turns red from the incredible taste. But Perry didn't forget about her at all. She had to decide for herself whether she would go with him to attack the monsters or stay in a secluded place. Time passed. The morning would end very soon, and we must prepare to move out. Goldie didn't think for a long time. She had already decided long ago and agreed to go towards adventure and danger. Perry asked her if she would agree if there were many walking corpses there, where danger awaited at every turn. The baby didn't want to be alone again. Even if she could go through thick and thin with someone, she would go, since her main fear was saying goodbye to her last friends. However, the hero was against such a decision, but did not dare to contradict, since he can only give instructions to members of his team, and she is his student. For her, there was only one rule. In the zone of evolution, she must put herself first. There is no need to save anyone, you and only you. Goldie was puzzled by this rule, how she could not help her comrade when he was in danger. But Perry quite sensibly assesses the girl's capabilities. Of course, she was very strong, but he was much stronger, which means that Goldie should spend her strength on herself. Still, she agreed, she didn't feel comfortable making such decisions, but she couldn't refuse her friend. He warned his partner to get ready to hit the road, since they were leaving in the evening and should be in the city by tomorrow. A zone should open in this city tomorrow. There is very little time left and new difficulties. Guardians and obstacles will appear that they can easily overcome. After all, he is our main character. Very soon a beam will hit the city area, which will create all the conditions for an evolution zone. This city will also become a historical heritage of humanity. Perry will have to free the city from the dome and save all the survivors. The city, like everyone else, looked destroyed, like the apocalypse that plunged the whole world into darkness. Such silence in the city seemed very strange to our heroine, but it was not without reason. She had been in the silence of a pile of corpses for a long time, of course. This would bring her discomfort. Perry recognized her intuition. It was truly great, as if she looked 5 seconds ahead and knew that an immortal creature with a scythe could be waiting for them around the corner. This is the abode of all the dead. This is where there should be a gigantic number of dead, since the larger the hospital, the more dangerous the area around. The probability of meeting a dead man is too high, which means we need to avoid this place, which our hero understood very well. Goldie didn't quite understand where they were going or what was happening here. The young man was completely confident in his actions, no hesitation, only incredible zeal forward to quickly end this zone. They took a sharp turn in the opposite direction, Perry being too unpredictable sometimes. Nevertheless, they went to a boutique with clothes. Our hero decided to dress up for the dead. Goldie beamed at the sight of the clothing store. Perry knows exactly the way to a little girl's heart. Dressing up for battle is his best decision. The student knew that the gas station was very good in terms of supplies and equipment, but there were no clothes for our princess there at all, and it was already getting cold outside. You can't tell from her face, but she was definitely happy about little shopping trips to look very cute. Perry makes her dreams come true, even during the apocalypse. All the signs of happiness were on her face. She began to shine right before her eyes. Her clothes and appearance brought her incredible pleasure that cannot be compared with anything. 30 minutes have already passed. The sun was warming the air. Very soon the heroes should leave the boutique and set off to conquer this zone. Our handsome guy walked out of the store as if he was conquering the catwalk. He was blinded by camera flashes, and he himself shone brighter than diamonds in the sun. Goldie didn't go far. She became even sweeter than she was. She was glowing with happiness. She could only afford this before the apocalypse. If Perry weren't around, she would hardly have been so happy. Suddenly, the hero asked the little girl where she had the knife that he gave her. But she is not stupid at all. It was not for nothing that he praised her intuition. The girl can easily compete with adults, since she is ready for anything. She took into account Perry's most important lesson. In this world, a gun should always be at hand to protect yourself and your loved ones who are in mortal danger. Suddenly, a strong explosion thundered to the side. Did the zone appear? The Guardian began his hunt for survivors. The zone had already begun to form. Perry did not expect such speed at all. Everything happened instantly. Goldie was not at all afraid. She understood that the dome would soon cover this area and would fall under the influence of the Guardian, who, along with everyone else, would appear here. Perry squatted down and covered Goldie, since anything could happen, and he couldn't let her die. A red glow has covered the entire area. The zone is almost formed. The test of humanity will begin again. Suddenly, we are transported by the intelligence department of this city. The headquarters reports that the satellite has noticed a strong surge of energy in the city. The similarity with the previous evolution zone is 97%. The military could not believe that the dome was appearing again. The people in it must quickly defeat the enemy and take away the evolution crystals. The dome was forming. A red glow was covering the entire city. The creation of the Crystal Guardian would be completed very soon. The transformation of the environment will end very soon, and a new force will appear any minute. Goldie guessed that everything was almost over. The zone had been formed, and the Guardian would very soon pursue our heroes. Perry wasn't sure either, but a certain feeling told him that the test had begun, and the enemy would not be long in coming. A lot of strange things have appeared around. The day has recently come, but now the sun has left its zenith. Goldie is very good at looking at such little things. This was the influence of the zone. Night would soon overtake them, and it would no longer bode well for them, since the enemy could be sitting in the shadows. Incredibly, suddenly there was a roar that had not been there before. Surely the enemy was already nearby. The Guardian found them and decided to release his forces on the survivors. Nevertheless, our heroes were noticed. The mutated ones were on their heels. The local boss was definitely involved here. Who sent this crowd here? The first creature is already attacking. One thing is strange. All the dead have already evolved, and each had their own new ability. Perry did not at all expect that the enemies would be so strong initially. The battle would definitely not be easy. Still, the hero of the future was not a weakling. Such monsters do not pose any danger to him. He chops them down with one swing, as if an executioner is depriving a condemned man of his head. Perry was too magnificent for one mutated one to hit him with his attacks, yet he did not kill such people. Goldie was amazed by such strength, but did not even realize that this was just a small part of his skills, which surpassed the entire population of the Earth. The girl herself is not going to stand on the sidelines. She is also capable of a lot for her age, as her murderous aura says. Her blade is sharpened by determination, and she intends not to let her comrade down. Many dead fell at her hands. She did not even give anyone a chance to win. Yet it was not without reason that the hero saw gigantic potential in her. She was incredible, easily chopped up heaps of enemies. What she would be capable of in a couple of years, she would become the strongest and smallest evolved in the world. This team was ideal. Both could cover each other's backs. Besides, they trusted their comrade, thus they could give the Earth a lot of dead. Here is the power of two evolved, one student and a baby, who are capable of sending all the enemies in the city to the scales, where they will be determined to heaven or hell. Even so, the zombies did not want to retreat at all. Among them, there was one who was different from everyone else in his aura. He was like a shadow. He was clearly the strongest zombie here. As it turned out, the enemy was not a simple dead man, as if he had received a strengthening that only one, that same guardian, could give him. Unbelievably, the battle would not be so easy. The monster pointed its vile paws at Perry and fired its claws. But such attacks have not defeated our hero for a long time. Every claw will be repelled. It was as if the monsters had broken free. Someone had released them. Someone stronger, who could control and strengthen his subordinates. The hero of the future is not so simple that one enemy can harm him. With one glance, he can paralyze the enemy, so that he does not even have time to come to his senses, and his body is chopped up. It wanted to suppress Perry with its gaze, but he was too strong and could easily bring down the whole sky on him, so that that creature would no longer crawl out of its lair. So two deadly glances met. The monster could not even think that his enemy would be so strong. In one blink of an eye, he pressed the Earth's mass on him. Such is the power of his eyes. He will not be so easy with his enemies. One wrong move and Perry will be immobilized, tormented, and finished off. The zombie realized what kind of monster stood in front of him. That pressure was no longer there. Too much weight was weighed on him, which he could not bear. The dead man screamed in pain. His mind could not forget this influence, as if he had been killed from the inside, and he could not do anything about this pain. But Perry is not going to hesitate at all. The enemy has lost his vigilance and fortitude, which means he can already be sent to the next world. In this battle, the monster will not only lose his arm, his life will also end at this moment, and no one will be able to help, not even the all-powerful guardian. It decided to escape from the hero by escaping. It was not in vain that it was frightened. It was suppressed by incredible force that could plunge even the local boss into horror. The hero of the future could not allow this creature to escape, but he was completely sure that it would come again, taking revenge. But then it would lose its life. Nevertheless, the keeper managed to notice the hero. He felt his influence, which means he is not so far from here. The girl was very surprised. She could never expect a zombie to run away from a victim, for this fearless creature which fights with instincts to have fear of the enemy. Perry was suddenly worried about something. He picked up the baby in his arms. Goldie couldn't be here. It was precisely because of this that he decided to take her away from here, even if all the dead were defeated. There were no zombies left at all, but there was one very dangerous enemy left, whom even Perry was afraid of. Since nothing was known about him, yes, this is the keeper of the crystal. The hero accelerated his run and left this place. The boss was close, which meant that he had to run quickly until Goldie was safe. The girl didn't know at all who that same guardian was, whether he was stronger than a zombie and how to deal with it. Perry constantly looked around, monitored the situation until there was nothing. But his partner did not understand at all what danger awaited them. In the running dead man, Our hero managed to see the shadow of the local guardian. He had the clear ability to control rotten corpses, which means the danger is not small. Goldie didn't know at all who the guardian was, but she was immediately able to determine that the zombies were just a puppet of the boss, and he was much stronger than them. Due to the fact that those dead escaped and they are under the influence of the guardian, it means that he has been taking a closer look at him for a long time, and the zombies will attack again very soon. She managed to realize the danger of the situation. If the guardian was watching them, then the zombies should attack them all en masse again any minute. The student knew the behavior of the guardian. He was destined to protect the crystal of evolution and not exterminate people. He needed to come up with a plan. But initially, he needed to get information about the guardian. Goldie wondered what they should do next once they had completed all this. In the future, Perry had in mind to find a refuge, while the keeper did nothing. A permanent place of salvation was not necessary. But suddenly Goldie noticed something in the distance. Her eyes opened wider, and she herself was very surprised and even frightened. But there was a reason for fear. The moon rose above the heads of people and the roofs of houses. But how could this be so? Just recently in its place, a bright sun shone in its place. But as soon as I lowered my eyes even lower, a river appeared under my feet. Goldie correctly said that it had not been here before, which means that the keeper was connected with it. Everything around her became stranger and stranger. Nothing was clear, just a little more, and the girl would go crazy from such changes. Perry, too, could not fully imagine who his enemy really was, which is why he could stand silently for a long time, pretending to look around. But something was definitely wrong. At the sight of them, hundreds of dead people jumped into the water and swam as if for a treasure. The keeper definitely controls them. But just how far away he is a mystery. Goldie constantly suggests that the local boss decided to show off his strength and sent a crowd of zombies. The monsters were behaving very strangely. Some were diving into the mysterious river, others were trembling in convulsions. The keeper was definitely up to something, but we still had to figure it out. The dead became brutal. Their actions could not be understood. They became too unpredictable. Their eyes shone like small lights in a gloomy temple, and their smiles sparkled like lunar crescents in the sky. These scum filled the entire nearby area. The guardian wanted to drive the heroes into a corner, but it is unlikely that he will succeed as easily as he dreams. The girl realized that she and Perry had been noticed. She had to run quickly, otherwise they would become food for brainless carcasses that go wherever their feet take them and wherever their guardian leads. These creatures are real monsters. No stray would be so scary, but they are good contenders for the role of a nightmare in a horror film. The hero grabbed Goldie by the hand, and they began to run headlong. Those creatures were on their heels, but it was not safe to come across the guardian's eyes at night. Meanwhile, a white ball overhead illuminated the gloomy alleys where the most frightening creatures sat, which you would not find during the day with fire. It turns out there were still survivors in this city. One of them was sitting on the roof of one of the houses, but he did not choose the dangerous path of a swordsman or infantryman, but became a more useful support, a sniper. So far, it was completely unknown whether he was an enemy or an ally. Whether he would help our heroes or become a puppet of the Guardian, one could only guess. But one thing was clear. He is an enemy of the dead, whose heads he blows off with his unexpected shots. The enemies do not even realize that they are being hunted. These are the consequences. Crowds of the dead could see how their brothers lay on the ground with their heads broken, but no one could guess. Alone, the sniper cleared the entire area. He was magnificent, since the keeper could not guess who exactly was hiding behind the mask. Even understanding where the shots were coming from would be an impossible task for the enemy. It turns out that the sniper was connected with the local groups of survivors who had the talents of the evolved ones. But in response to her calls, he only received the hiss of the walkie-talkie. The groups were defeated. This thought creeps into the sniper's head, since for a long time he has not been able to hear the answer to all calls. But the sniper was distracted by something to the side. Another team of survivors disappeared. All sorts of devilry was happening around. He managed to notice our heroes. He was surprised by the presence of a child on their team. What kind of recklessness? How can you send a child to the battlefield? Perry was desperate to find temporary shelter, but the Guardian arrived at the most inconvenient moment. It turns out that he knows how to influence not only the dead, people are not a hindrance for him either. The hero guessed that it was the Guardian, but this is unlikely to help him, since he will lose consciousness any minute. Goldie noticed that something was wrong with her partner. She was very worried about him, since everything happened too suddenly. The girl tried to wake Perry, pushed him back and forth, screamed his name. She was confused, because she did not understand what was happening at all. In response to receiving silence from Perry, he could not say a word. Besides, they were in great danger. The enemies had to be on their heels, which means it would be difficult for them to get out of such danger. She decided to check the situation. The enemies would soon surround them, which was good, since in such a situation they could not avoid death. But zombies were not the first problem. Among the crowds of the dead, there was a creature that stood out the most. It was definitely a guardian who was already ready to attack with his countless army of monsters. Goldie also noticed him. He towered over everyone like a shadow. The guardian was close, which means that our hero was under his influence. Just a little and they will be squeezed in a vice or surrounded on all sides. Goldie definitely needs to do something. Otherwise, death cannot be avoided. The zombies were coming closer and closer. It's unlikely that anyone will help them. Perry has not woken up yet. We can only rely on the power of our baby. She sensibly assessed her strength. She definitely would not be able to knock down so many enemies and such strong ones. There was nothing left to do but wait for the hero to awaken. The zombies, amazed with their terrifying strength, that same zombie without an arm is here again. As expected, the Guardian will not keep you waiting long, which means that all the strongest monsters in the zone are here. Still, you can't rely on fate. You have to take it by the hair and lead it wherever you want. So our heroine thinks and rushes into battle towards dangerous creatures. She was incredibly strong, easily chopped down every monster on the way. No one could resist her. He was left completely alone. All his pawns fell in a couple of moments. No one could resist the little girl. Real weaklings. The monster was struck by such power, he could not even react to the speed, since it was as fast as lightning. The baby was monstrously strong and fast. Not a single mutated one could keep up with her, even those who were under the influence of the Guardian. She wanted to attack the monster until it even realized that she was already under his nose. Her potential was too great. But there was clearly something wrong with the monster. He already knew exactly who was at his feet, trying to slaughter him into the smallest pieces. Still, she was able to realize that the enemy was under control. Now she would not be able to attack him unnoticed. Incredibly, the Guardian appeared in front of our baby. What was wrong with him? He was like a shadow. How to fight this creature if it is intangible? Everything was terrible. Goldie realized that it would be impossible to attack the creature, since it was intangible. The corpse was not a weakling. It was not difficult for him to send a little girl on a long flight to visit her loving parents. The attack was not successful, but even so, Perry managed to protect her from crowds of enemies. Even so, she could have put that monster down if not for the Guardian. Goldie is a real superhero. She sacrificed herself for the sake of a person valuable to herself. She was told to protect only herself. But she took into account another more important lesson. The strong must protect loved ones. She's a great fellow, like an ordinary child who got into a battle against monsters, but was able to fight on equal terms with them. Perry couldn't even stand up. His legs wouldn't hold him up. The Guardian wouldn't let him get up. His ability to control people was amazing. He was able to suppress Perry after such enhancements. He had to hurry. Goldie could be in danger, and he doesn't even know what's going on there. And besides, there should be a Guardian nearby. Perry hoped to use his soul capture ability to get out of this dream, but it didn't work. A red cross shone over his body. The enemy's skill exceeded the strength of our hero, as if he had again met that Guardian from the pyramid. This strength was incredible. Just recently, Perry was crucified on this cross, but he has not yet lost his fortitude. He is still able to stand on his feet. He just needs to use soul capture. This energy covered him from head to toe. The Guardian was very close, and he was just about to get to his feet. Goldie begged him to get up, tried in every possible way to call him, but he did not respond and responded with silence. Really, our hero rose again. Steve was able to raise the strongest warrior in him, and he overpowered the enemy, who surpassed him in his influence. Again, the same look, empty and lifeless, only now he is unlikely to run away and come running again. Perry outdid himself. The creature lost its head and went to the next world. It's finally dead. A lifeless corpse that was constantly under the Guardian's control and eventually died at Perry's hands. Our Goldie was completely wounded. This made Perry very worried about her. His heart was beating, turning his blood to boiling water. She felt very bad. There was no face on her. The dead man had caused her great harm while Perry was under the influence of the Guardian. Even after everything she did for our hero, Goldie apologized for not being able to protect him from the monster. Perry made it clear that he did not need to be saved. But here even he could not cope with this influence. Even here our baby helped him. They continued to communicate pleasantly with each other for a long time. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. But suddenly, silhouettes of bloodthirsty zombies appeared behind them, who had already gotten close enough to our heroes for them to become their food. But something went wrong. The monsters lost their heads before Goldie and Perry. Someone saved them. Who is this savior who deprived two monsters of their heads with one shot? Who is our hero? Perry realized that he was on the verge of death, only that he had evolved, capable of shooting two walking corpses with one bullet. Incredibly, our savior turned out to be that same mysterious sniper who was a permanent resident here and, due to an incident, ended up under the dome with our team. Perry didn't expect to meet well-wishers here at all. He can definitely be trusted after all. He saved their lives without taking anything in return. Suddenly, he ordered to follow him. Nevertheless, it is better to trust the native resident of the city, since he knows this city like the back of his hand. The sniper was very mysterious. What was the motive for saving him? What was his benefit in this? Why didn't he just shoot them like the scoundrels from the first zone? They walked in silence, but the thought that all the survivors were fighting more for their own lives than for others could not get out of Perry's head. The sniper showed no signs of hostility. This silence escalated the situation, as if he was contemplating a plan to kill them. Every step was not easy for the hero after the mind was captured by the Guardian. Perry was very weakened. The Wanderer's headquarters was very strange. He could have been located on some high-rise building and tracked down enemies there, but he chose a kindergarten. Perry also found it strange that such a serious warrior would choose a kindergarten instead of a refuge, which was a ridiculous idea. Before entering the shelter, you need to think about every step. Perry understood that the kindergarten could be a dangerous place, since small zombies are more difficult to kill, that even adults turn out to be baby food for these demons. But the sniper doesn't care about such thoughts at all. The kindergarten is his home, so he enters it without knocking and can invite anyone. The young man did not expect such hospitality at all. He is amazed that there was a kind man in this wilderness who offered a roof over his head. There were no signs of danger, there were no corpses or the smell of blood, only children's drawings on the walls, like in traditional kindergartens. Suddenly, they decided to go down to a certain basement, but Perry can trust this place, since he senses danger from a cannon shot and blood even outside the city. So they came. The basement did not promise anything dangerous here, no enemies, traps, or monsters. Incredibly, our wanderer is the teacher of the surviving children. It was clear from their smiles that he is not holding them hostage, yet the sniper is a good person who has his own large family. The local defenders are not afraid of strangers. They immediately ask the teacher what kind of people they are and what they need here. Goldie was very afraid of these children. She literally always hid behind Perry's back. The stranger treated the children kindly. He always tried to save them from danger outside, a truly heroic act on his part, since he works in the name of these children who cannot fend for themselves. He does not seek benefit from them and tries to educate the same heroes. The children trusted the teacher to raise so many children during the apocalypse, fulfilling the most sacred duty of a parent. Finally, the wanderer will show his kind face. You can definitely trust such people at first sight, since they work miracles only with their actions. But something is wrong here, the serious sniper spoke in a female voice, and his curls shone with a pink sheen. Could it be that our wanderer turned out to be a sweet teacher? Incredibly, our good wanderer turned out to be a charming girl, a kindergarten teacher, and a good mother of these children. Her name was Lillian. Her maternal instinct did not allow her to abandon these children, and she became the best mother in the world. Perry used to know a certain Lillian, who was one of the 10 strongest evolved. The hero also introduced himself to our savior, yet she was magnificent because she was strong, beautiful, knew her purpose, and also knew how to raise her large family. Goldie did not fully trust the local people and constantly hid behind the back of her only comrade. Precisely because of this, Perry warned Lillian that they could not yet trust them. Lillian did not see anything wrong with this and was understanding about it, since there is never anything wrong with caution. Previously, there were warehouses here, but now she has arranged everything here well. Now the children have a roof over their heads and an excellent teacher. Because of this warehouse, they managed to survive for the first time. Then it only got better, and most importantly, easier. Now an unfortunate zone has appeared, which began to force a quiet life. Perry suddenly became interested in where this child on one of the beds came from. She picked up this baby on the street, just like Perry found Goldie. Both did a lot of work to gain trust from the children. Besides, she had not gone out before at all to kill a couple of monsters. She needed to get powdered milk for the child. Many of the children here have lost their parents, and Lillian has become their second mother, who monitors the well-being of all the children, feeds and waters them, giving them protection. Even with Goldie, who is afraid of her, she will be kind. Now she is going to pay attention to her wounds to make sure that she is not badly hurt. In the eyes of our girl, there was no longer the fear with which she entered here. Our Gold was changed. Her wound was bandaged in general. They took great care of her. Now she is completely sure that the world is not without good people, and she could have come across this girl who also protected her. Lillian understood that Goldie could be very tired. There was no hidden intent in her actions. Her smile was sincere, as if a ray of sunshine warmed the dimples on her cheeks. After a while, Goldie was already fast asleep. No one could stop her. She hugged her teddy bear with all her strength, who would be there even in her sleep. Lillian worked hard to be a good mother to these children, all of whom grew up with her immense love. Suddenly, she wondered if Perry was an evolved one. It was even obvious. He was easily able to get out of the Guardian's influence and defeat his strongest pawn. But this is only a joy for her. 4 hands are better than 2, which means that together it will only be easier. Yet she helped them for a reason. Perry hit the bull's eye. He was wondering if she had a connection with other survivors in this city, and if it was possible to contact them. It's incredible that many evolved people have appeared in the world over all this time, which is confirmed by the fact that in this city alone, there are already 5 people with superpowers, including her. However, 2 groups of survivors suffered heavy losses, and the rest have not been in contact at all for a long time. Perry understood that there was no way around this without a guardian. Most lost losses because the enemy became unexpectedly strong. Lillian made him understand that the evolution crystals are in the Keeper himself, which means that in any case, he must be defeated. Perry was aware that the enemy would not be a weakling, and defeating him was a prerequisite for removing the dome and gaining abilities. But suddenly he was pulled out of his long thoughts. Lillian screamed loudly at the entire kindergarten. Incredibly, according to the teacher, Goldie appears to have contracted the virus. Yes, there was something wrong with her. She turned very red. Her whole face was ablaze with a bloody flame. Did that very small wound become the cause of infection? Something had to be done, otherwise it would be too late. Perry was able to determine that this infection was not too serious. It was just that the virus had entered through the wound, and she would not become another walking corpse. Lillian has calmed down, which means that the girl can still be helped, and they will definitely do it. The hero touched his stepdaughter's forehead. She had a clear fever. She was burning. She definitely needed help. The hero would need antipyretics to reduce the temperature and antibiotics to destroy the virus. Lillian didn't have any, but she knew where there could be a lot of them. But this place was very dangerous. The medicine was in the hospital. Perry immediately remembered that very frightening hospital, in which there were the largest number of monsters and a greater chance of meeting the Guardian. Our heroine tries to warn her guests. She says that a terrible creature is hiding in the hospital, and under no circumstances should they go there. But Perry's desire cannot be broken. If he has made up his mind, it means that there are no longer any obstacles for him. Not a single creature can stop them. Now Lillian must understand who is standing in front of her. He is a real predator who takes everything from this world, and getting medicine for him is a mere trifle. The sniper was speechless. She had never seen such fearlessness in the eyes of an ordinary person. But she herself is not going to stand aside. She goes with them, after all. She knows this city better than her own fingers. And here it is, the same hospital that at the beginning of the trip attracted a lot of attention from our heroes. The entire hospital was a nightmare for an ordinary person, as it was overrun with walking corpses. But our hero was never an ordinary person to be afraid. Lillian said that 12 people armed to the teeth entered here, but not a single one came out alive. There were more zombies, which means they need to retreat. Perry didn't care at all about any little things. He didn't see any obstacles in front of him, which promised them a guaranteed victory. Without antibiotics, Goldie will get even worse. There was no time to delay. It doesn't matter what is dangerous here when an unfortunate child dies in her arms. Our sniper was lost from such determination. The hero was too stubborn to let his partner die. Lillian tried to shout to him, stopped him following his steps, but he no longer heard anything at all. He could not be stopped so easily. Perry was already standing at the entrance to the hospital. His shadow fell on the bloodthirsty dead that were guarding the hospital from the outside. He knows how to attract the attention of enemies. Even here he is in front of them, like a red flag for a bull. But our hero is not here for the dead. He needs drugs to treat his partner so that she does not die at the beginning of the journey. If someone interferes with him, everyone will be beheaded. As expected from our hero, he didn't even see the danger in front of him. Every monster was cut down in the blink of an eye, and Lillian had no reason to worry. The teacher looked at this with her mouth wide open. She couldn't believe her eyes, even if he was evolved. But killing everyone in an instant was new to her. So they entered the hospital. The hero became interested in where the medicines that Lillian was talking about were located. She suggested that she guide him through, but she and Goldie would need the protection that he would provide. Lillian walked ahead. It was necessary to go up to the second floor, since that was where all the drugs were. Perry explored the entire room to identify any oddities and track down the biggest danger. Even here, he was able to notice a pistol, which, according to assumptions, belonged to a group of survivors. But one thing is strange. The barrel fell from the 5th floor. What did they lose there if the medicine was on the 2nd floor? From such traces, it will be possible to find out about the very monster that guarded this hospital, and besides, Lillian remembered him. On the 2nd floor, there are also many traces of survivors who moved higher and higher. Our heroes also stood up, for now everything was covered in silence. No deadly monster was seen, and the medicine was almost in their hands. There were only corpses lying around, not a single zombie. Before, this had not meant anything good, only greater danger awaited them. Lillian did not disappoint. All the necessary drugs were right on the shelves of the 2nd floor of the hospital. Lillian asked Goldie to be patient a little longer, and they could continue to fight the Guardian. Goldie felt worse than ever. Her condition worsened every minute. It was hard for her to even say a word. Suddenly, a strange light appeared above them. Some kind of gap began to widen in the ceiling. The heroine noticed this oddity. She was haunted by this mysterious light, which did not promise them anything good. Due to the reflex, he immediately reacts to the gap and puts it at gunpoint in order to be ready for anything. There was some mysticism going on here. Red cutouts in the walls of the hospital, a bunch of dead corpses. Incredibly, horror began before the eyes of our heroes. Something was looking at them through the wall. Some creature was sitting on the floor above and examining the situation. Lillian reacted with lightning speed to the opening of her eye. What was going on here? Was it the same Guardian or something worse? Such thoughts visited the sniper's head. Perry noticed the noise from the gunshot and wondered what was going on there. She explained to him that a certain creature had been tracking them for a long time, and she put lead in his eye. Incredibly, this monster broke the ceiling and burst into it. So he is the same dead man Lillian was talking about. It was simply terrible. The body was covered with tentacles. In the middle of them was a giant head. How could one fight such a creature? This monster was head and shoulders above everything our hero had previously encountered. It was not without reason that all the survivors in the city feared him. It was not for nothing that everyone avoided the hospital. Lillian felt this danger herself. Nothing could be compared with this monster. Even children in their wildest dreams could not imagine such a thing. This creature had eyes along the entire perimeter of the tentacles, and it could also create sharp tips at their ends, which made it even more dangerous. But our sniper is not so weak as to let this creature touch him. Not a single hair from Goldie's head should fall in this battle. Lillian planted a bunch of lead in the tentacles of this creature. She clearly needs support with such a monster in order to defeat it. Still, the tentacles managed to break through the barrage of sniper attacks, which does not bode well. It only got worse. Lillian managed to dodge the attack, but his tentacle did not rush towards her at all. It wanted to attack Goldie with all its might. What was driving her? Nevertheless, Perry keeps up with the monster's attack and cuts off the vile limb of this creature. He ordered Lillian to collect medicine and protect Goldie, and he would take on the monster, promising a guaranteed victory. The monster is not going to just look at the conversations. He begins to attack without stopping in order to defeat these insolent people who dared to climb into his lair. The hero is also not going to tolerate such behavior from the monster. He has strengthened himself so that it is more effective to deal with the creature. It's not hard for him to cut a couple of tentacles, but there could be 100 or even 1,000 of them. How long will he have to cut this zombie? The monster suffered unbearable pain. The enemy he encountered was not an easy one. Now this is not his lair, and here he is no longer the strongest. It had never met such a strong man. Everyone died under the onslaught of his attacks, and no one could dare to cut off the tentacles. But the young hero is capable of even greater deeds. Perry decided to take the monster away from the girls, since it was an unusual mutation and could cause great harm to them. The monster fell for the hero and again rose to the floor above. Now it is clear what forced the survivors to climb to the floors above. Lillian wished good luck to our hero, so that he would definitely overcome and return in triumph, so to speak. Now the value has increased, and there is ham on the sandwich. By that time, she continued to look for medicine. It would be better for her to hurry up, since Goldie is getting worse and worse every minute, and the keeper can notice them. At that very second, Perry takes the monster to the highest floors so that he would not even think that he has the opportunity to attack the girls. He rose higher and higher, past each floor and lifted the monster behind him. Still, he assessed the situation sensibly. To win, he needed to strike the monster's brain, but it was completely unclear where this creature's head was. The monster was not going to waste any time. Perry came under a barrage of attacks from the monster and was able to successfully dodge. He maneuvered every tentacle. Nothing could keep up with him. In battle, he flutters like a butterfly and stings like a bee. The most obvious place to attack was the head. The hero decided not to waste this opportunity and struck the first blow there. The monster would be too stupid to stick its brain in the most obvious place on its body. Still, it didn't work. The zombie only became more angry, and his determination to kill only increased. As expected, Perry understood that this creature would not be as simple as it seemed. In his head, of course, it would not be, but where then? If the main brain is located in the body, and it is protected by tentacles, no, something is wrong here. There are too many tentacles, which means it is outside the main organism. The creature attacks again and again. There will be no pity for the enemy. Perry managed to unravel the mystery of the monster. This body is just a puppet controlled by the brain from outside, which means that all that remains is to find it. Meanwhile, Goldie was not getting any better. Lillian was looking for medicine for her, but it was as if they were not there. But still, she is a great fellow, and she managed to find the necessary drugs. All that remains is to give them to Goldie, and she will be saved. There is only one drug left to find, and everyone will be assembled. Lillian did her best. But suddenly the ground under our feet began to tremble. What is happening here? It's not for nothing that people are so afraid of the hospital. Too many strange things are happening here. Now a sudden earthquake has begun. Something too inexplicable is happening here that it will not be easy to even imagine. Lillian began to search more carefully. The situation was getting worse every second. All that was missing was a guardian with a crowd of zombies, and paradise would come in the real world. But suddenly our girl opened her eyes, wondering if she really felt better. She would soon recover and go on to chop down the dead. She even managed to get to her feet, which means that even a deadly virus won't take our heroine. What will the terrible monsters do to her? The sniper was very glad that the girl woke up. Everything will be fine, she thought. But there was definitely something wrong with her face. Before there was a sparkle in her eyes. Now there was an emptiness in which you could drown. And her face was also covered with shadow. Now Lillian has realized that Goldie is not walking at all of her own free will. Someone was controlling her. Is this really who I am thinking about? Not him, after all. The guardian appeared at the most inconvenient moment. But what does he need from the child? Lillian didn't understand what was standing in front of her. It didn't look like a zombie. It was someone's shadow, she assumed. The strange thing is that Goldie succumbed to the will of this monster too easily. But why didn't he take over Lillian's mind? They would die faster. She tried to shoot this creature, but it was scattered through the air. And it's true. It was the guardian's shadow and not his physical body. The sniper couldn't believe her eyes how she could fight the shadow while saving the girl. She had to grab Goldie and run like crazy so that this shadow could never take her away. She tried to wake her up from her trance, but the guardian did not give her the opportunity to come to her senses. The situation was very difficult. The teacher did not at all expect such strength from the girl. She did not give in to force at all, as if she was walking and clinging to the ground with her roots. The guardian's shadow did not give them any peace. He decided to get Goldie and will achieve this at any cost. Lillian had no way of knowing the strength of such an enemy, what he could do in the corporeal shell, where the real body was hiding, and how long it would remain there. The boss again used his new talent. Even being here in the form of a shadow, he can cause significant harm to those around him. Her head was turned by some music that made her sleepy. The picture before her eyes became cloudy, and the shadow dissipated. Still, fate is on their side. The keeper failed to take Goldie to him, so he left her. Lillian can rejoice. Goldie's pressure subsided. She seemed to have fallen into a dream. She still needed help, since she only felt worse after such an attack from the guardian. The sniper was very glad that the shadow was gone. You can breathe a sigh of relief, but you can't relax. The responsibility for the child's life lies on her shoulders. The girl was still ill. She needed to look for medicine and protect her from external threats. And besides, the guardian could come again. But the keeper turned out to be not the last problem. As expected from him, the local boss brought new guests. They turned out to be dead people who, under his control, got here, and now they will attack our girls. Lillian waited with great trepidation for Perry's successful return, since they still had to treat the girl, and she herself certainly would not be able to defeat that monster. By that time, Perry had brought the monster to the roof. The main battle would take place here so that no one would dare to escape. The monster was not happy that he had such a strong enemy in front of him. He had suffered too much pain, and his enemy was still alive. This had never happened before. Perry stood in front of him confidently. All his actions were honed in training with Old Man Steve, and now he will demonstrate all his abilities to this creature. Suddenly, something dawned on him. He managed to hear Lillian's shot at such a distance. He realized that they were in danger and he should hurry. For all this time, he has already spent a third of his accumulated energy, which is good. He still needs to leave it to the Guardian, which means that he needs to deal with this monster faster. He was determined. Now he will do everything quickly. Among them all there must be a brain, which means that you need to chop all the tentacles and the main one will come out. It was decided that Perry would emerge victorious from here, and this was already guaranteed since he had decided to cut all the tentacles. It's not difficult for him to chop a monster into small pieces, and he demonstrates this in the best possible way. The creature did not expect to ever meet such a madman who would decide to go into the lair of the most dangerous monster in the city and hack him to death. The monster was already completely desperate. The tentacles became fewer and fewer, and at the same time he himself became weaker. There was only one left, and Perry had already cut him down. And here it was, the victory that our hero deserved with all his might. The monster has fallen. Now you can go to the girls and help them to escape. Something was wrong here. Perry simply turned around and walked away, not even being 100% convinced that the creature was dead. And where was that brain outside the body? Still, he had to go and help Lillian, since she was already waiting for him and asking for help. The battle is over, but something haunts him. The hero couldn't just leave without checking the monster's corpse. What a horror! The main body was still alive. It attacks our hero with its tentacle. He cannot expect an attack at all. What should he do? Who will save him? Will it be a defeat? Incredibly, this zombie was truly unusual, yet his puppet was a strong threat, but he was more dangerous. But suddenly it missed. Something was clearly wrong here. Perry couldn't have expected this attack, or... Incredibly, our hero outdid himself. He waited for this creature for a very long time, and it appeared. The zombie doesn't know our Perry very well. He will never turn his back on the puppet's corpse. Now the story of this monster will end at this minute. It would have been better if this greedy creature had not come out, but greed destroyed him, since now there is no way for him to escape. This was the end for this creature. No one else would come to the rescue. There were no more puppets left, which means it was time for the next world. His aura is amazing. He is literally capable of anything, he said and did. His word does not waver. The monster did not know this at all and died from his greed. The story of the hospital nightmare ended with the victory of good. So he was killed, yet greed ruined even the friar. The monster is no exception to this. Now we can be sure that our hero has won. He can raise his cup and modestly leave the battlefield. Perry recognized his enemy. Because of him, he had to break his head for a long time while his head was in the body of a puppet. But his only mistake was his greed. The students simply took advantage of it, and the enemy was defeated. Of course, after such a strong enemy, you can get a lot of boosts, and it turned out that all the stamina and physical abilities became many times stronger. Now it's time to visit Lillian and Goldie. The dangerous enemies are gone. Only the weaklings remain. There weren't enough cartridges. There were more zombies. Even if she kills 2 zombies with each bullet, there might not be enough shells. Meanwhile, they stepped on their heels, and their numbers became more and more. The spirit of a zombie should take 1 cartridge at a time. She kept everything at gunpoint and was preparing to shoot. There were 33 dead in total. 16 bullets should have been enough for each one to drive lead into the head. They were terrible. With every step they became closer. A little more and the girls would fall into the clutches of zombies. Only she decided who would go to hell today. Her finger on the trigger could make 1 movement, and the dead would lose their heads. Still, she is a master of her craft, also evolved, who can put hundreds of monsters to death. Here comes the first shot. Under such a barrage, all the zombies will die before reaching the victim. 3 people lost their heads at once. It looks promising. If they all stood in a row, there would be complete happiness. The walking corpses stopped moving, one after another, and the carcasses fell to the floor, as if on scales. But everything was not so wonderful. There were still a lot of enemies, but the patron was left all alone. What should she do? But at the best moment, our hero arrives and triumphantly defeats the terrifying creature. Finally, he came. Lillian was very glad to see him, since they were already on the verge of death. Since the appearance of Perry, Lillian has not been calm. She has been nervously tracking down every corner where that giant creature, the strongest in the hospital, could be. The hero calms her down. She doesn't have to worry. That monster is already dead, he says. The sniper was amazed. Her eagle gaze did not understand anything, since no one can have such strength to defeat such a monster. Who was this wanderer in front of her? What is his strength in reality? But now there was absolutely no time for talking. The enemies were advancing on their heels, and Perry ordered to save the cartridges, since he himself was quite capable of knocking down such a crowd. After awakening the crystal, he received a new incredible ability that should defeat all enemies in front of him and leave the world once and for all. The new talent amazed with its strength and effectiveness. In an instant, monsters that could take hours to kill died in an instant. Still, the ability had pitfalls. After using it, Perry was deprived of all his accumulated energy, and until he restored it, he would be greatly weakened. Such skills were very harsh to use. The talent would be a waste of energy if used against ordinary wandering zombies. It seemed strange to the heroine that it was very quiet outside the hospital, as if all the monsters had died here, whether the enemy was waiting in his trap. Perry was wondering about the medicines and whether our Lillian had found them. Yes, she did. But what happened during the search? The keeper almost took our Princess Goldie away, but she prevented him. The student thanked his new partner that even Lillian blushed with shame, yet our Perry has a new fan who glows before her eyes just from one word. However, she could not do otherwise with the child. But the shadow that arrived lured Goldie with its ability that even Lillian could not stop her. After the dead appeared, the dark shadow disappeared, and Goldie emerged from her captivity. Perry found it strange that it was because of the zombies that the shadow could disappear. The hero thought about what Lillian had said. The Guardian could not use his ability to control people and zombies at the same time, which means that a little more, and they will be able to find all the weaknesses of the local boss. This can definitely be used against the Guardian. All that remains is to find out who is hiding behind the mask of the shadow, expose all the weaknesses, and deliver the strongest blow to the most fragile place. The night passed. The heroes returned to the shelter. From tomorrow, they can think about a plan to defeat the Guardian. Yet it was not simple, since in a past life, it was not possible to liberate the zone, which became a big problem for the whole world. The children were safe. Lillian was very happy to be back safe and sound, and Perry managed to clear out the entire hospital and get medicine for Goldie. The hero agreed with his partner and gave drugs to his princess to make her feel better. One could rejoice. The fever had subsided. Goldie had almost recovered and could already slap the Guardian and all the enemies on her thorny path. The student has a diamond eye. He immediately noticed that Lillian was not getting enough sleep while taking care of the children, which means he must guard the shelter from zombies so that no one kills them in their sleep. She showed all the difficulties of caring for such a family. Lack of sleep, pale appearance, bruises under her eyes. She was very grateful to Perry for not being left out. Finally, she could sleep peacefully and drool while watching an enchanting dream. Time passed. There was a strange noise outside that was able to wake up our sniper. Perry didn't even sleep a wink, so the morning came, and nothing bad had happened yet. But the noise outside was very alarming to Lillian. He put his finger to his lips, saying that there were a lot of zombies outside, so she should keep quiet unless she wanted to put everyone in danger. She decided to look at the kindergarten cells. According to our Perry, the enemies had already invaded their shelter. It seemed strange to her that it was only morning, and the dead were all gathered in one place, whether they knew in advance that their victims were nearby. The hero explained that the Guardian knew their approximate location, and it was he who sent the monsters here, so that they themselves would find the heroes. But still, Perry's team was not their search target, which means they need to sit quietly, otherwise the keeper will arrive this very minute, which is good. Lillian realized the seriousness of the situation. It had become too difficult to survive in this zone, and the Guardian was behaving too unpredictably. The children were still sleeping. It was impossible to make even the slightest rustle, since it is obvious that the enemy's ear is always ready to hear his victim. But suddenly the little son, without realizing it, sets everyone up with his cry. The sniper lost her face, literally turned pale with horror. Everything got even worse. The baby woke up. The monsters definitely had to hear this cry. Something had to be done. As expected, every dead man heard this roar. Their bloody gazes rushed towards the garden. Danger will very soon arrive at the threshold. The heroes should expect it. Everything became too terrible. The zombies seemed to have broken free and ran towards the shelter. Previously, they could not even guess that their victims were literally under their noses. Yet the Guardian managed to track down our hero. The boss of the zone liked him too much. Lillian had no idea what to do, and Perry himself understood that if the keeper noticed him, there would be many more monsters than now. They were in a hopeless situation. But suddenly they hear a voice from behind. Goldie didn't even have time to get to her feet normally, and she is already eager to fight so as not to attract the attention of the keeper, although just that night he tried to steal her for himself. Her logic was amazing. If Perry can't do anything about it, then only she remains and only she will sacrifice her life. But our hero will never allow her to do that. Lillian already thought that the girl was delirious, since before she even had time to stand on her feet, she was eager to fight with dozens of monsters, but it only seemed to her that everything was fine with her. As expected from a student, he will not allow the girl to be a hero if she is standing heavily on her feet, no matter what princess she is. Let her sit and be treated in a soft bed, wrapped in a blanket. This is the Perry we know best. He draws his blade and says that his opponents will not even have time to see their death, nor that they will be able to look into his eyes. Young in itself is the most deadly weapon, sharpened in hundreds of trainings by the best trainer Steve, who gave our hero a gigantic opportunity. An electric current passed through the veins of the dead. The monsters felt a lightning strike, its speed and natural power. Each one lost his head at the hands of Perry. Their heads fell to the floor. They were all just another trophy. It was in vain that they dared to come into the territory of the most dangerous predator, whose strength exceeds everything else in the world combined. The zombies were afraid of only two things, death and Perry, but our hero was the personification of both. And as soon as the enemies blinked, there was a scythe on their neck that sent many to the top. Death was disappearing from sight. At this rate, they would all die and the Guardian would not even be able to understand that someone was here. Goldie behaved like the big sister of all these kids. She told them not to dare to be afraid, since Perry was a man to look for and would definitely knock down these weaklings. They wouldn't even notice him. And here he was. He arrived too quickly. No one even had time to come to their senses, and every zombie went to the next world. Lillian again admired such speed. For her, putting down so many dead people could take a long time, but he did it in a matter of seconds. She was convinced that he was too strong. The thought that he would never be able to sink to their level, and that it was completely impossible to catch up with him, could not leave her. The girls decided to bury the traces of the murders so that the keeper would not find their hideout. Meanwhile, the new partner admired our hero and could not believe in such power. Goldie confidently stated that Perry is the most special in this world, and Sister Lillian is also good. The sniper was very happy with such criticism. But when she decided to find out what she was so good at, Goldie decided to be insolent to her, yet she remained human. Even humor is present. Lillian fell for the provocation after all. She was on the verge of death in the hospital, since there was very little cartridge, but she still managed. She kept wanting to hear her praise. Even Perry came under attack. After all, Goldie is very strong in provocations. It was not without reason that the hero noticed such potential in her. Perry was in thought. He was not at all interested in everything superficial. He was worried that in a past life this zone was captured by the dead, but he had no idea what to expect now. Lillian suddenly became interested too, as to why her partner was standing in such a thoughtful position. What was wrong with him? But the fact is that he and Goldie strengthened their blood crystals, but the residents of the city were in danger and could die within a couple of weeks. This should have been avoided. At that very moment, they made the decision to contact the remaining survivors in the city. Lillian took on this role, but so far everything was unsuccessful. There were many attempts to communicate and not one was successful. The groups of survivors did not respond, and only the hiss of the radio was heard. After more than half an hour of no contact, Perry began to realize that the more time they went without making any decisions, the less chance they had of winning. By that time, the sun was setting below the horizon. The 26th day after the apocalypse was approaching its end, the second zone of evolution was in the process of completion. Lillian was very worried about the power of the Guardian. For what purpose he tried to kidnap her, why he didn't try to capture her mind, why the little girl. Perry suggested to be calmer, since the Guardian is the personification of myth and legends. If you find out who he is, victory will be guaranteed, since even an ordinary person can defeat him. They should have gone to the basement with the children and Princess Goldie to discuss their next course of action. There was silence all around. The strange thing is that by night the activity of the zombies and the Guardian becomes less. This is exactly what Perry noticed. For the second day in a row, at night the dead disappear, and the Guardian becomes silent. All the red threads lead to the fact that our Guardian becomes a weakling when the sun leaves the sky, and it is precisely the zone that greatly influenced the daylight hours. On top of everything else, the boss of the zone could put his enemies to sleep. The sleep was very deep. They were unlikely to be able to get out of it if they did get caught. But with Goldie, everything happened completely differently. They took control of her and tried to take her away, and Lillian was a good target to take the blow. But the boss left her alone and chose the girl. Perry understood that there could be some connection between this, but he couldn't even imagine what it was. After all, he and Goldie were too different. The princess suggested that the age difference still matters a lot, but what drives her decision? It's strange. The keeper behaves too unpredictably. His character is very vile, since Goldie saw this freak with children, which means it's not for nothing that he sent the pole today rock to guard the kindergarten. Such information reveals a lot of cards. Lillian was very scared for her kids, since the Guardian could hunt for them. All the power of the boss lies in the abilities of the crystal, and the reason for his actions could only be one reason, which the hero himself had already guessed. If we compare this crystal guard with the former Sphinx who protected the pyramid, then this one will kidnap children. A truly terrible monster was waiting for them. But with such news, the range of vision only increased, Since too many beliefs about monsters abducting children had accumulated over the entire time, more clues were needed. According to Lillian, this monster was a man, and besides, she heard music, which caused severe drowsiness. There is already a lot of evidence. Goldie knew firsthand the instrument their enemy played. He played the flute very well. Red threads converged at one point: a mysterious river in the city, child abductions, a man, a flute. The circle very much narrowed into one monster from myths. Incredibly, their enemy was a certain rat catcher. Who was he? What was his strength? The girls had no idea who their friend was talking about. None of them had heard of this before. One day, in a German city, rats appeared in incredible numbers. This was the worst bad weather for the city. But suddenly, an eccentric appeared in a strange outfit. Oddly enough, he had a flute. Local residents asked him to help them take away the rats, of course, for a reward, which suited the townspeople. The wanderer in ridiculous robes fulfilled his promise. As soon as he played the flute, every rodent ran after him and he sent them into the river, where they drowned. However, after a while the city council refused to pay the promised money, so the piper had nothing left. He sighed sadly and left. But the music from that same flute began to play again. But the rats did not follow him, the children followed, and only one lame child could not keep up with them, and the council paid for its greed. Our hero just mentioned the very river into which the rats were supposed to fall, but they weren't the ones who went. Everything came together. The rats were replaced by zombies, and as soon as night fell and the adults went to bed, the rat catcher went out to hunt for the children. There is also good news. The rat catcher kidnapped children only at night, while the adults were having their seventh dreams, which means he is not so strong to fight the elders, and the guardian is the same. Finally, Lillian realized that only the zombies who protect him during the day are truly dangerous. And when night comes, he hides, and his shadow wanders around the city. So Goldie herself proposed her initiative. She decided to become a trap for the rat catcher, since he would come to them at night in any case. Lillian, of course, was against this. She has been leading the lifestyle of a mother for a long time, and cannot allow her child to go into the very danger. Even Perry cannot allow his princess to risk herself, since the creature will definitely do something as a result of yesterday. The situation is such that no sensible thought even enters your head. You are left sighing heavily. If they followed Goldie, they would only end up in the monster's trap, which was good, and there was no time to think at all. Perry warned Lillian not to despair. They should just prepare for the Guardian's arrival, since they definitely couldn't avoid a meeting today. And if a monster comes, you can always meet him with a couple of traps. If he gets caught, he will be killed immediately, and they will never regret such a vile monster. Meanwhile, the shelter of another group of survivors, from whom our heroes did not wait for an answer. Here comes the leader of the largest group of survivors of this city, the impressive Max. All his subordinates listened to his orders nicely. They needed to find as much equipment and supplies as possible. Suddenly, news appears that Lillian was able to contact them and warn them about a meeting to tell them something important. She will be there any minute. It turns out that they didn't sit idle all day. They were attacked by zombies and the ammunition ran out, and also Lillian with her help. And how can she help, if only one? And here are our heroes. No one expected to meet anyone else along with their sniper friend. Even Max was surprised that she was able to find a partner, and together they would no longer be so useless. Perry is obviously here for a reason. He entered here with good intentions and cooperation, or rather, to help eliminate the Guardian and free the zone. Max will never believe such nonsense. The two of them want to defeat the Guardian, but what are they capable of? He definitely considered himself the strongest here, since he was evolved. But he was very mistaken. Even Lillian managed to laugh at whether she could defeat an enemy of this level with one shot. He certainly would not be as weak as ordinary strays. After all, they are not here empty-handed. Our guests have important information, and it is their decision to believe it. In this situation, the hero of the future all leads to one thing: cooperation, and with him, victory is already guaranteed, since they have put together a whole puzzle to achieve this. No one will immediately believe such nonsense. Yet Max is not a fool who will be led without evidence by a wanderer whom he knows for 5 minutes, who he thinks he is, the bald man believes. But it's true. From the outside, it looks like a strange scheme with pitfalls. There are more of them, and this is used to make them a distracting maneuver. But the young man will not allow anyone to offend his comrade. Only with his incredible aura, he will shut everyone's mouth. They did not expect such strength. They realized that an unusual person was standing in front of them, but they could not call him super strong. Even Max felt this horror. The atmosphere of this guy put a lot of pressure on me. Who was he? All these thoughts visited the shaved head of the evolved one. Perry needs only one thing from his new friends: They deal with the dead, and he himself defeats the Guardian. Even outside the shelter, the voices of Max could be heard, who could not believe that Perry was capable of defeating such a monster on his own. But our hero is not just throwing around words here, he will actually demonstrate his strength so that Max's group joins the plan. Max will never refuse such an offer. Let Perry prepare, since his enemy will definitely not be a weakling. Even here, the student wants to show himself in all his glory, pointing out to Max that they can attack him together, and not one at a time. It didn't dawn on Max at all that his guest was an immortal and stupid, impudent man who was looking for death. Something was definitely not right with him. Perry was completely confident in his words. In this way, he shows his superiority, just like he is unknown to anyone but the strongest warrior of humanity. It was not for nothing that these people survive to these days, which means that they are worth something. You can fight with them. The gang is not going to tolerate such impudence. They understand that their enemy does not sense boundaries at all and does not even know who he has come to. Max decided to attack first. He attacks him from above with his massive axe, and the hero doesn't even move. Something is wrong. Lillian is also worried about his partner, since Max is not a weakling, and now he is hitting with all his hefty strength. But the weather is bad. Perry doesn't even take such blows. At such speed, he simply grabbed the axe blade and stopped it. Max was at a loss. The axe froze in one position. It could not be moved, since the hero was holding it too tightly. A couple of moments and the shaved man takes flight. That pressure is no longer seen. Now he is not so confident in his victory. And Perry demonstrates all his superiority. Such attacks are nothing for him, and he knows how not to worry about trifles and not to be sick on Monday mornings. Even while he is flying, the student clearly will not give him peace, so that the bald man would not hesitate to refuse cooperation. And here comes the finishing touch. Max didn't know at all who he was attacking and found himself among the next fools who stood in his way. Baldy is defeated, only his sixes remain, with which there will be no problems for our hero. The guys did not expect such power from the enemy at all. Their boss lost in disgrace, and they should become the next victims. Now Perry went for dessert. The enemies didn't even notice the mirage, and the enemy had already put a blade to their neck. Only one moment has passed, and the hero is already breathing down his opponent's backs before they even have time to blink. This was the first time this had happened for them. The enemy sent the entire strongest group of the city in a matter of seconds. This is the power of the strongest warrior of humanity. The speed and strength surpassed all of their wildest dreams. They still have to strive for such power. Max felt unwell. They didn't even use a weapon against him, and he lost all his strength. It was not easy to even stand on his feet. He realized that Perry was not making fools of them. He was quite capable of defeating the vile Guardian, and his information could definitely be trusted. The hero made it clear that his guys would live, since he attacked them without weapons, and they would wake up in a couple of minutes. Our guy really hoped that the idea came into the bald head that they could think about this plan. Still, they managed to understand each other, so their opinion changed and they shook hands. They could put the plan into action. Shaven asked to discuss all the details of the plan. They need to be completely sure of their capabilities in order to know what they are getting into. Yesterday's events should prompt the Guardian to act. If they don't do something, they cannot avoid death, and the task of Max's group was to delay hundreds of zombies and protect the girl. Max was very surprised by the number of zombies. He was alarmed by the fact that there were a lot of them, and also the protection of some girl. He was very worried about his comrades, yet he had common sense, since the radicals from the first zone were fighting only for their lives. Perry was pleasantly surprised by such prudence. Even now, Max is very thoughtful about sending his partners to certain death. The hero saw the harsh reality of this situation. For every person, there will be at least 24 dead. How to win this battle without losses is completely unknown. And Max himself was not a fool. His common sense insisted that they could not avoid losses, but there could be more enemies. But there is also a downside to the coin. If they sit in shelters and wait for fate to decide, then they will not be able to hold out for long, but they only need to detain the dead. On top of that, other groups of survivors did not respond, which means they were already destroyed a long time ago, and they could be next, so they should take the Guardian by the scruff of the neck and slam his face into the ground. Finally, Max made up his mind. The allied groups disappeared, which means they too could become food if they hide, because they were lucky to be alive in this zone. But Max can raise the morale of his guys. New comrades are always good, but such strong ones are even better. Everything is decided. The negotiations were not without fights, but they were successful. Now they are comrades, and Perry suddenly became their boss. But our hero does not like his new nickname at all. He hates the fact that he is not called by his name, but here he is both the boss and the swordsman. Our Max is a real mischief maker. Initially, he was serious, but now he warmly communicates with Perry as a friend, and he has become a young boss since he single-handedly overpowered everyone here. He was not at all happy about such nicknames, but the shaved man only added fuel to the fire and named new nicknames for his boss. Even Lillian did not stand aside. She believes that with such strong people, he could easily become the leader of this city. They began to bow to the sniper. They were too loyal for ordinary people or survivors. So here's the thing. Max completely misunderstood the relationship between Perry and Lillian. The so-called companion, therefore, has the same privileges with the boss. Yes, Lillian was not at all happy with such assumptions. She blushed very much. She could not even say a word, as she was very shy. Outside the shelter, the screams of our heroes could be heard. Max continued to woo them. Perry, as usual, did not understand anything, and the bald man praised Lillian, which even he himself could confirm her pros and cons. Time passed, and they arrived again at the kindergarten. Suddenly, Max became interested in who this girl was to the boss, who had to be protected. Lillian explained that Goldie was Perry's sister to the whole gang, that they weren't bothering her. Then Lillian said that the young one had already gone to meet the keeper halfway, and the bald one would protect Goldie from the dead, and also restrain them. The sniper was worried that the girl might not feel comfortable if his best partner was not around, to which she replied that their trust was the most important thing, so there was no need to worry. Now everything is assembled. You can go on a mission. The main thing is to have everything done by morning. The bait is ready, sewn in stock, which means everything is ready to win this dark night. So far, everything was calm. As expected from the Guardian, no signs of danger, but soon everything should change. They stopped at the very west of the zone. They decided that this place would be the best among all, and Lillian could look for a place with a good view. Goldie asked not to follow her. She could easily cope with the danger herself. Max was afraid that something unexpected might happen to the girl, including a zombie. Isn't she afraid to go there alone? But she was determined, which means nothing could stop her. Incredibly, the same pressure from the Guardian, he was already nearby, the plan was beginning to take effect. Max has a diamond eye. He felt this pressure and immediately called the girl to be careful. It is unknown why, but he gave her a strange stick, asking her to be safe, and Goldie told them to hold back the dead. So she arrived at the school, which will become a trap for the Guardian. He definitely must fall for her, otherwise the plan will fail. The rat catcher will lead himself into a corner. All he has to do is get on the hook, where the little princess will be the bait, just as he likes. That stick was also useful, but what was it for if it would only slow down the movement? Goldie couldn't wait any longer. She really wanted to meet this mysterious shadow so that the plan would be fulfilled faster. Meanwhile, the young man explored every corner, occupying the building with the best view. The Guardian was supposed to arrive very soon. And here is our rat catcher. The whole plan worked, as did the Guardian. He realized that he smelled fried, which means he had to attack before no one united. But he was too late. The hero noticed this creature. He was already very close. The plan was going as it should. The shadow of the boss was looking for new children. At that very second, Goldie sat on the last desks so that the keeper would finally get hooked. Suddenly, a pencil fell, just like in the most standard schools, where children drop all sorts of objects dozens of times a day. Everything was not so calm. She felt those warm days with classmates at the same desk, when monsters and dark shadows did not roam the alleys. She picked up this pencil. Everything around became a reference to pleasant hours with friends, which no one had previously appreciated. Now it's not a pity to shed a tear. A school desk, a green board, chalk that writes time after time, teachers with sometimes interesting life questions. Our girl felt all this. But just recently, the children were frolicking on vacation before the lesson. The teachers came and forced the mischievous children to sit down. But suddenly there came a change, between which they did not want to have fun at all. A lot of time has already passed. It is unlikely that everything will be returned. Those warm memories will remain deep in the hearts of everyone. But it was already too late to think about good times. The Guardian's shadow was hooked. Darkness began to fill the office. Still, she fell under the influence of the Ratcatcher's ability. This was their perfectly thought-out plan to put Goldie at the point of the enemy's gun. She obediently followed this creature. But will this be good news for the Ratcatcher, or will he find himself in the greatest danger of his entire stay? That stick turned out to be the best support for our princess. Our heroine was one step ahead of the Ratcatcher. She managed to get out of the trance thanks to this savior stick. If it weren't under her foot, what could have happened to her? Perry is too brilliant for the keeper to catch him in his clutches. In that same myth, only a lame boy escaped from the Ratcatcher, and so the stick will become a lifeline for Goldie. She continued to follow the shadow. The stick helped her stay at a distance from the Guardian in order to hide from it at any moment. Goldie was conscious, but she was unable to control her body, yet remaining with a clear mind was a definite plus for her. This creature led Goldie into the depths of the forest, where Max's team was just there. This darkness walked among the trees behind which our allies stood, as if it suspected something. There was definitely something wrong here. Lillian noticed that the shadows suddenly stopped. She suspected that it was a trap. It's incredible that they were the ones who fell into the Guardian's trap. He prepared it in advance, but it was not in vain that Perry said that the rat catcher would do something. Lillian immediately sensed something was wrong and started firing at the shadow. It all happened too suddenly. The Guardian was too smart to let their plan go through so easily. He summoned many dead people as expected. The Pied Piper is only strong when he is protected by the dead who always follow him. Whatever this rat catcher thinks, Max will never allow this creature to interfere with the plan. Still, he promised his boss that he would protect the girl in any case. Even if death awaits them, the plan will be carried out. So let his comrades fight until they lose their pulse. The morale of our allies has risen. They will not allow these corpse bags to interfere with their older brother. Each creature has a bullet. Not a single one will get out of here alive. Death is breathing down the backs of all of them, so that they are afraid of those who stand in front of them. But everything is not so colorful. There were too many monsters after all. They should retreat so as not to lose people. Max thinks completely differently. The girl was still in danger to be left to the mercy of fate. And here she is. That same danger, a creature is flying towards her, which imagines itself quite capable of defeating our princess. But she will not just look her death in the eye. She has already experienced too much to worry about such trifles as an ordinary dead person. Still, the monster doesn't know at all who he has his eye on. On the side, Max's people don't believe in our heroine. You see, she won't be able to cope with this zombie. But they are too arrogant after all. Ordinary people do not gather around Perry. It is unlikely that he will keep a girl under his wing who is not capable of anything. So she demonstrated her strength, put down a walking corpse with one blow, and yet she seems to need to be protected. Max didn't even dare to think about such a thing, as if this girl had to be protected from zombies, but she herself could cope with the security of all his boys. The guys immediately raised their willpower. Now not a single dead man can overcome them. Every obstacle will be a trifle for them. Lillian was very glad that everyone was in order. According to their thoughts, there should be losses, but no one had died yet, and they were all doing well. Even our beautiful Lillian will not stand aside and will always help with her flurry of shots. From such a barrage of attacks, not a single monster will remain on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Perry is actively looking for the real body of the Guardian. He was nowhere to be found. He hid very well, as he was very weak at night. The young man understood that he needed to hurry, since his allies would not be able to withstand the full power of the Guardian for long. But suddenly the sounds of a flute began to play overhead. The rat catcher was very close. There was little time left. The enemy was nearby. We needed to find him as quickly as possible. Again, this feeling of sleepiness. Perry fell into the range of the rat catcher's ability. He had to hurry up, otherwise the end of their operation. He needs to do something to avoid ending up in the same situation where he almost died while he was in deep sleep. As long as our guy uses the blood crystal, he will be able to hold on for some time so as not to go into hibernation. What is this silhouette at the end of the passage? Like a dark shadow, all the zombies fought with Max's gang, and the rest of the survivors must die. Who is this darkness then? Perry recognized him. It was our guardian. The real battle would begin very soon. Here he stands, a gloomy monster, kidnapping children while adults sleep, every child's nightmare, but this night only death awaits him. Again, this Piper uses his unfortunate ability, only if it will work now. The Pied Piper was not a weakling. Even here, his strength was amazing. What kind of power does he have during the day if he does this at night? This deadly symphony began to play throughout the entire zone. It was heard in all corners of the city. Amazing power and ability. Even Max's people felt this incredible pressure. It's unlikely that anyone could cope with this, or rather, no one would even get out of the shelter. Lillian also felt this melody. The enemy was truly strong. Why should Perry fight this creature? But our hero was standing at the epicenter of events. The real battle had already begun. The enemy was definitely in trouble, since he had made his enemy very angry. The Guardian put all his strength into capturing the mind of our hero, but it was never so easy for him. Every enemy bowed his knees before him, and the rat catcher will not be an exception. Even here, Perry will always have an ace up his sleeve, yet he always has something to answer his enemy. Incredibly, the Piper met his brother. Two guardians of the power of two guardians met. The incredible power of the bosses, which no one will surpass for a long time. The Pied Piper and the stupid outfits couldn't have expected such power. Perry definitely reached a new level of power, as he was able to scare the keeper himself to the bones. Well, where is that pressure? Where is that incredibly strong symphony that will knock hundreds of enemies into eternal sleep? What happened to that monster? Perry has long recognized the power of the crystal from the rat catcher. He is able to accelerate the evolution of zombies and himself at the expense of the flute. All this can destroy the balance of the entire zone, and if a lot of time passes, an unforeseen disaster will overtake everyone. In addition, the Guardian, as soon as he noticed our student, tries to capture his mind in order to use this power to restore order here, but he was too tough for him. These mental attacks no longer work. The Piper did not expect such strength from the local survivors. The Pied Piper definitely didn't like this. According to his plan, it was clear that he would easily kill all the enemies, but one obstacle turned out to be too overwhelming. Here is another ability of the Shadow Guardian. He was in a strong rage to which no one had ever brought him before. The hero of the future was not at all afraid of this monster. He did not care about every new talent, power that he surpasses. This attack is like the flow of that very river. What can the mysterious power of water do? Still, the Piper managed to surprise our hero, or rather, scare him. Something in this stream was worse than the keeper himself. Our guardian was very vile. He was a terrible, truly terrifying monster, since in this stream floated the corpses of small children who became victims of this monster. The children's ugly hands, all their limbs, empty eye sockets, and rotten flesh all floated in the muddy water. The guardian could even control the corpses of children who fell for the rat catcher's lovely symphony and were left to rot forever in the river. Perry will never allow this creature to hurt himself. A couple of moments and this rotten arm will be cut off by a blade at the elbow. In the middle of this stream of black water, it was too dangerous. Zombies, corpses of children and monsters, all of them posed a great danger to the victim. Everything is clear. The ability of the flow is that the guardian can immerse the enemy in his subconscious, and the creatures here are his victims. Even so many monsters will never be able to stop the young man, you know, who trained him. All the bravest creatures will not be able to survive in this battle. After all, they took a one-way ticket. There will definitely be no turning back, since Perry has not let anyone go yet. Every underwater creature has lost its head. No one will survive, not even the incredibly powerful guardian. And this bastard continued his large-scale attack after all. He was not so simple as to let him win so easily. This flow became stronger and stronger. Perry was right when he found out that he became stronger when he used the flute. Now he had become a real disaster. This stream is truly terrifying. A couple of seconds passed, and it filled all the streets of the city as if something even more dangerous was being prepared. Lillian understood that something very terrible was happening there. The boss needed help. Perry did such a good job that even the dead fell face down into the ground, the keeper losing control over them. The hero made it on time. Max's group rejoiced. They did not suffer losses. The monsters also stopped moving. All that was left was to finish them off while there was still time. But Goldie doesn't think so at all. The zombies stopped moving because Perry took all the power of the rat catcher upon himself, and he was led and weakened control over the zombies. Thus, the boss needed help. Goldie managed to convince them. The guys changed their minds about finishing off the monsters and decided to go to help their older brother. Meanwhile, Perry was thinking about what to do with this flow, what the Piper was preparing for him, and how to deal with it. He understands that he cannot fall into this abyss. Death will be guaranteed, and if he dies, then the plan will be over. But something haunted him. In the depths of the typhoon, a terrible grimace was visible, which seemed to be waiting for the enemy to descend upon him. My God, this power was amazing. From this stream came a gigantic creature that no zombie could ever match. Everything was terrible. The Piper went to extreme measures. He collected all the zombies that he had absorbed in that river and united them, creating this. At this rate, the evolution stone would absorb him. It was bad. This creature was hundreds superior to the one that was in the previous life, and on top of everything else, the Guardian could not die. Otherwise, the crystal of evolution would fall into the hands of this walking horror. If you destroy this creature, it will disintegrate into many smaller ones, like construction cubes. You need to kill the rat catcher, and you cannot allow the crystal to fall into the hands of the monster. Even in the night, the Guardian turned out to be not weak. He was slandered when he was called a monster without capabilities. But his monster does not think so. It was necessary to act. This creature is strong, but not immortal, which means victory is possible. For such a giant, you need a large weapon. Steel beams are ideal to kill such a monster. Our hero is also not so simple as to lose to a big guy who is the size of 2 skyscrapers, but that doesn't matter. The larger the cabinet, the louder it falls, and the fall of this monster is also inevitable. After all, he is fighting a more terrible monster. With its size, it is capable of bringing down the skies. But Perry is unlikely to allow this to happen, since he filled it with steel. And the big guy himself is not only going to take a blow, he himself is capable of creating streams of the dead. The perfect moment for the final attack to take off the giant's head. It's time for these creatures to go to the other world, where they have been waiting for a long time. Yeah, it was great. The big guy lost his stupid head. Now you can attack the Guardian so you don't get bored. This turn of events was not to the liking of the Pied Piper. Somehow the Piper did not expect such power from a mere mortal. He had never even seen a hero from the future. And Perry won't let the Piper get bored. He's unlikely to be able to kidnap children while adults are sleeping. The Pied Piper was going to fight to the end. New abilities were coming one after another. He would not be as predictable as the Sphinx or the previous zone. Incredibly, he is able to transform this giant corpse into anything he wants. What could he have been capable of in those days when the zone fell at the hands of the dead? Even with such an abundance of attacks, our hero cannot be broken. He can easily sharpen each bayonet and plunge them into the throat of this bastard. This Guardian was alone, but could bring a lot of problems with his presence. It was not for nothing that they could not pass through his zone. Distortion, synthesis, decay, and much more, one Guardian possessed all this. He became extremely strong. Even the monster from the pyramid showed much less than this creature. His talents had too much influence on the environment. He influenced his evolution and the dead. He could easily create different forms from organic matter, and most importantly, he reassembled this monster. There is very little time. Perry should have finished with him as soon as possible, but the Ratcatcher only became stronger and strengthened his monsters. Even for Perry, this enemy was becoming overwhelming. He already thinks that he cannot defeat him without using his evolution crystal. But suddenly a bullet flashed past, right at our hero's temple, a new enemy, but somehow he shot unsuccessfully, or help arrived in time. Incredibly, our beautiful Lillian came to the rescue. Now the chances of winning are much greater. By that time, Perry began to humiliate this freak who kidnaps children and wants the death of the entire civilization. After all, he is a terrible guardian. This bastard is the complete opposite of normal guardians. When Perry said that the Guardian's goal is to protect the Stone of Evolution, but not to exterminate humanity, that's when he was wrong. From this moment on, this zone is not ruled by the Piper. Now our hero dictates his own laws, and not by the Pied Piper in wonderful outfits. The young man sparkles like lightning in the sky. For his enemies, he was a storm in the middle of a quiet sea current. Now this freak will pay for all his atrocities. This mouse will flounder, use every way to get out of a hopeless situation. Only now no one will help him. He is lost, and this cannot be denied. Now this attack will definitely be the last. The Ratcatcher hopes for victory, but luck has not been on his side for a long time. He no longer has this pressure. He no longer has that fortitude, that delusion of grandeur. This coward hid for a long time. His identity could not be unraveled. But now one was found who would become the leader of this world. The meeting between the Guardian and the Blade is separated by only a few seconds, just a few seconds, and only horns and legs will remain of the enemy. A clap of thunder sounded throughout the entire evolution zone. It was like a warning to everyone that their savior had defeated the enemy. Everyone saw lightning. Everyone admired and understood who had such power to compare with the elements. Max and Goldie could not believe such strength. Perry was not just special, he was unique. No one could compare with him in strength. Lillian realized that this was her hero, a hero for everyone, a hero of the future, destined to leave his name in history. His strength was amazing. All his talents were always a level higher than those of the enemy. For opponents, he was like a mythical bloody dragon that glowed with its power. The Guardian's eyes were filled with immense fear. He had never experienced anything like this before. Such danger was new to him. Once a myth, a legend about the child abducting Piper, now a helpless Guardian who hides at night. Nothing will help him. Perry has long surpassed him in strength, in power. Mental attacks cannot take him, even a flute will not stop him. This is the end for the great and terrible Guardian, the Ratcatcher, the Piper in strange outfits, kidnapping children in the night. He will no longer terrorize civilians and children. The next zone was cleared of the evil Guardian. All 3 days, an incredible work paid off. Many lives were saved, and a global catastrophe was also avoided. At that very second, the survivors rejoiced. Their work was not useless. They managed to help the great hero from the future. It's too early to rejoice after all. Perry was absorbed by the radiance. He will soon receive a new powerful ability. And here is the reward for victory. The light enveloped him. Thanks to his new talent, he will raise his current level to the stars. This bloody radiance gave hope for survival. It is not even known what situation they would have been in if Perry had not suddenly been reborn. The radiance covered all those who evolved, Lillian should also receive incredible power that will take her to a new level. It's not for nothing that in Perry's past life, she was among the top 10 strongest. Goldie and Max will also gain new talents. Both have unmatched potential that they realize. People won a victory. It could have cost many lives, but no one suffered losses. All who survived accomplished an incredible feat. Everyone can bring enormous benefit to this world. It was a real triumph. Each evolution zone became easier and easier for our hero. This time it all happened in 3 days. More than 3 weeks have passed, and he again meets with the crystals of evolution. New incredible abilities are already waiting for him. The next clash with the Guardian was crowned with success. The enemies did not even have time to hope for luck, but were already in the next world. This time the abilities were much worse than in the first zone. The first one will anger the zombies, and the second one puts everyone to bed, just for Goldie to send him to the world of dreams at night. Here's something interesting. Mind control could be a good boost in symbiosis with angry zombies, but you can only take one. Another good ability, the power of evolution in the hands of one person, is quite good, but the probability of success is very low. That same stream of darkness that plunges into the subconscious is good, and the more often you use it, the stronger the talent. The very first ability shown by the Guardian, Materialize Shadow, can be used for the purpose of reconnaissance and increase the distance in ranged combat. Still, the choice was not easy. Perry is full of excitement and is going to choose a random ability. The main thing is that it is not useless after all. Our hero loves to play with luck. Finally, he chose. The new power that our hero will gain will depend on luck. I got the last ability. Congratulations on the materialization of the shadow. You could have mind control and a stream of darkness, but this is much better than a lullaby and control of the dead. One cannot be replaced by another, so we are happy with what we already have. Here he is, our hero of the entire civilization. Because of him, humanity has hope for a bright future, and it is he who will become historically the most important person from the future. The butterfly effect worked. Returning to the past is already bearing fruit. A ray of sunshine broke through the dark clouds that our hero parted after so much time. By that time, in the city, the military headquarters was attacked by a terrible monster. The soldier reports to the captain about the sudden danger that overtook them at such an inconvenient moment. The captain thought sensibly. They couldn't defeat this zombie mutant with their weapons. They definitely needed help. The soldiers panicked. They needed military support from the government. But the trouble was, a certain bridge through which help could be brought was destroyed in order to reduce the spread. Now all that remains is to desperately hope for the Almighty to suddenly lend a helping hand. Oh no, the monster noticed them. Now even God can't help them. All that's left is to surrender to fate. What a horror, this monster almost overtook them. The military had no choice but to die at the hands of this monster. The man acts like a real warrior. He is the last to escape, like the commander of a ship who lets all his subordinates go and later leaves the deck himself. Still, he managed to get out of the tower before the collapse. There was nowhere else to hide. The monster was already on his heels. The soldiers ran at breakneck speed. Only one stopped, as their captain was buried under the rubble of the tower. Here he is the hero of this time. Even here he orders his comrades to flee, so that he does not become a burden for them, so that they have hope of victory. Apparently these will be the last minutes of service for this man. He fulfilled his duty, which he had to do. The military were too loyal. They could not leave their captain to be devoured by this monster. He had lived so much, so he would live that long. Unfortunately, the bullets did not kill him, and he was already furious enough to forgive them for such impudence. But something suddenly went wrong. An incredible force began to act on the monster, yet the soldiers will survive. The captain had already lost hope for life. He thought that his life was over at such a moment, but salvation came. And here she is, our magnificent savior. Since the parting, she has also become prettier. But that's not the point. Now she is so strong that she is able to defeat the mutated ones. And this is our beautiful Lieutenant Gloria. She clearly became stronger over such time. Controlling gravity became easier for her, and she reached a new level of strength. That monster didn't even dare to think that he would be trampled into the ground, as if into a coffin, and nails driven into the lid. Things are apparently going as well as possible in the city, since girls like this are becoming so strong. This is strength. It surpasses many people in strength, yet it's not for nothing that Perry was able to see the potential in her, that she can even create coffins for monsters without any problems. Gloria had already encountered this monster before, but only then did he manage to survive. But now he is finally finished. The landing was soft. She was able to get a promotion, although it would be strange if she did not manage to do this with such force. The soldiers don't even have time to come to their senses. She's too beautiful to stand on her feet. The commander thanked him for his support. The soldier held him so that the old man would not fall. Yet old age is not joy. But he was not entirely sure that the monster was dead. He was very worried that this creature could get out. This is very unlikely. Gloria is so strong that she is capable of creating craters. It's scary to imagine what she will be capable of in a couple of years. She says with such a kind face that this monster was affected by gravity 10 times more powerful than the current one, that even the monster became pitiful. Now they are definitely convinced that it is dead. Since everything is written on their grimaces, they are shocked by such power. Thanks to battles with monsters and grueling training, after a long time she became a good master of her talent. She hasn't forgotten about him yet, since she spent all this time to get closer to his strength, and she can see good progress. Suddenly, there was a call from headquarters on her earpiece. Apparently, the military had received information about the evolution zone. Still, we guessed, she received information about a city that was completely liberated from the zone. The city with the first evolution zone now has the headquarters of a special evolved unit. And here is our old Steve, as always. In his best shape, he is as hot-tempered as before. Yet it was not in vain that Perry saved him, and he is excited because the zone was cleared in 3 days. The military headquarters considered all this to be the best course of events. The city should not have suffered much in such a period of time, which means that it would be easier to establish a new headquarters. The information from the satellites was accurate, but the timing is very confusing, since the previous zone was liberated within 6 days. But Gloria already had a guess about who could do it so quickly. Even Steve agreed with her, since only he could cope with the zone in such a record time. But Steve doesn't even know that Perry was his student. He would have even praised him. But in his opinion, the keeper turned out to be a real weakling, just plain luck. Our beauty still admired her hero. Since he was the strongest evolved among all humanity, his strength could not be denied, and this was not luck at all. Even the strength of the entire army could not match his strength. The entire headquarters was bursting at the seams. Steve did not at all consider himself weaker than this kid. Well, in fact, how could this student be stronger than all the military combined? He was furious. The headquarters was confident in Perry's strength, since he was able to defeat the Guardian for the second time, which means he has plenty of strength, and Steve himself is confident in him. But this is not so important. Ours should have come to the city where the hero is now Rosette. And here is our beautiful high school student. She was in the outskirts of the city, but she just couldn't believe her eyes, since the zone was cleared too quickly. Suddenly, a subordinate came up with news. It was a call from the headquarters of her hometown. A strong light similar to the first zone emanates from the second zone. It is already beginning to dry up. Our high school girl had not forgotten her idol at all, and was also pleasantly surprised that, according to Gloria and Chief Steve, the one who cleared the second zone was Perry. Gloria told Rosa to do her best to recruit this student, since he knows how to run away at the most inconvenient moment. The high school student decided to take everything upon herself. Now her priority is to meet her longtime idol, between whom they had a long distance. She immediately decided to move into the city, since their target could disappear at any moment convenient for her. A lot of military equipment went to the city. There will be a big assault. They will go around every corner. She was already glowing with happiness as soon as she had the thought that she would be able to meet her favorite student. By that time, the city was covered in the warm rays of the sun, and the zone was cleared. Still, it's worth taking off your rose-colored glasses. The sun's rays did not block the giant monster that the vile Piper created. But one person is not at all going to leave everything as it is, and this is our Perry, who is fundamentally determined to end this creature as quickly as possible. So they met. A monstrous and gigantic monster that could become another danger to all humanity. The hero could not hesitate with him. The enemy is very strong, to play giveaway with him, which means that a lot of effort must be made to defeat him. But he can become an ideal lab rat to try out a new ability on him. Perry smiled evilly at this monster. He understood that without the evolution crystal, this zombie was not so strong to defeat our hero. But something suddenly changed in the big man's face. He was afraid of his enemy, as if he had met death. What was wrong with him? An incredibly ridiculous situation. A big guy running from a little man like an elephant in front of a mouse. Only this could bring much more problems than they have. Somehow the young man did not expect such childish behavior from the monster at all. Our hero managed to scare such a big guy with his appearance alone. This could not be left just like that. Perry decided to chase this monster in order to take its power into his crystal. But the giant did not want to be the next victim of this monster, since he was too scary. And it took us to our delay team. Probably Max had already received his new talent, because of which he almost went blind. But suddenly there was bad weather. The girl disappeared somewhere. What to do? She was lost. Zombies could have eaten her. Anything could have happened to her. No one knew where the boss's little sister was, where she had gone. Max understood that the situation could not be worse. If even a hair fell off the girl, they would definitely not think enough. Suddenly, Perry rang through the earpiece. He found out everything, what danger he was talking about. Because of the interference, nothing was clear. Max didn't understand at all what his boss was talking about, what the danger was, what the matter was. It turns out that Perry wanted to find out from the gang if everything was okay with them, if everyone was safe, if there were still enemies, or if the danger had passed. Max made it clear that everything was fine. But in the blink of an eye, the whole situation changes. The previously familiar monster's leg appeared above Max's head, and any minute it will crush him. The guys notice this horror. They have no choice but to scream like children at the top of their voices in fear, begging the elder to quickly run away from here. Then he realized that a danger the size of a skyscraper had crept up completely unnoticed. No one even saw the big monster trampling everything around. Apparently, our shaven man will not be able to get out of the zone alive. 1 second and he will be buried under a couple of feet of fresh soil. But what is this blue light under the paws of a giant monster? Max managed to escape or help came. But no, Max's new skill saved his life. But for how long? How long will he last if he saves himself like this? This nightmare was terrible. How could one little person who could only run win such a thing? And here comes this radiance again, whether Max falls underground to avoid the strongest attacks of monsters. But this ability will not hinder the monster. It will not stop hitting and hitting until Max is completely exhausted. Somehow the monster really liked our Max, what attracted him so much to him. By this time, Lillian had the monster at gunpoint so as not to lose sight of it. She was very surprised that the big guy was only chasing Max. What was so charming about him to be the #1 target? All this was not so important. It was important to find Perry as soon as possible and find out what the hell was going on here. Incredibly, Lillian became even more beautiful. Her cocoon blossomed and butterfly wings formed on her back, an excellent ability for a sniper. Now her potential is too great. Speed, grace, and flight, many people dream of this, but only the birds and our heroine got it. She liked this skill, as if it had been chosen perfectly for her. Incredible opportunities opened up before her. Her heart would soon sink into her boots. Her new talent gave her improved vision. She could see a bug on the football field amazingly. Lillian managed to keep up with the giant enemy, who could not give Max any rest. Perry was chasing him all this time. He developed this monstrous speed, but it was not enough at all. Our hero could not guess what was in the head of this thoughtless creature, why she constantly runs away from him at breakneck speed. But his faithful comrades will always come to his aid, so Lillian's mother arrived at the most opportune moment with renewed vigor. With her excellent vision, she was still able to notice her idol and rush to help. Perry was very happy for his partner, as she received an improvement in her vision as a bonus to the flight. Great luck for a sniper. She was very glad that Perry was safe and healthy, yet without him, humanity could not avoid trouble. In addition, she was very interested in where this giant came from, who was now chasing Max, giving him no rest. The student of the future explained everything quite clearly. The guardian called him before his death, and it would not be easy to deal with him. In other matters, how was Max? Were there any losses, Perry wondered. But everything worked better than perfect. As it turned out, everything was too good. There were no losses. The giant was chasing Max. What could be better? Perry did not understand at all what kind of catch-up, why the monster decided to chase Max. Meanwhile, Max was haunted by this big guy. He couldn't even hope for mercy, since he only managed to bury himself underground. Shaved will not be able to answer this creature in any way. It is too strong for him. Only our hero can cope with it. But when he arrives, the guys encourage their eldest in every possible way to dive into the ground more and more often. Otherwise, he would die the death of the brave. But our heroes didn't have to wait long. The monster was trying to catch and kick Max to death all this time, but he always escaped his clutches. He managed to understand that the shaven friend had gained the ability to sink into the ground, and the monster looked furious, as if the shaven man had driven him into a rage with his shoots. His prey constantly slipped out of his hands. This big man could not defeat the little man. In addition, Max was already on the edge. He prayed that Perry would not stand in one place and would help him escape from this horror. Once upon a time, he was also gruelingly trained by Steve. The same will happen with Max, on top of everything else. He had to come up with something, but for now, he will watch. Max too easily agreed with his boss, a truly devoted friend and comrade, such a rarity in this world. Perry concentrated his energy, realizing that he needed to attack the core of this monster in order to defeat it, and it was in the center, possessing the power of the crystal, which meant that he needed to put in a lot of effort to win. Lillian's bullets couldn't even penetrate the monster's skin. Is it even possible to fight him, or is he immortal? For Perry, as always, every opponent is just another trifle, which will be another step in his development. All you have to do is kill him and be done with it. Only our hero and no one else is capable of this. But in the future, everything is easy. From the outside, Perry's new ability, or rather, the materialization of shadows, looked spectacular. He shrouded himself in darkness and clearly became much stronger again. The sniper was shocked. She opened her mouth wide and realized who was standing in front of her, the very ability of the rat catcher. Here he is, a shadow warrior, using talent in a completely different way. Our student of the future had a huge mind. It was incredible. The strength increased significantly. The speed was proportional to it. No one could have expected anything like this. Only a couple of moments passed, and he was already dispersing the wind around him. Every obstacle was a trifle. This darkness had too incredible power. He again surpassed himself. This metamorphosis is happening again. But last time it didn't help the monster much. What happens here will obviously only get worse. He considered this ability to be only defensive, but it found incredible use that he looks like death in his guise. In addition, it not only looks deadly, in fact, it is simply unique. One swing of the blade, and a giant monster, which even bullets do not take, is cut down by butter from a warm knife. Surpassing the gods is about our hero. Only he is capable of performing such miracles as to amaze the people around him. Max's team opened their mouths wide, a perfect performance for them, as if the monster was originally so weak that it required one blow from the sword. Lillian understood that it was incredible. She already dared to think that she was able to get closer to him when she received her power. But he became tens of times more powerful than before. The shadow dissipated. Together with the bloody crystal, this power became stronger and stronger. At this rate, he can become the strongest in the world. But the energy consumption is correspondingly impressive. The hero knew that after some time, there should be a ranking with the strongest evolved ones. But he hoped to get there, although it is obvious that he ranks first. Max rejoiced for his older brother. He promised that he would light a candle for him or light incense, since he was his savior. Still, it was too early for joy. Even if the central one was dead, then all the others could still bring problems. Shaven finally noticed this oddity. There were too many of them to defeat them all at once. But you just need to make them a bonfire of rotten corpses so that they never rise again. Let them bask in the flames. But there was one problem. It was not safe to set fire in the city center, since the fire could spread to the city. Suddenly, Max ordered his men to go to the monster and make trenches. They couldn't let the boss down. Everyone immediately rushed off to help, but Max himself could have done a great job with this task. Perry pointed this out to him, you see, that he could not handle this matter himself with his new skill. Finally, it dawned on our shaved man. He struck with his fists and decided to go to the rescue. And so he began his dusty work. Perry will never refuse the help of his allies. All they had to do was walk around the entire circumference of this large corpse and make the same giant trench. It could have taken a long time, but Max managed to do everything in a couple of minutes. His talent is also very good. Time passed, and tongues of flame shone above the treetops, at the same time burning walking corpses in the hellish flames of Inferno. Perry was worried that from the moment he arrived here, he could not see his princess. Something happened to her. All this frightened the hero of the future. But Max was not to blame for her disappearance. As soon as he woke up after receiving the ability, she was no longer anywhere, and then this big guy attacked them. Even Lillian couldn't keep an eye on the little girl. She disappeared moments after the others gained their powers. But suddenly there was a call from the radio. It was the girl they were looking for with such trepidation. But there was no need to look for her, since she was in the next building on the left. In an instant, they all looked up to see their little princess. Goldie should already be on this skyscraper. No one has seen her for a long time. Everyone must have missed her. But she is haunted by what attracted her there, whether everything was fine with her condition. Because the last time with Rose, it was not good that she fell asleep for a while. The interference from the walkie-talkie is infuriating, but there's no time for it now. Goldie called one person she trusted, of course. It was Perry. He agreed and promised that he would come to her very soon to listen. The young man understands well that she is a child, but still she is smart beyond her years. There must be a reason for such behavior. Time passed, and he arrived in time to his girl. He was haunted by the fact that she came here. As expected, her problem was related to her abilities. Something was wrong with them and was bothering her greatly. Still, Perry had too much experience and could always help her answer her difficult questions. It was not easy to explain to her. It was easier to show what frightens her so much, what puts so much pressure on her. It's incredible what this shadow is doing there. Is it really a rat catcher? But how he's dead? That's what worries the heroine. Perry is not at all happy to meet such a vile enemy again. He is itching. He again decided to kidnap children, and Goldie became his victim. The princess needed to be saved. The hero grabbed her and held her tightly so that the monster could never hurt her. He was in full readiness. Danger awaited at the most inconvenient moment, and a knife could stick in when you lose your vigilance. And that's what happened. Now you can take a deep breath. Perry can be calm. This was the girl's ability. He couldn't believe his ears. The ability to control the rat catcher, she has gigantic potential that cannot be measured by anything. After all, it was impossible. She received only a quarter of the crystal's total power, just like she can control the piper. The truth is that she is not capable of this. She has too little strength for it. It was only an inferior copy, which means he is still a weakling compared to a real rat catcher. Perry felt safe. A former enemy had become an ally in the body of a teenager with a colorful outfit. Moreover, he is not only younger but also more than 3 times weaker, in short, a weakling. But even so, the girl has incredible strength. She can still develop. What will she become after a while, when she matures into the strongest evolved? How she couldn't get into the ranking of the strongest, even if she could have died by that moment. This power is amazing, but its pitfalls are fraught with too many dangers. Yet Perry understands that it is better to keep this power secret until a certain point. She herself was not stupid. Every guardian has blood on their hands. There is nothing to love them for, but to hate them. In general, it was not in vain that she came here, because only one person could understand her. There are many terrible people in this world who will not care that you are a little girl. They will be interested in an experiment that will lead to the secret of eternal life. Such power has a great price. From time to time, a picture of her dead parents pops up in her head. For her, this is her worst nightmare, and such words remind her of this. She was in too much pain. With such strength, she could become an outcast again, so she should not show her strength in front of others. A pat on the head and a few soothing words make Goldie much happier. Perry is a master at calming girls down, but this is not so important. She needed to find a place where she could be protected, or where she herself would become strong enough for self-defense. He mentioned an organization that could protect her. She was very surprised by this, since she probably hoped that she would always be by his side. And here is the first example of an organization. The military could become a good defense for a girl. And under the leadership of such an impressive, magnificent, amazing, and simply good man Steve, there was nothing to be afraid of. But she definitely didn't like the military. Something bad connected her with the army, and she couldn't go there. Perry praised the military very much. They could easily give her protection and many other good things. But he completely forgot that she takes parting very hard. Here is the evidence. His defense is the same. Besides, you can become stronger with him much faster. But he himself said that this is the only way out in this world. Even if there are thousands and millions of these military men, they will never get even one step closer. Not one will become like Perry. This is her weakness. She is very afraid of losing him. She has become too attached to him. He is like a father to her, who gave her hope for a new life, and now he wants to leave her after everything that happened. He finally realized the fatal mistake in his words. It was not for nothing that Kyle from the gas station made it clear to him that being a parent is not easy. Lillian confirmed this with her kindergarten. You need to make one right gesture, and the child begins to shine before your eyes. It is in the memory that all the beauty lurks, and there are all the subtleties that need to be taken into account. A red blush appeared on her cheeks. He invited her to go hand in hand to the end. She found real happiness, and Perry realized that the child is not a doll that can be given to an organization where she will be protected. Of course, she will agree with him. She will be able to try such happiness only in her dreams. She will never let go of this warm hand. But everything could have ended completely differently. She could have been left completely alone again, and Perry continued his journey. Now he has a wonderful campaign. He was certainly glad that they had such a strong bond with this child. But once she became strong enough, they would come back to this conversation again. And here they are. Max meets his boss with all respect. Otherwise, he thinks that he will lose his head for his negligence. A couple of seconds have passed, and he is already apologizing to the boss's princess, since he was very afraid of a reprimand from his older brother. Meanwhile, Lillian brought a snack. She wondered what happened to the little girl if she was able to help. Perry didn't give any indication that there might be any big problems, but he lied about how Goldie was having difficulty with her new talent and couldn't use it. They were very happy that everything was resolved better than perfect. Everything was going just perfect. One thing is certain, she and Goldie are already leaving. They need to pack their things and set out on a new journey. Lillian didn't expect such speed. It wasn't long before they defeated the Guardian and liberated the zone, and they were already leaving. But here everything was obvious. They had 5 more zones ahead. The next one should appear soon. In addition, The military organization should have already known that the evolutionary zone had been cleared, which means they would arrive soon and it would be more difficult to leave. Goldie also decided to ride with the hero. Everything surprised our sniper. But Max is already preparing his things, you see. He is also heading somewhere. What a businessman. But Perry is worried about where exactly he is going. Well, the answer is obvious. Where the boss goes, there they go. Yet the shaven man doesn't know his older brother at all. The hero was confused by the fact that they were residents of this city, but were moving out of here as if they were afraid of something. And then he starts acting like a child, crawling on the floor, grabbing his knees, so he doesn't want to stay in a city full of zombies and no one else. This irritates him very much, but our hero can never refuse anyone. Lillian also stood on the sidelines for a reason. Now she is going with them, after all. Perry will not be able to leave here alone. At such a time, raising an entire kindergarten is not at all easy. She no longer hopes that she will be able to cope with it. There was too much new stuff piled up in a couple of minutes. Everyone suddenly wanted to become Perry's team, and he couldn't refuse anyone. Goldie is really smart, she proposed, creating an organization that could protect her. Only they would come up with it themselves. He couldn't argue here either. In total, there are 4 evolved ones. They are superior to the military forces and have a good connection with Goldie. That's the only plus. He asked Max about the number of people besides themselves. It turns out that there are more than 100 of them, including old people and women with children. Great. A better solution has been found, since no one wants to go their own way. Then together they will create their own organization to help survivors. In this way, they will be able to gather so many evolved around them that all the fingers of the organization will not be enough. Otherwise, we will cut everything off. But it's impossible without a name, Max immediately asked Perry about it. But the hero has already thought through everything in advance. He comes to such decisions after much thought. It holds intrigue. The name must be amazing to be heard by every second person. Great. Their organization will be the best dawn in the life of humanity. Their contribution will be incomparable. They will disperse the clouds and release the rays of the sun outside. Now they have founded a giant organization. They need to attract talented personnel, he writes, speaking out loud. While Perry and Goldie clear the next area, they will leave responsibility for the city and the organization on the shoulders of Max and Lillian. And here is that very letter. It was addressed to our former heroines, to Gloria and Rosa. What kind of message awaits our beauties? This letter would need to be handed over to the military. Lillian did not understand at all what it was and why. So he hints to his good friends who serve in military units. Helping their organization would not hurt. And then she was amazed again. In front of her stood exactly an unusual person. He has good connections, strength, and power. Who is this wanderer? But time passes and nothing can be returned. They need to set sail. They say goodbye and ask them to be careful. Max was too sensitive to his boss, as if he had been torn to pieces by wolves, that he had already shed rivers of tears. At this point, the girl and Perry leave another city. The further journey promises to be just as exciting. Meanwhile, the military had already invaded the city. The strange thing was that the path was too clear. Intuition spoke of danger. The soldiers put forward various assumptions that the city was too quiet. The best idea was that the power of the evolved ones scared away all the dead. They were even afraid to move their noses. And here comes Rosochka. She was sure that Perry was here. Only he could do such a thing. The military tried to help their lady, as her behavior was too strange, but she asked not to pay attention to her. The high school student devoted herself entirely to finding her beloved, after all. They had been apart for too long that her heart could not stand it. Previously, she was in oblivion. After receiving the ability, she fell asleep in the arms of her comrades. Everyone was very scared. But still she woke up. Incredibly, Gloria is a real friend. She watched her by the bed all this time, and besides, Rosa could not wake up for 3 whole days. But she was worried about only one thing, where the senior student was, how far away, where he had gone. Nothing was more important than that. Unfortunately, Perry has already left for a long time. Whether they will meet him is up to fate to decide. Her melancholy was unbearable. She could not forget her hero, who many times pulled her out of various dangers, and also morally made her realize the essence of this terrible world. Suddenly, a soldier arrived. He reports that one survivor is wandering around the city and is looking for a girl with the last name of Rosa and Gloria. Her identity was kept secret. Although she didn't care, she wanted to know who this survivor was and received the most pleasant answer for herself. This was an evolved man, just one word, and she was already all in love. She forgot about the operation. The heat covered her from head to toe, but it was unknown that it was him. Let the soldier bring him immediately and quickly. The lady is not going to wait long for her prince. And here he is, the prince on a white horse. She didn't expect to meet Max instead of Perry. Her indignation is immediately noticeable that they slipped her a bald guy, well, a senior student right in front of her. The shaved man behaves respectfully with the lady. He still knows how to do something. A real man, he said hello and extended his hand. Even so, she was not glad that he knew her name, just as she would not want to know his. But he is not going to respond to her with anger, since his soul is too kind and devoted, and he doesn't know her. They only know the famous student. And here is the red blush on her cheeks, the sparkle in her eyes. Just one spoken name of her beloved paints her world with the brightest colors. And then he hands out that very letter, a message to his good friends. Rose should rejoice with all her might. This message is just for her. What will happen there? All her fantasies have reached a new level. What kind of secret is hidden behind the white sheet? What was in this mysterious envelope? She was not happy. It was obvious that they were already late and their target had managed to leave again. She accepted all the information. The army will fully support the Dawn. Assistance to the townspeople also falls into the hands of the military. Still, you can still hope for a meeting. As long as the organization exists, he will definitely return. And they will see each other again. There will be passions and everything that our Rose has already replayed in her head dozens of times. During this time, Perry and Goldie left town and returned to the gas station. They needed to replenish equipment and supplies. In times like these, finding fuel becomes harder and harder where this world is heading. But suddenly the girl remembers the second gas station where she was found. There should be more fuel there, but she felt uneasy after that. He understood what his princess meant. It was clearly not easy for her to keep such information in her head, as he himself had experienced a lot. But even so, he is not going to remain silent about it. It's hard for her to live with this burden on her shoulders, but she couldn't do anything. After all, she has lived too much. There is no arguing with that. She has had a lot of experience and has become very smart. Yet a hard life gives birth to strong people. And besides, she manages to learn the value of life, a definite plus. But she wonders what her parents' reaction would be if they found out about her new ability. Perry had no experience with this, but if he were them, he would definitely be proud of her, since she could save many lives. She absolutely agreed with her partner. This was the answer she definitely wanted to hear. Their road was not short. They plowed the cracked asphalt, made their way through thorns to the stars, walked along a path where flowers grew. Goldie wondered where they were going this time, what the next route would be. Now they are going north, which is where the new evolution zone should be. They had to travel for a week just to get there. There was no way they could be late. They were heading north. What surprised Goldie more was that Perry had predicted the appearance of the zone, as if he knew something beyond the limits of the human mind. He asked her not to tell anyone about this, after all. He is straight from the future, and no one should know this, only and only her. She made a firm promise that will definitely be fulfilled. The secret will forever be only between them. But even so, she found ordinary writing very boring, and she decided to use her strength. The piper could come in handy, music would be much more fun, and she would also be able to train her talent. He was very surprised by this melody. It reminded him of something familiar, something that evokes pleasant memories. Goldie was definitely smart beyond her years, admired Mozart, and used the classics to lift her spirits. But suddenly Perry stopped. The melody became too pleasant for him, or vice versa. The girl did not understand at all what had happened, but Perry braked too suddenly, which no one expected. That's the thing. That same rating began to show the strongest among all those who evolved. Not bad. Rose took 9th place among the survivors, which monsters were at the very top. Perry also thought her result was wonderful, so everything goes according to his plan. Many strong evolved ones appeared, but Gloria still couldn't get here. But one thing was always stable. Perry, as expected, ended up in the best place, and at this moment the end came. Further travels will continue.